Alright, welcome guys to my stream. I'm gonna turn off this, really nice. Oh shit. What? My hat, no. My hat. My dear hat. My dear hat. Alright. My hat just dropped. I'm gonna play a little bit chess and I'll make the game. And we're gonna have fun. I hope you enjoyed this stream. I'm playing online now, for real. Like real. New game. I'm playing online for real. Great. This is for real. This is for real. I'm playing for points now. Yep. I need to think. I'm gonna attack his horse. Yeah, this time I'm gonna just chill. And I'm gonna make the game a little bit. We're not gonna play any games, I think. Oh, fuck, I fucked. It's fine. I didn't fuck. What's going on? I can't move this one. Where? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, he tricked me again. But it's fine. No, that's not good move. This is not good move. This is good move. Fuck! Okay. Didn't pay attention to that. It's good. Alright, brother. Good game, good game. I survived first. It's interesting. Interesting game. Interesting game. What he played? Wait, if I move here... If I move here, he can move here. And then I can move here. Oh no! It's true. I didn't. No, I could beat him. I didn't think I could beat him, but it's okay. He fought until the end, and I guess I did. He deserved. He deserved. He deserved that one. I guess he was fighting until the end. Okay. He's eating me there. It's fine. Oh, what the fuck did I do? Oh my god, I wanted to exchange, but fuck it. It's fine. Let's think, he might play something stupid. I could eat his horse here, but I don't want to, you know. I'm gonna eat you this one, I swear to God. I don't care. I'm changing that guy. That guy must go. I must eliminate this guy here. I must eliminate one of these here. So if he goes here, I'm gonna eat him with the queen. I'm gonna give him checkmate pretty quickly, maybe. Maybe. No, I can't. I want to eat this one first. So I'm gonna attack his queen now. Watch. Any move, any of his moves can be mistake now. One mistake and he's done. I think he's in a much. He knew. He knew I'm gonna go like that. So he can eat me there if he wants to. You know, I'm gonna play here. He can eat me if he wants to. I'm gonna go here. Checkmate, no? So wait, what is this? Okay, I could play here, right? Yeah. And he's gonna eat me. I'm gonna eat him here. Oh no! I fucked up. Oh my god, I'm stupid. What I'm doing? What? That's the stupidest move ever. I didn't even think about this guy. Oh my god. Okay. I hope he doesn't see that shit. But he's gonna see it. It's fine. I didn't think, you know. It's fucked. Yeah, I know. It's fine. Whatever. You want this one, okay? Oh my. I want to lose, I swear. I just want to lose. I just want to lose now. Just want to lose. Alright. It was fun at the beginning, but he tricked me in one move. I was thinking something else, but it's okay. It's okay. Let's try something else. Alright. He's okay now. I want to exchange. Let me see what he's gonna do now. When I do this. Let me see. He's trapped. He needs to first move this guy. Or he's done. Or he can eat me there. I could eat him there. He could eat me there. But he's not gonna do that. I'm gonna exchange this thing. I can't do that. I can go here. Oh my god, he hit me there. It's fine. That's fine. Fuck! I lost my queen. It's fine. Checkmate! Is it? Oh, I can't do that. Fuck. I don't think. It's gonna go where? Here? I can go here. Sure, he can go here. I could go, sure. And he can attack me there, so I can go there. Okay. No, I can't do that. But I could do this. Oh no, he's gonna eat my... Oh my god, he's gonna eat my horse. Okay, I need to hit him now. Fuck it. Fuck, I fucked up. I was thinking something else, but fuck it. What? I can't. Why? Oh, yeah. Let me go here. Beat me this one, but it's okay. Ah, no! Oh my god, it's fine. It's fine. I fucked. It's fine. I fucked. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I won. I won another one. Hi, yes. Why spamming your keyboard? Why spamming your keyboard? I hope you enjoy my stream. I'm playing a little bit chess. I'm gonna make a little bit game. And yeah, I'm just relaxing right now. It's nice. So far, I'm not bad. I'm losing, but come on, man. Alright. Let's play chess a little bit. I like chess too. I play chess like all my life, but oh no! Go back! Oh my god, I fucked up. Okay, I fucked up. I pressed the wrong button. Fuck. I'm gonna lose now. Ha! I know, I made a mistake. It's fine. Let me play defense a little bit. Let me see my defense. How can I defend myself from this shit? No! Again, mistake. It's fine. Let him eat me. Fuck. Made a mistake. I made a mistake. He can beat me now. Oh, I didn't see that shit. Oh my god, he could eat me easily. What the fuck? Am I fucking... Oh my god, I'm sacrificing now. I don't care. He could eat me easily. He didn't see it. I'm lucky. It's fine. Let's just go this way. What can I do now? Fuck. Um, what's my rating? I just started playing like I just signed it in. I never play. I always play as guest. What should I do now? Fuck. He still has queen. Damn. I'm playing defense now as much as I can. I'll try beating him on a time. He's gonna think too much. I know this is a very tricky one, but I can do this. No, I can't. Checkmate. It's okay. It's okay. I fucked up anyway. I fucked up. It's alright. Rating right now is 519. 519. Damn. Alright, I'm trying something like, trying different tactics against everyone. Let's see which one works the best. Well, do I have choice now? No. I can eat him, this guy. But I'm gonna check it out what he's gonna do now. NF3. NF. NF3. Oh my god, what the fuck am I doing? Oh my god, what the fuck? I tried to trick him to eat this one so I can give him checkmate. It's fine, fuck it. Fuck it. I'm gonna save this guy. Can I leave it? Leave it. I'll leave it here. What the fuck, bro? Oh no! Okay. It's fine, it's fine. All right, he's done. He's done. He's done. He's done. Let's go. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Come on, it's done. It's done. Come on, please, give me. Please, please, please. Please, please, please. Oh my god, he's fucked. He must go here. I'm gonna eat him. And he's gonna get fucked. So what he did there, what? I played defense and I won. He had queen. It's hard without queen, you know. But I like challenge, you know. I practice a lot without queen, so I can pull out draw sometimes, and you just, you know. Yeah. Okay, I'm white again. I'm gonna exchange this. I don't need this guy. I need to take him down. He's bugging me here. Yeah, he's bugging me here. He's gonna move here, here, and I get check. He's gonna move here. Fuck, I'll get fucked. So I can't do that. But what can I do here is... Need to pull back. Need to go defense. I need to take this guy down right now. I need to take him down. Okay, he wants that. Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna try to checkmate him. I'm gonna go here, eat this, and eat this guy. That's my plan. Oh, he's good. He's good. He's very good. He's very good. I mean, we can exchange if he wants. I will still go here. Fuck. I'm gonna try attack this guy and eat this guy. But he needs to move horse. Oh, he knows what I'm doing, but I'm gonna just go here, eat this guy. gonna try attack. Oh my god, what I'm not looking. Oh my god. This is what happens when I'm not thinking. I just thinking about myself. He could eat me easily now. Fuck. Oh, he didn't. Oh, I'm lucky. I'm really lucky I saved queen. He could eat me here. But yeah, I would eat him here. But he would still have queen. No, no. I'm gonna go here and try to checkmate. One move and he's done. Relax, bro. Relax. We got this, I think. We got this. Yeah, we got this. We got this, bro. We got this, bro. We got this, bro. I'm gonna survive with my queen. Don't worry. I'll try to survive with my queen. He's gonna think what next move. He knows my queen is gonna... My queen is gonna blast him. To the pieces. He's very, very, very... What would you do now? What would you play now? He's probably gonna go like this. I will eat him. Then he can play... Oh my god, I'm gonna do it like this. Alright. I can't, I need to save this guy. I need to save him. He's very important to me. I'm gonna move this all the way up now. Watch. I'm gonna move slowly this guy. Oh no! Oh my god! It's fine. Fuck it. This was my win, but I was hurrying up things. I didn't know he's gonna do that. That's stupid for me. That's just stupid. I had this win easy. This win is easy. I'll try to beat him on time. He has 3 minutes. There's only 3 minutes. There are only 3 minutes. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. There are only 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Alright, brother. I'll see you. I'm gonna make the game, you know, I'm making horror games, so I'm gonna play it just a little bit. Only 3 minutes. You have only 2 minutes almost. 2 minutes. You got only 3 minutes. You got only 3 minutes. Wait, I need to think about it. He's one move. Alright. Alright, black one. I tried to beat him one time because I made 2 mistakes and that's it. Ha! You had no other option, brother. I'm sorry. That was your other. That was your only option. Okay. Let's go first. Let's go here. Checkmate. Give up, brother. Oh, he didn't. Ooh, okay. Well, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna move this guy somehow here. And I'm gonna attack him, this guy. I need to kill him. I need to kill this guy right away. I need to kill him. I need to kill him. I can't. He's thinking. He's thinking. He's thinking. We all thinking now. He's thinking. He's thinking. Maybe, maybe. Okay, he's eating me there. I will go in here. Alright. That was good. I should make the game, right? Should I? Or should I play one more? Let's play one more. What he's gonna do now? Nothing. He's gonna just he's gonna do nothing. Very interesting. What you gonna do now, brother? Now I'm gonna go jump here, and then I'm gonna try to kill this guy here, because that's my only option to break him here a little bit, you know? We need to break him there. Kill him here. Attack. Attack from here. Try to attack him. Yeah, this is interesting. This is now interesting. Everything is... You got 5 minutes, brother. 5 minutes. Alright. I mean, I can eat him. Fuck it. He can give me check there. It's fine. I'll protect myself. Oh, I'm fucked actually. No, actually, it's fine. It's fine. I'll figure out something. Let's go like this. Let me think now. Just think about it. Wait, no. I can go here, and now I can trap this one and this guy. Let's see what he's gonna do. Okay, I see. I see. I'm gonna make game after this. Let's build a game. What he did? You got 2 minutes, brother. Come on, man. There's no way. I'm gonna drag this. You're gonna lose on time. You don't even see the time. If I do this, you're done, brother. You have 1 more minute, brother. Come on, 1 more minute. Look, 1 more. Okay, he He finally was fuck it. He was like, fuck it. You have 1 more minute, brother. Well, you decided to do that. Well, okay. You have 50 more seconds, brother. 50 more seconds. Alright. I won on time. Mostly I'm winning on time. I don't know. People are playing like, I don't know. I had 3 mistakes. 3 mistakes.
You had a nice tactical find in this game. Let's review.
I'm number 1 with 80 trophies right now. I'm number 1. 80 trophies as a rookie. Number 1. Number 1 in the world. Oh my god. Alright, I wanna play something. I wanna do something. Resident Evil stories.
With the release of Resident Evil 1, Capcom had found themselves a smash hit. It was the best-selling PlayStation game of the time, and even the ports were bringing in considerable players. It was clear that the game needed a sequel, but what that sequel would look like wasn't always as clear. Producer Yoshiki Okamoto wanted the series to spawn many entries that were self-contained. He saw it as something like Gundam or James Bond, where you weren't as attached to the overarching story as you were the one right in front of you. Okamoto also recognized the importance of creating a sequel to a successful first outing. If we successfully launch a title like Biohazard by chance, but then messed up on 2, we can't be trusted as a company. If you let your ace pitcher take the mound 2 days after his last, and he ends up injuring his shoulder, you'll still let him pitch as your ace, whether it's 4 or 5 days after his last, and he'll definitely get a win. That's the sort of usage I want to see. The team developing Resident Evil 2 recognized that a sequel had a responsibility to not only provide more of what fans wanted, but also to iterate and expound upon the things that fans loved in the first place. Shinji Mikami, the director of the first game, would return to develop Resident Evil 2, but he wasn't returning to his familiar director's chair, but rather the role of producer. Hideki Kamiya would end up taking on the director's role in the second game. Kamiya didn't have a lot of experience in game development up to this point. His first gig was as the system planner on Resident Evil 1. His second role was working on a game called Arthur 2 Astaroth no Nazomakai Mura, Incredible Tunes, an entry in the Incredible Machine series. Directing Resident Evil 3 was his third gig, and frankly, it was his golden opportunity to step up to the plate and show Capcom what he could do. Kamiya would have a prolific career across video games after this, directing the first Devil May Cry game, Beautiful Joe, Okami, Bayonetta, the list goes on and on, but this was just the beginning. In the beginning of development, Mikami and Kamiya would disagree on many different aspects of the game. This would lead to other members of the team being unsure who they should take orders from. Mikami eventually realized his role on this new game and tried to take a step back. He would check in on production every month or so to ensure things were going along smoothly, but left Kamiya and the team to their own devices. This eventually led to Mikami checking in one day to realize that the game was not nearly up to his standards. I left the work of 1.5 to the young staff, but there were many problems. The ingredients were good to a certain extent, so it was just a matter of cooking. Even if it wasn't good, I thought it would probably be fixed in 3 months. However, when I opened the lid, I found the dish's level of saltiness to be lacking, so we decided to remake it from scratch. You see, the version of the game that the team was working on up to this point would be referred to later as Resident Evil 1.5. It wasn't billed this way, it was actually revealed and marketed as Resident Evil 2, because that's what it was supposed to be. But when the game was around 60 to 80% complete, Mikami and the team realized it just wasn't where it needed to be, and he ordered the entire thing scrapped to be built back from the ground up. This version of the game is now known as Resident Evil 1.5, and many things changed in remaking the project. While Resident Evil 2 introduces 2 new characters in that of Leon Kennedy and Claire Redfield, the original version of the game had a character named Elza Walker instead of Claire. Elza was a motorcycle riding student heading into Raccoon City for her first day at university. She would end up crashing into the police department after realizing that the city was overrun and would hole up inside. The story of the game would follow similar beats but would include more characters that were eventually cut. In this version of Resident Evil 2, Umbrella was shut down for its illegal research that was uncovered in the first game. Obviously, Resident Evil 1.5 was scrapped, and the only thing that people had for some time was screenshots and short presentations from promotional material. That was until 2013, when a development build of the game leaked. If you're interested, that build is still out there and is still playable today, though this build was never finished, so it's not the full game. It's a surprisingly deep subject on its own because supposedly there's a rumor of another build out there from far later in development that just never surfaced. Regardless, after restarting development, the game was delayed and it was crafted into the Resident Evil 2 that we'll talk about today. Resident Evil 2 was officially released on January 21st, 1999 in North America, January 29th, 1999 in Japan, and April 29th, 1999 in the PAL region, all for the Sony PlayStation 1. Now, it wouldn't be a video on a Resident Evil game if I didn't first talk about the lengthy ports and various versions of this game. There's a fantastic write-up on the website Strategy Wiki that lists all of the versions and their differences just in case you're interested. The original PlayStation version is the vanilla version of the game. It's the most true to spirit, but it also doesn't have any of the added features of the later entries. Just like the first game shortly after its release, Resident Evil was re-released with a DualShock version. It was released in August of 1998, just a few months after the initial release of Resident Evil 2. This, of course, included DualShock functionality, but also a newly introduced rookie mode that made the game a bit easier, and an extreme battle mode. Despite these new features, the graphics stayed mostly the same. The Nintendo 64 version of the game was released in November of 1999 and is one of the strangest versions of Resident Evil 2. It contained adjustable gore levels, a randomizer, extra outfits for characters. The most impressive part of this version of the game, though, is that Resident Evil 2 originally came on 2 discs, and this version condensed that into 1 cartridge, which is pretty impressive. That does mean that the FMVs had to be pretty heavily compressed, though, so they don't look great. There was some extra story content added to this version of the game as well, called the X-Files, but we'll talk about those later. The Dreamcast version was released in December of 1999 and didn't add anything particularly notable outside of being able to view your health status on a VMU. The Windows 9X version of the game was released in February of 1999 and contained all of the added features from the DualShock version, but also included a gallery mode with unlockable art and character models. The models and graphics were heavily upgraded in this version, so it does look a bit nicer on that front. The GameCube version of the game was released in January of 2003. It was based on the DualShock version of the game and has all of the extra content included in that release. But the graphics have been improved, the FMV sequences run at a higher frame rate, and models are particularly smooth. There was technically one more version of the original game called the
Jersey's
Foldy what?
expensive, and it's a problem. Josh Gottheimer's a problem solver, and he's running for governor to cut property taxes, tax credits for renters, and lower taxes for seniors.
I'm gonna cut your taxes and solve this problem.
Game.com
I'm gonna cut your
version,
taxes.
which wasn't really a port as much as it was a demake. It was a shorter and simpler version of the game, as if it was ported to a Game Boy Advance or something. It also only contained Leon's side of the story, with a Claire version being planned, but it was canceled before it could be completed. And then, of course, in 2019, Resident Evil 2 was fully remade from the ground up for PlayStation 4, Windows, and Xbox One. I will talk about this version in a later section of the video because it's so drastically different from the original version of the game that it deserves its own section. But which version of the game did I mainly play for this video? I tried out most of the ports that I listed above just to see how they played and felt. I ended up liking the GameCube version the most, and the nice thing about the GameCube version is that a graphical overhaul has been created by some dedicated fans called the Seamless HD project. This makes the game look a lot more smooth, if you like that kind of thing. I generally would have kept the original graphics, but I figured it would make for better footage for use in this video. Before we talk about the game itself, we need to talk about routes. In Resident Evil 1, you could play the game 2 ways. You could play as Chris Redfield or Jill Valentine. Playing through with either of these characters led to effectively the same results as far as the story was concerned. The same outcome was reached, but the way you reached it was a little different. In Jill's story, you were accompanied by Barry, and in Chris's story, you were accompanied by Rebecca Chambers. While this basic structure is still true for Resident Evil 2, it expands upon this idea and takes it a bit further. When starting the game, we have the option of either playing Claire at the beginning or Leon, but this choice will set us down a path. This choice is between the 2 A scenarios in the game. We either start out by playing Leon A or Claire A. After playing this route through, we can then play through the opposite character's B scenario. This shows us what was happening to the other character while we were killing zombies and trying to escape the police station. For example, if we play Leon's A scenario first, then we will play Claire's B scenario second and complete the story in the process. Of course, once you're done with these, you can play back through Claire's A scenario and then Leon's B scenario to see a bit of a difference in the story. It is honestly a bit confusing, but there's effectively 2 routes to take, playing Leon's side first or Claire's side first. We'll talk about canonicity and all of that stuff later because it's complicated and honestly not really important, but I first played Leon A and then Claire B. Most people maintain that Claire A and then Leon B is the definitive version of the game, and after I go through the main story, we can talk about why, but let's first talk about the game and the progression of its narrative. Resident Evil 2 begins as we see a recap of the events that occurred in the first game. We're told that the case around the mansion and the outbreak there was closed, that the STARS members, that's Special Tactics and Rescue Service, completed the job. But this isn't entirely true because Umbrella is still experimenting to this day. We then see one of the new protagonists, Leon, as he heads into Raccoon City for his first day on the job. Leon is a newly hired police officer for the RPD. The streets of Raccoon City are quiet as Leon rolls into town, and shortly after his entrance, he finds a body lying in the center of the street. We then see a strange monster nearby at a truck stop and a driver being bitten. Leon is then swarmed by zombies, trying to take every action he can before firing his weapon, first day on the job and all. But once the seal is broken, Leon starts emptying his magazine. He sees a nearby door open and an uninfected woman inside. He saves her and they both take a cruiser into the city to try and find the solace of the police station. On the drive over, we learn that Claire is in search of her brother, Chris Redfield, one of the STARS members that we played in the first game. Leon gives Claire a gun to protect herself before the two are startled by a zombie in the back seat. This leads to them crashing into a pole down the road before the bitten truck driver crashes his vehicle into theirs. This causes a massive explosion and separates the two characters. This is where we begin Leon's story, stranded on the streets of Raccoon City, weaving through the alleys in an attempt to find the police department. In this introduction sequence, we see the first of many massive improvements to the Resident Evil series. First of all, in lieu of live-action cutscenes, Capcom has created full CG FMVs for this entry. While they clearly look very of their time, they are extremely unique and add a distinct style to this entry. The animations and exaggerated movements give the game a unique action feel. While the first game's live-action scenes generated a B-movie horror, these sequences wind up as an aura of tension. The first game had CG sequences as well, but they were used far more sparingly than in Resident Evil 2. The second feature that Resident Evil 2 introduces is the aspect of a widened world. We start in the streets of Raccoon City, and we get to see what's become of this place. The scope of the world is broadened, no longer just centralized to a mansion and an underground section, but a city. And if there's a city, this means there's a world. Leon quickly pushes through the streets and manages to find himself inside of Kendo's gun store. Kendo himself is aiming a shotgun at his face. He lowers the weapon once he realizes that Leon hasn't been turned. We can pick up some ammo from the gun shop, but the owner is quickly overcome by the outside horde. If we are quick enough, we can actually pick up his shotgun before leaving, providing us with an early game power boost that's quite substantial. Leon exits through the back door, and we're once again thrust into the alleys of Raccoon City, forced to find our way through the hordes of monsters. Just like the first game in the series, Resident Evil 2 has some absolutely gorgeous backgrounds. All of the backgrounds are pre-rendered and smooth. They're incredibly detailed, and while some of the police station ends up a bit more simple, the streets of Raccoon City are some of the best environments in the game. The fake watch ads on the billboards, the back alleys littered with trash and lost items, the narrow graffiti-filled stairways. It all sets a perfect tone for the upcoming story. This place, the city, is not somewhere that we want to be. We need to get somewhere safer, a stronghold, a representation of protection, the police station. But just like the first game, this supposed bastion of hope will become a house of terror before long. Leon finally arrives at the police station to find this place derelict. The expected force of officers ready to fight off the leagues of undead are nowhere to be found. One officer does remain, one that's already wounded. Martin Branagh apologizes that they couldn't have a welcome party for him, and he also tells Leon about Chris, Jill, Rebecca, and Barry, the 4 STARS members that risked their lives to tell people about what happened at the mansion. He suspects that Umbrella is behind this outbreak as well. He gives Leon a key card and tells him not to worry about him, to rescue anyone that he can, to save himself. At this point, we can start exploring the police station, trying to uncover its mysteries and find a safe way out of this place. So, how does Resident Evil 2 play? Resident Evil 2, just like the first game in the series, uses tank controls. We aim our character in a direction before moving forward, making adjustments with the D-pad on the way. We aim weapons and fire them, either adjusting up or down with the D-pad to aim at enemies above or below. Just like its predecessor, Resident Evil 2 is a game about resource management. It isn't quite an inventory management simulator like I mentioned Resident Evil felt like, but it is quite heavy on dealing with inventory space and items. Each item takes up a space in our inventory, a valuable space. We always have the choice between offense and defense. Weapons represent aggression, the power to fell your enemies in battle, and killing enemies quick enough means that we don't get hurt at all. Healing items represent protection, the ability to heal yourself and prevent death and the loss of progress. We carry the same system from the previous title for saving. We can only save if we have an ink ribbon in our inventory. Not only does this mean that saving is finite, and we can only save as many times as we have an ink ribbon, but it also means that being able to save takes up a slot in our inventory. Combat and exploration have a similar feeling to Resident Evil 1 as well. Each room presents us with enemies that give us a choice to entirely avoid them or to take them out. Taking out the zombies that have infested the police station means that this area will be safer to travel through later, but we have to spend ammunition to do so, paying with the currency of safety as well. It's also worth noting that dodging enemies is far less possible in this entry than it was in the first game. A lot of the corridors are far more narrow in the station than they were in the mansion, and the zombies are more numerous, making it a bit more difficult to just sneak past them. And at the end of the day, Resident Evil 2 is still a horror game in a horror series. At the base level, Resident Evil 2 is still scary. We still fight against horrific creatures, and pushing ourselves to run from these things still rises terror in the heart. But Resident Evil 2 deals with a different sort of fear. This comes from the change in directors. When speaking about a specific scene later in the game, Mikami said this: "It's a terror of realism and absurdity. So if I were to do it, it might be a bit plain. I insisted on adding a scene while playing where the tyrant bursts through the wall, but the details of this scene before and after weren't quite as I'd imagined. If I put too much of myself into it though, the subjective taste of the game's creators would be lost. Subjectivity comes into play one way or another after all. I think that's what determines the degree of interest." Kamiya's idea of horror compared to Mikami's is a bit more based in excess. It's about being chased, it's about facing hordes, it's about the insurmountable odds that you're up against. Mikami's horror, Resident Evil 1, was the opposite. What happens when you're starved of resources? When you have to survive on your own? What happens when you exhaust all of your bullets? You don't get out, you still have to face the terrors and survive. In more ways than not, Resident Evil 1 and 2 overlap. They both set themselves in a central location, an old building that eventually lays cover for a secret underground lab. But the pieces where they don't overlap, the differences between the two projects, is what makes Resident Evil 2 so interesting. The second entry in the Resident Evil series also returns the structure of puzzles. Most of our time here is spent trying to get keys, items, and objects that will unlock new areas and possibly get us the hell out of this place. In Leon's side of the story, our main goal is to complete puzzles to collect various chess-themed plugs in the interest of unlocking a door to the sewers. It's also worth noting that this time around, weapons are upgradable. By completing various puzzles in the game, we can get weapon upgrades and combine them with the weapons they are meant for. Some will increase magazine size, damage, etc. It's a fantastic upgrade and presents more rewards for the player to work towards instead of just more healing items or ammunition, permanent upgrades that affect our ability to fight. Leon makes his way through the station, battling his would-be co-workers as they've now all turned. Pretty early on, Leon will run into a new enemy type, the Licker. These mutated beasts crawl on 4 legs, launch at the player, and use their tongues to attack. They luckily rely on their hearing to track their enemies, so if we walk slow, we can potentially avoid them altogether. They are incredibly strong and require a ton of shots to kill. They function quite similarly to the Hunters from Resident Evil 1, except they don't present a massive oppressive change in gameplay and structure. They are here from almost the beginning. This communicates to the player that Resident Evil 2 will be far more intense than the first entry in the series. Things will not be as smooth this time around. More enemies, more difficult foes. Survival is a requirement. As we make our way through the police department, we can find the STARS office, the room where the Special Tactics and Rescue Service did their work. We can find Chris's diary in here where he notes the events after the mansion incident. Chris began trying to take down Umbrella by telling the right people, but nobody would listen to him. As he began to see the newest outbreak start, he realized that he had to do something. Jill and Barry decided to head to Umbrella HQ with him to deal with the issues themselves, keeping this information from Claire to protect her. Claire shows up at the station and Leon gives her the bad news, that her brother isn't here. He then tells her that they need to get out of this place as quickly as possible. The goal now is to look for survivors and then split. Much of the next hour of the game is spent running around the station and solving puzzles. In Resident Evil 1, we had to collect different keys marked with a sword, armor, or shield. These keys would unlock the corresponding doors that matched their symbols. In Resident Evil 2, these keys are now matched with shapes, a diamond key, a club key, a heart key, etc. Getting these keys will allow us entry into other areas of the station, and in most areas of the station we'll be solving puzzles to get chess piece plugs as rewards and eventually gain access to the underground section of the station. One thing that Resident Evil improves greatly is the way that its story is delivered to the player. In the first game, we did have notes and memos that gave us information, but most of these were pretty broken and simple. Oftentimes, they were incomplete or poorly translated. And even if they weren't, the information wasn't exactly groundbreaking. Most of the notes boiled down to, "We got attacked by zombies, oh no." But in Resident Evil 2, not only is the translation of the dialogue in the memos much better, the notes tell a story that is much more interesting. Certain notes that we find from the secretary at the station will tell us about the police chief. Brian Irons, the chief, was extremely concerned with the statues and art in the building. He was so concerned that he would lash out at anyone that touched the pieces. This is most likely because the art was concealing puzzles that would lead anyone who figured them out into the secret areas of the station. It's a little touch that just adds a bit of depth to the game. It honestly feels like the explanation of the mansion's construction in the Resident Evil 1 remake. And a lot of the story follows a similar pattern. Most of the conversations just feel a lot more important. The characters are a bit less one-dimensional, and even though the story is pretty straightforward, it feels like we get a lot more from it. There's little remnants of character and world, like the note we find to Leon from his would-be co-workers at the RPD. They were wishing him well and were excited to work with him, which makes it all the more difficult to fire shots into these undead. We'll actually head back into the office and see that
in a world filled with nasal congestion, one hero rises. Afrin No Drip, experience
Branagh has fully turned, and we have to put him down. Eventually, Leon makes it to the back roof of the station and finds that a helicopter has crashed into the side of the building. We can put out the fire on it to gain access to another room that it was blocking. Once we get the heart key, we can gain access to another wing of the station, which has a staircase that leads to an underground section. In the parking lot, we meet a woman in a red dress. She tells Leon that her name is Ada Wong and that she's looking for a reporter locked up in the cell block. She can't get through because a police vehicle is blocking the way, so we help her move the thing and get through. Ada immediately fucking bolts toward the cell block and just leaves Leon behind. She'll do this a lot, actually. It won't be the last time. When we locate Ben, Ada tells him that she's looking for her boyfriend, who goes by the name John. Ben, the reporter, supposedly had some information about the outbreak going on outside. John was working for Umbrella, but disappeared 6 months ago. Ben is playing hard to get and doesn't want to give us any information. He has the key to his own cell, but doesn't want to leave because he figures the cell is probably the safest place for him. He's dead set on staying here, but tells Leon and Ada that there's a sewer entrance in the kennel room. The sewers should have some way out of the city. Ada abandons us once again, and Leon can head into the sewers. Here we go contend with some incredibly large spiders, which did not bother me because I overcame my fear of spiders in the first video of this series. Just kidding, I ran right past them. Through the sewers, we can find some sort of underground structure and a large door that's locked with a strange mechanism that takes chess piece plugs. This is our overall goal, ensuring that we've obtained every plug from the station and using them to open this door. Since we don't quite have all the plugs we need, we have to exit this door, and on the way out, we run into Ada again. The two find a dead end, but a welcoming vent stands above this closed door. Leon boosts Ada into the opening, and she finds herself on the other side. Much like the first game in the series, we will have short sequences where we play our companion character. Though these were used far less frequently in Resident Evil 1, and some of them were even conditional, here they're actually a part of the story, which I feel like is a good change for this game. Those moments in the first game felt great, and playing Rebecca made you feel closer to the character. It was an additional moment that wasn't entirely necessary, but just felt like an extra touch. In Resident Evil 2, it feels necessary to the character's teamwork. As Ada, we can venture through this extra underground section and quickly complete a box puzzle to gain access to a shelf that has a new key, the club key. This will allow us to unlock the final doors in the police station, as we aren't quite done there yet. Interestingly enough, we can also grab some ammo in here, which Ada will toss back through the vent along with the key. While Resident Evil 2 doesn't have multiple endings based on your actions like the first game did, it still includes these very small dynamic moments, which adds some depth to the experience. Ada can't get back through the vent without our help, so she runs off once again. We can now trace our way back through the parking lot and the basement of the station. Since we have the club key, we can get a red card key in one of the rooms and access the weapons storage area. Here we can obviously find a ton of ammunition, but we're also confronted with a choice. There's a submachine gun in one of the back lockers, along with a side pack. The side pack will increase our inventory space by 2 whole slots, which is a massive upgrade. We can actually take both of these items, but when we grab one, Leon remarks that we should leave the other one for Claire. This is important because whatever items we leave here, Claire will be able to pick up when we go to her B story. These items are static, unlike all the ammo and puzzle items in the station. It's a very interesting choice here because leaving something for Claire will make her playthrough a bit easier. We can even leave both items for her if we'd like, or just take both items and leave her with nothing. It's an interesting choice because it makes these two playthroughs actually feel like they're happening at the same time. The first game in the series didn't do much of this. It was effectively a choice between who was doing all the work and what character was captured by Wesker. Resident Evil 2 makes a bit of an effort to make it feel as if Claire and Leon are both running around the mansion at the same time. Upstairs, with the new key in hand, we can find a watchman's diary that notes how the chief of the station was very protective about the clock tower, where we'll find one of the last chess pieces that we need. It also notes how one of the workers, Thomas, had designed a lock for a door around chess because he was so infatuated with the game. We can collect a couple pieces that we need to get the final piece from the clock tower and solve a puzzle in the library. On our way through the library, though, something happens. Leon stops as he hears the sounds of the dead falling in through the windows of the station. This represents a pretty similar mid-game change that the first Resident Evil game makes. In that entry, the game is drastically changed once the hunter enemy is introduced. The mansion is repopulated with stronger, faster foes. We're suddenly forced to contend with a new threat after thinking that we were relatively safe. In Resident Evil 2, we follow the same structure. We move through the station, clearing out rooms as we find them, or if we aren't defeating all of the enemies present in a room, we're at least figuring out how to navigate them. We become comfortable in the space. We're familiar with its layouts. We know which rooms hold enemies and which ones don't. But the game throws us a curveball by repopulating these hallways. These areas are once again dangerous. These paths are closed off, or they at least represent a fear that wasn't there until a few moments ago. Some of this threat can be curved as these windows have automatic shutter systems installed. We can obtain a cord that will allow us to repair one of them and prevent the zombies from infiltrating the station in that area. But this also brings me to another point, back to the fact that Resident Evil 2 has a much different presence of fear than the first game. Pretty early into the game, we realize that Resident Evil 2 is using the extent of the PlayStation to display as many enemies in one room as it can. The game's fixed camera angles are also used very cleverly to make these groups seem more numerous than they really are. The station definitely has a feeling of being far more overrun than the mansion does, because in the mansion, everyone who was there was turned. Here, we technically have an entire city to contend with, and it's the feeling of being up against a population of turned zombies that provides Resident Evil 2 its distinct style over the first game. This intensity, this adversity, this pressure of being up against the odds is what gives the game its flavor. Though I will say that the Hunter was a particularly impactful moment in the first game, and I don't think the second game's version of this works quite as well when you're just pushing more zombies into the station. There are a larger variety of enemies in RE2 and a larger variety of zombies, with even female zombies being introduced this time around. But it just feels like the mutants really changed the game, and putting more zombies in the station just makes the game more intense. It's different, not better or worse. Heading into the clock tower, we can get the last chess piece that we need to unlock the door to the sewers. Sliding down a chute to the basement, we see a cutscene where Ben is being killed by some strange mutation that's broken into his cell. Leon quickly heads over to find Ben mortally wounded. Before he dies, Ben reveals he was trying to figure out who was at the bottom of things, and he implicated the chief in his investigation. He gives us this evidence, multiple pieces of mail from Umbrella researcher William Birkin to the chief of police, Brian Irons. Birkin was informing the chief that the lab at the mansion had been lost due to Wesker's renegade actions. He also told him to keep an eye on the STARS members that were involved and to dispose of them if they got too close to the real answers. The chief was being paid for these efforts, and Birkin was working on something to replace the T-virus that was destroyed in the mansion incident. He called it the G-virus, and Umbrella started to send agents after him to take it away. Ada arrives after we get this information, but she quickly runs away to go look for John at the chemical plant. Leon radios Claire to tell her to meet him in the sewers, our next stop. Before placing the final chess piece in the lock, we get our first boss of the game, the G. This boss is pretty simple because all it does is slowly walk towards us and spawn offspring. It seems to mutate right in front of us though, but it does go down surprisingly quick for a Resident Evil boss. Entering the next area, Leon finds that Ada has already found her way into the sewers. He finally confronts her about running off by herself. Leon wants to protect her, but that can only work if they're on the same team. Ada agrees to follow Leon, and the two make their way into the sewers. Inside one of the control rooms, we can find a fax that listed the dates and times when different officials would arrive to do quality checks on the facility. The chief of maintenance, a chemical transporter, the chief of police, and William Birkin were all making regular visits to this place.
What?
We can head downstairs and find another researcher armed with a pistol. She immediately runs away and shoots at Ada, but Leon tries to save her and takes the bullet. Leon is passed out, and we take control of Ada again as she abandons Leon and chases after the researcher. When she tells the researcher who she is, she recognizes the name the same way that we recognize the name. Ada's name was used as a password in Resident Evil because one of the researchers was in a relationship with Ada. The researcher introduces herself as Annette Birkin, the wife of William Birkin, the one responsible for the creation of the T-virus. She tells Ada that her boyfriend is already dead. He was turned into a zombie. She explains that the G-virus was created to synthesize the ultimate bioweapon, and that her husband, William, has already mutated, the same creature that killed Ben in the station. She blames Umbrella for this accident, and we see a flashback to the events that she's referring to. William had completed the G-virus, and armed men swarmed inside to take the virus away from him. They filled him with bullets before taking the sample for themselves, but William kept the virus on his person, injecting himself with it before he died. He completed his transformation and laid waste to the soldiers attacking him. The G-virus gives the mutated the ability to implant embryos in other creatures, creating offspring and spreading the virus even further. The rats in the sewer are what carried the virus into Raccoon City itself. Ada eventually wrests the weapon from Annette's hands, knocking her over the railing before she heads downstairs. Ada is attacked by something before the scene cuts back to Leon, and we're given control again. As Leon, we can head through the sewers that are crawling with genetically mutated spiders and make our way to Ada. we're quickly faced with our second boss fight, a massive alligator. It will crawl down the tunnel and chase us back. We can spend lots of ammunition here trying to defeat this thing, or we can drop a canister towards the end of the tunnel, which the alligator will quickly try to consume. Once it gets its jaws around it, we can shoot the canister and blow the thing up. We can find Ada in the trash room nearby, where Leon gets a quick patch up from her. She tells Leon that her boyfriend is already dead, and the two head to find a way out of this place. We can find 2 medallions in the sewers that will unlock another path out. The sewer manager's diary will reveal that Chief Irons was a bit more unhinged than even we realized, threatening to shoot the manager at one point. Heading out of the exit in the sewers will take us to an underground tram car. This car will take Leon and Ada to another area of the underground, specifically an Umbrella lab. But before that, they are attacked in the car by the G-Monster once again. It seems that we didn't kill it earlier before it mutated again. On the other side of the tram car, we can find an even larger train car on a platform. We need to ride this platform down into the lab to find a real way out. This rabbit hole goes all the way down. After activating the platform, though, the G-Monster penetrates the outside of the car and hits Ada. We can head outside for another boss fight with the thing. This time it's mutated even further, barely resembling a human form anymore. Whatever was left of William has been lost far inside the beast that stands before us. The G-Monster will slowly stalk us around the platform while we load it full of bullets. It still doesn't quite have the dexterity or abilities to really give us much of a challenge, though. If it does manage to hit us, it does a lot of damage, so we have to stay moving. Heading back inside, Ava will be knocked out and Leon carries her into the Umbrella lab. He lays her down on a bed and promises her that he's going to look for something to treat her wounds. She reveals that she has feelings for Leon, which is strange because they really haven't spent much time together. She honestly just keeps running away from him every chance she gets. The Umbrella lab is the last area of the game, our final trial and hopefully getting out of this nightmare. Leon navigates through the place, powering up machines and contending with the mutated liquors and plant creatures that have overtaken the lab. We can get a card key which grants us access to some of the rooms and interact with a computer that allows us to register our fingerprint into the system. I have to just quickly note how good this team was at creating computer UIs. Even the short-lived computer in Resident Evil 1 just looks so cool, and that doesn't change with this entry. I mean, just listen to the feedback sounds from typing on this thing. There is technically another boss in this room in the form of a moth, but it's really nothing special. It just shoots projectiles at us, but we can honestly kill it quick enough to never get attacked. The fingerprint registration is pretty much useless for now though, because we actually need 2 people to activate the door that takes the fingerprints. In another small static event, we can complete this during Claire's playthrough. Heading back upstairs, we find Annette breaking down and looking for Ada. She thinks that we're here to take the G-Virus from her. She doesn't want to give it up since it represents the last thing that her husband did in this world. She reveals that her background check on Ada uncovered that she is an operative sent here by the agency. What agency? Who are they? Where are they from? Doesn't really matter right now. All we know is that Annette is claiming that Ada is a spy. Her goal here was to get the G-Virus. She was only dating John to get information about Umbrella. Leon doesn't believe any of this, and as the facility comes crumbling down, Annette is killed by some falling pipes. Leon grabs the G-Virus and heads outside as a self-destruct sequence has begun in the facility. But before he can head to the exit, Ada arrives, clearly not injured anymore. It turns out that Annette was right, and that Ada was here for the G-Virus. Ada is then shot by Annette in a last-ditch effort to stop their plans. Leon tries to stop her from falling over the railing, but he can't save her, and she falls to her death. Leon briefly...
I already know this, but where is the story about Chris Redfield?
Welcome folks to Lost Uncanon, Resident Evil, the official as Resident one-shot comic to tie in, over which I'll get into in files across the United States. Wesker is in fact a universe called Stars Files. Now, let's get into the first story of the comic itself. This one was written by Ted Adams and is called Stars Files. We start out in an office where we are introduced to Captain Albert Wesker, a member of the elite STARS law enforcement team. In this universe, STARS is a national force with branches across the United States. Wesker is in fact being reassigned from his current team to Raccoon City, where his orders are to expand its local STARS branch before investigating a series of mysterious murders. The STARS branch in Raccoon City is in fact so small it only consists of one team member. But come to think of it, if they only had one STARS member anyway, were they still an actual counter-terrorism force in this universe? Because it would be very hard to investigate and arrest with only one guy. Though, maybe we're just not giving Joseph enough credit. After the meeting, Wesker gets on the phone with Holden, a mysterious man who is linked with Umbrella. Wesker tells him about his assignment, which we find was in fact planned by Umbrella, and it would allow one of their agents to directly be involved in the investigation. Holden is also mentioned in the novel, I think, Resident Evil, The Umbrella Conspiracy, and is definitely featured in the George A. Romero movie draft. Given all three would fulfill the exact same role as the middleman, it would appear that Holden was actually created by Capcom and isn't an original character. Moving back to the story, the rest of the panels are a narration, being Wesker's report to Umbrella. Most of it is just so that Wildstorm can show off the notes that Capcom provided for them, but they can be very interesting, especially when they add in a few original elements. I've picked the members of both teams according to the specifications that you provided. These teams will allow us to accomplish both of your goals. Now that the Raccoon City Police Department has sent in STARS to investigate, the public should calm down. Of course, they won't know that you actually control the Chief of Police, Brian Irons, and the actions of STARS in Raccoon City. STARS will also be available in case the T-Virus experiments get out of hand. We can control the situation, and I'll make sure no one ever finds out. Barry Burton will act as second-in-command on the Alpha team and as weapons expert. He can be easily manipulated into serving our purposes. I know his weaknesses. I know how to twist his arm if necessary. The Bravo team will be led by Enrico Marini. He's got the most field experience, and he doesn't seem to be afraid of anything. Richard Aiken is our communications expert. I think he could reach China with a CB radio. Our resident medic is Rebecca Chambers. She'll be worthless in a fight, but she's trained in emergency medicine. The team's sniper is Forrest Speyer. He's never missed a shot. And in case the T-Virus gets out, I've recruited one of STAR's best chemists, Kenneth J. Sullivan. I'm going to lead the Alpha team. I've assigned Joseph Frost to my team. He's the only one who knows anything about Raccoon City, and I want to be able to keep an eye on him. He's also our vehicle expert. Brad Vickers is the computer expert and also our resident coward. He's known as Chicken Heart because he runs at the first sign of danger. Chris Redfield is an old friend of Burton's. He was kicked out of the Air Force for insubordination. Apparently he was on a top-secret mission and one of the members of his team was injured. His superiors ordered him to leave the man behind, but Redfield refused. Burton also recommended Jill Valentine. He tells me she's the master of unlocking. The Raccoon City Police Department is sending in the Bravo team to investigate Raccoon Forest. Don't worry about them finding anything. The team's too green to cause any problems, and I've made sure they'll have a little engine trouble on the way. That should distract them from actually discovering anything. Things are going just as we planned. Wesker out. Welcome back to Lost Uncanon with part 2 of our look into the official comic magazine #1. Written by John Clemens, the Arklay Laboratories head researcher. We start with a single panel page of John writing his letter in an office somewhere in the lab. Nearly all of his text, by the way, is a monologue. Dear Ada, the T-virus research continues. We're seeing unexpected effects when it's introduced into different types of living material. Instead of increasing the subject's strength and healing ability, some subjects actually begin to deteriorate. I think I can correct the problem, and I'm still hopeful that my work may lead to a significant breakthrough in cancer research. In any case, it may be years before we're ready to start working with human subjects. I could really use your help. I'm still pushing Albert to give you a security clearance so you can join my team. My life completely changed when I came to Raccoon City and met you. Looking back, it seems like I spent my whole life preparing for this job. Ever since high school, I always knew I'd end up with a career in science, but I never dreamed that it could lead me to someone like you. Even at BIT, I spent all my time on bioengineering and the properties of white and red blood cells, work that I still do for Umbrella. My doctoral thesis on bioengineering cures for viral blood infections led to several presidential appointments, but the government moved too slowly for my taste. We were always waiting for funding or approval from some bureaucrat. Plus, I hate making speeches and shaking hands. Getting an offer from Umbrella seemed perfect. It was privately funded and I could continue the research I'd started at BIT, but the best part has turned out to be meeting you. This page does at least show he's a qualified doctor who actually had a career before Umbrella and did something other than genetically engineered bioweapons. Resident Evil, it sometimes treats its characters so one-dimensionally that you can probably be excused for thinking they had no other life before Umbrella. Like, did Birkin write articles for the Journal of Biotechnology in his free time, for instance? Finally, we can move on to the next page and see what it is really like to work for Umbrella. Here, several doctors perform and observe a dog being excavated in what is, unfortunately, the goriest part of this story. Subject MA39. Since introducing the T-virus into the subject's bloodstream over a month ago, we have continued to see signs of physical deterioration. Today, the subject is showing signs of unprovoked aggression. We've administered sedatives, which seem to have it under control. Now, what I like about this page isn't just that the staff is keeping the animal alive rather than just killing it to examine the insides. What I like is that it establishes that in this universe, the virus does not kill the infected. They're alive and just look dead due to deterioration of their bodies. This might actually be another example of the writing staff reading from Capcom's story notes, since this is actually how the virus works in the games. Dear Ada, I'm glad now that I couldn't get you on my team. Things have taken a turn for the worse. The T-virus has turned subject MA39 to some kind of monster. The previous physical deterioration gave way to an unexplained increase in strength and aggression that seems linked to a decrease in brainwave activity. It broke its restraints and escaped from the lab. I pray that it doesn't reach the city. I seem to be coming down with some kind of flu. Things are so hectic that I don't have time to take care of myself, and the MA39 disaster has me too worried to sleep. I feel run down all the time, and my body is beginning to show the results. Subject received T-virus on April 6th. All vital signs remained unaffected until today. Today, the subject began to show some physical deterioration, including a rapid loss of epidermal layers. Why has it taken this subject so long to be affected by the T-virus? If we can determine why this subject reacts differently, it could lead to a breakthrough. I'm scared. Somehow, people in the compound have been exposed to the T-virus. I don't understand how this could have happened, but it has. I'm starting to feel paranoid. Have I been infected? Who are the strange men I can feel watching over me? What is the T-002 subject? Have they tricked me into working on some kind of biological weapon? We're testing everyone in the compound. We'll know the results within a week. I won't be able to live with myself if you've been infected by something I have worked on. I love you. By the time you read this, I'll be something different. Today's test turned out positive, just as I expected. Ada, you're not infected, and I hope you never will be. Take the material in the visual data room and go to the power room to operate the triggering system before you escape. And make all this public through the media. All the locks can be opened by the security system. You can access the system if you log in with my name from the terminal in the small lab and enter your name as the password. To unlock the door at B2 where the visual data room is located, you'll need to access it with our names first and then enter another password. I've written the code below. I'm sure you'll understand it easily. And this is my last hope. If you find me completely changed, please kill me yourself. Towards the end of the story, John has clearly lost himself to the virus and can only barely conjure up the intelligence and motor skills to write the start of another letter. The zombie John hears a noise behind him and rushes up to investigate. We see that it is Jill during the Star's investigation. He manages to say the words "help me" and she shoots him in the face with her shotgun, one-handed I should point out. In the final panel, we see that John was telling the truth after all. There have been people watching him the whole time. Here it is revealed to be Wesker, hidden deep in the laboratory in the Tyrant Chamber. So, what can I say about the comic so far? It certainly has its faults, even in this story, so I won't particularly say I love it. This story in particular is conflicted by later work such as Wesker's Report 2, which reveals that John was Birkin's replacement and definitely is not new. There's also the Japanese novelization of the remake, which implies John did know what was going on, given he was, of course, the chief researcher, but that one also adds that he was opposed to the research and was thus seen as a security risk.
クレーザーに来るの久しぶりね。お父さんも来ればよかったのに。たまの休みぐらいゆっくり寝かせてあげましょう。お仕事で疲れてるんだから。二日酔いで起きられないだけよ。私が小さい時からそう。学校でもみんなにアル中アル中って言われて。どうしてあんなになっちゃったのかしら。でも優しいわ。さあ、ハーブでも探しましょう。ハーブ？そう。この山に自生する特別。
Hey, yo. Welcome back to Crypto Comics. Video game fanatics out there. Marvel Comics. 10 years. Series of disappearances for his license of something very unfriendly. He's got one of these remote satellite phones, you know. Cell phones back then, just, you know, they weren't gonna do. They could have at least given the Zach Morris brick from Saved by the Bell, right? Whoa, what happened? What were those things? Gotta get through. Somebody's gotta come get us. No one said anything about happened so fast. Can't think. Take a breath, Rich. Try to keep it together. Headquarters, come in. This is Aiken. Come in. Stars, where are you? Come on. We're in trouble here. Damn it, Wesker. Answer me. We need backup. Pewie's gone. Ripped apart by something horrible. Becky was ahead of me. She's got to be here. Wesker, why don't you answer me? Wesker, I know they're there. I can feel them. I know they're watching. Whatever they are, they're... No. He's in big trouble. Back at Stars. Wesker here. Hello, Albert. I hear that you sent a team out to the mansion to investigate strange sightings. Couldn't handle public pressure, eh? You know what the stakes are in this game. I trust that you figured out a way to keep our little project a secret. Just sit tight, Holden. I've taken care of the problem. Let's just say that Bravo team had a small but extremely lethal transportation failure. Fair enough, Wesker. I feel that I should remind you that the company doesn't deal with loose ends. I'll expect to hear from you. Yeah, Barry. Saw your light on. Thought I'd stop in and see what you've heard. Barry Burton, weapons expert, and oldest member of STARS. Dedicated worker and family man. How's the kids handling themselves out there? Shut it, Barry. We have a problem. We lost contact with them 20 minutes ago. I knew I shouldn't have sent B-Team out on this one. They're just too green. It's what they wanted, though. Damn. What's the plan now? We assemble Alpha Team to go after them. What else? Wesker, what's going on? You knew they weren't ready. I told you already, Burton. They insisted I give this assignment to Bravo. Just like they insisted that I personally lead the rescue mission. And since when did I start answering your questions? Whoa. Now pay attention. You know I don't like to repeat myself. All right, you Lily boys, listen here. Looks like your buddies in B-Team loused up their mission. That means we get to go bail them out. That is, if they're still breathing when we find them. Ready yourselves and meet Mr. Burton and me in the flight room in 15 minutes. Get a move on. He's all business. Oh, what do we got here? Next Generation. Yes, send me the next issue of Next Generation with no risk. This magazine covers PC, CD-ROM, Saturn, 3DO, M2, PlayStation, Ultra 64, Jaguar, arcade, online. Hey, for all you gamers out there, tell me what M2 is and what Ultra 64 is. I know Nintendo 64. I know a 3DO. I definitely know a Saturn and a Jaguar. Kind of confused on the M2. Kind of confused. Ultra 64 sounds familiar, though. Anyway, back to our Resident Evil, eh? Meanwhile, Richard works furiously on the frayed wires. Anyone cut outside's got to be toast by now. Just like I'm going to be if... Ah! I got to run away! Which way out? So dark. Oh man. Gotta calm down. Something's in here. With me. Nowhere to go. Oh, secret button. Click. Yow! What now? Gas? Some sort of freaking gas? What kind of place is this? What the hell is that? Can't see through the vapors. Who's there? Becky? Is that you? Is this a way out? Who?
Rebecca.
Gotta get away from the gas. I've had it. I'm out of here. Back at STARS HQ, Alpha Team takes in some last-minute details before the rescue attempt. We'll be heading out to Bravo Team's last reported location. Alpha Team will scour the immediate area in a search and rescue formation. We're also going to lay to rest all reports about monsters the locals have been spreading. Got it? Aye, aye, Captain. Yes, sir. Whatever you say, Wesker. Sure thing. Jill Valentine, demolitions expert, key member of the team, and a woman with a strong will. Brad Vickers, nicknamed Chickenheart by his peers, takes a lot of heat from the team for his timid attitude toward danger. Hell of a pilot, though. Joseph Frost, vehicle specialist, young, curious, and very enthusiastic, newest member of the team. And Chris Redfield, former Air Force pilot, dismissed for insubordination, a renegade, but a great thinker and expert marksman. Barry gave him a chance with the team and hasn't regretted it for a minute. All right then, daylight's burning. Let's go. Let me be straight with you all. I don't think this is going to be easy. Redfield, make sure you bring those extra law rockets on the chopper. Hopefully, we won't need them. With all these reports we've heard, there's a chance we may be up against something we haven't seen before. Let's just make sure we have enough firepower to handle the situation. You gotta be pulling our chains here. You actually think there's something out there in the woods we can't handle? Judgment errors are something we don't have the luxury of in this line of work. You'll learn that soon enough. Bravo Team may have been green, but they were good. The fact that we haven't heard from them just makes me feel like we should be prepared for the worst. That's all. Searching for missing hikers? Right. No hikers here. Flippin' nerve gas? What's next? Need to reach headquarters. Let them know. Horrible things. Losing my marbles. Just gotta twist these wires. This radio's gotta work. Could be my last chance. Huh? No, it's a giant snake! Alpha Team, approaching Bravo's last known coordinates. ETA is 5 minutes. Now remember, people, be ready for anything. I don't know about this, Barry. Something tells me that Wesker isn't giving us all the information that he has. Bravo team should have been able to get word to us by now. Take it easy, Joe. They're a good team. They're fine. That's Barry, forever the optimist. Yeah, well, something feels funny about this one. I don't know what it is. Both of you need to relax. A little optimism goes a long way in this line of work. All right, listen up back there. The landing zone's directly below. The party starts now. Just get us on the ground, Chicken Heart. We'll handle the real work from there. It's about time. Let me at him. Easy, kid. I won't have time to drag your sorry ass around if you get hit. Bravo team's chopper at 3 o'clock. Focus on the objective. Let's make this thing work, people. No sweat. Haven't come across a problem we couldn't handle yet. To be continued in the game Resident Evil for your PlayStation. So the plot of this comic book is by Desmond Church and Chris Kramer. The script was by Dan Shaheen and Chris Kramer and Simone Sidhu. Art and color design, Dave Johnson. Letter by Ed Hendricks. Interior color by Moose Bauman. There you go. And cover art by Comicsgate favorite, Bill Sienkiewicz. How about that? That's a good cover, man. That's cool looking. So, this is a look at Resident Evil #1, the prequel comic book to the video game. I can't believe I've been holding on to this for over 20 years. I'm glad I finally got to put it to use and share it with all you beautiful people in Webtown. If you liked this comic book review, if you like all my comic book reviews, please do not be afraid to hit that thumbs up. Give us a like. If you're new here, hit that button that says subscribe. Hit that ding dong for notifications. And come back tomorrow, my Crypto Knights, for another totally awesome comic book review. Right here on Crypto Comics.
Legends of the Lone Wolf. 80-page full-color anthology.
Get ready to defy expectations with Optimum's 100% fiber internet network. The best, fastest, and most reliable internet. Tap into the ultimate power for
Resident Evil 1996. For those who don't know, the first Resident Evil video game came out in the year 1996, and it was incredible. I want you guys to appearances in a remote mountain community. A team from Special Tactics and Rescue Squad, STARS, the legendary STARS, runs into trouble. Frantic, minutes after the copter carrying the inexperienced Bravo team crash landed into the grounds of an isolated mansion. Monster. And oh my god, party starts now. Just get us on the ground, Chicken Heart. We'll handle the real work from there. It's about time. Let me at him. Easy, kid. I won't have time to drag your sorry ass around if you get hit. Bravo team's chopper at 3 o'clock.
Take a look at this. It's a map of this place back when it was an art museum. There should be a ventilation tunnel underground.
And that'll get us out of here?
It should, but it's so narrow you might be the only one who can fit through.
So I'll get help and come back, right? Looks like it's a race against time.
Now that we've lost communications, there's nothing else we can do. All right, everyone. We've got to hurry up and find a way into that tunnel. It's going to be our way out of here.
When the T-Virus began spreading all over Raccoon City, the citizens that were being attacked by those that were already infected reported numerous calls to the police department in hopes of stopping the chaos from getting worse. While those police officers did head towards the locations that were being attacked, others decided to stay together and try to come up with a plan of attack. As they all try to come up with a solution, we can see that zombies have begun approaching the police station. The sounds of their moans and even the scratchings on the walls can be heard echoing into the lobby. Only 2 officers are keeping an eye on things. And as soon as they begin hearing those noises, they alert the remaining officers who still haven't came up with a plan of attack. But if they can't wait any longer, then their only means of escaping would be by using the sewers. They can leave the city by sneaking through the sewers, and this way they can avoid getting attacked by more zombies. But that's one thing they can't do without permission from the police chief, Brian Irons. Everyone begins to panic as the noises are getting closer and closer. They ask, where's the police chief? And when the hell is he coming back? One of the officers tells them that they can't wait any longer and they're already hearing noises coming from outside. They're coming closer and they can't hold on any longer. But before they can even begin speculating what Chief Irons could be doing, zombies start breaking into the halls and going straight after the remaining officers in the department. By this point, everyone is terrified and they all decide to just make a run for it. No decisions were made on time, and zombies have been able to break through most of the barricades that kept them from entering. From this moment on, we have no idea if any of these officers managed to escape without being infected. It looks like this was their last stand, because the next time we see the police station, it's when Leon and Claire have reached the entrance, and by then, the only one barely alive happens to be Marvin, and it doesn't take long for him to become a part of the undead. If any officers did manage to make it outside, then they wouldn't have made it far enough, considering the fact that the police station was completely surrounded by zombies. And even the entrance on all sides had undead police officers next to them, which it could mean that the officers that tried to escape didn't make it far at all. And if any of them managed to reach the sewer disposal, then it would have been even worse for them, because that's where most of the giant tarantulas were coming from. By the looks of it, they didn't have any options left. They might have had a chance if together they did go into the sewers as planned, and together they could have killed every tarantula in their path. But without official orders from the police chief, they were stuck like cattle until orders were given, and by then, it was too late to come up with a plan. I believe the only police officers that did manage to make it out alive are the ones shown in Resident Evil Outbreak. So where was the police Chief Irons during this moment? Well, in the Manhwa version of Resident Evil 2, Chief Irons was with a squad of Umbrella soldiers infiltrating their own lab, disposing of every worker and retrieving the G-Virus before getting rid of William Birkin. That's right. In this version, Brian Irons went along with the Umbrella soldiers to personally put a bullet in Birkin's head. I'm not sure if Brian Irons intended to abandon the police department to let everyone still inside get attacked, just so he can make sure to get rid of anyone still alive. But as you all know, Brian Irons was a complete psychopath, and seeing as Irons was the one who shot Birkin in the head really explains why William Birkin went after Brian Irons after mutating with the G-Virus. A hell of a neat twist if you ask me. Even his transformation of the G-Virus is shown here, and it almost looks like a transformation that came straight out of the 1982 film, The Thing. We'll take a look at what happens next another time. After all, this is about how the police department fell, and now we know how it happened. Just like the STARS members, no one was prepared for this. The best thing about this manhwa is that you can clearly tell where these areas in the police station are at. The artists did a great job making the police station look identical to the police station seen in Resident Evil 2. But now that Resident Evil 2 is getting a remake, I wonder if the design of police station will be altered and will no longer look the same. As much as I like improvements, I don't think I want to see a new redesign of the police station, as I find it to be more intriguing if it looks the same but with more attention to detail. Let me know what you think about a redesign of the Raccoon City Police Department.
Listen up, everyone. Help's on the way. Get to the front lobby.
That's it for the video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if so, be sure to leave a like, share with others, and subscribe if you haven't. I want to give a big thanks to all my Patreon supporters. I am very grateful for your support, and this video is for you guys. And for those of you who haven't, be sure to check out my Patreon, and if you'd like to support the channel, you'll get additional content and more just by donating at least $1. It'll help me get a new computer to continue making more videos like this one and faster content as well. You also have a chance to win prizes, so you might want to check that.
You can't prevent sick days. That's why Kleenex lotion tissues moisturize to help prevent skin irritation.
Known as Dario Rosso. Hello everyone. Back in Resident Evil 3, at the very beginning of the game, there was a character known as Dario Rosso who lost his daughter during the outbreak. Because of this, he is too afraid to go back outside with Jill and try to escape Raccoon City. so he locks himself in the back of a loading truck in hopes of not getting attacked again.
Okay, we've got to get out of here.
What? What do you think you're talking about? I just lost my daughter out there. How dare you tell me to go back outside?
I'm sorry about your daughter, but there isn't gonna be any rescue. We have to get out of here.
No! I'm not going anywhere. I'd rather starve to death in here than be eaten by one of those undead monsters. Now leave me alone! I told you! I'm not leaving! Never!
Later during the game, if Jill goes back to the warehouse where Dario locks himself up, it turns out that he eventually did let himself out, and in an ironic twist, he was attacked by zombies again, but only this time, he was eaten by them. But if you check inside the loading truck, you'll find Dario's memo, where he describes his emotions towards the catastrophe that he's experienced. In his memo it reads, "I can't help but wonder if anyone will read these words, but writing them will help me maintain my sanity if nothing else. After I've become a meal for those undead monsters, will the GIs responsible for sealing off the town laugh upon discovering my corpse? So is this how it's supposed to end? I don't want to die. I'm just not ready. My wife, daughter, mother, my entire family has been killed, but none of that matters anymore. Right now, my life is the only important thing. That's all that matters. I never would have pictured my end to be like this. I had so much left to do. Rather than becoming a salesman, I should have tried my hand at being a novelist. It's what I've always wanted, but my mother would only tell me, you have a long way to go. Why did I ever listen to her? But this looks like the end for the great Dario Rosso, novelist extraordinaire, cut down before his prime." That's what he says in the localized version. However, in the Japanese version, he says something else. Now, I've translated it, but usually translations from Japanese to English don't sound quite right, but this is what his memo says for the Japanese version. "Motherfucker, is there anyone who reads this? I wonder if the GI who was closing the city finds and laughs after I have become a feed for the dead meat madness. Help me! Is it useless already? I do not want to die. I still want to live. Both my wife, daughter, and bag. My family were all killed, but that's okay. Much more important is my own life. If the end came over in such a trouble, there were no salesmen. I wanted to be a novelist. Your life is long, so shitbags are fucking." I was admired as a great novelist, Dario Rosso. Man, I guess the Japanese version doesn't hold back when it comes to dropping the fuck bomb. I wish it was the same with the localized versions. But I guess either way, we understand the emotions that are going through those who left a note, a diary, or a memo. So we know what happened to him in his final moments, but what exactly happened to his wife and daughter? Now, if you played Resident Evil 2 on the Nintendo 64, there is actually an exclusive file of Dario's memo located in a briefcase inside the crashed bus. It also only appears in the A scenario, but seeing that his memo appears in a briefcase inside that bus really makes you wonder if this was the moment where he lost his wife and daughter. My original theory was that Dario and his wife and daughter were in that bus, and this is where he lost them. They could have been one of the corpses found inside the bus. Well, it wasn't explained how they died in the video games. However, the Resident Evil 3 manhwa once again redeems itself and shows us what happened. The night that became the most horrific experience to those who managed to survive, and a terrifying way to die for those who couldn't escape the nightmare. Dario, along with his wife and daughter, were soundlessly running through the streets of Raccoon City, hoping not to be discovered by the living dead. But soon they reach a dark alley where a zombie is feeding on another victim. Dario notices the body that's been devoured and torn apart by the most spine-chilling zombie you could ever see. With one glance at it, Dario screams loud enough for other zombies to notice them, and almost immediately they start crowding in. Dario instantly runs for his life, with his wife and daughter following far behind. His wife sprains her ankle and can't get up on her own, so her daughter tries to help her mother, But her efforts aren't enough to save the two of them, and they cry out to Dario to save them. But the unthinkable happens. Dario is far too frightened to turn around and save his own wife and daughter, and he closes the gate behind him and even locks it so no one could get through. His daughter cries out for her dad to save them, but he continues running away, covering his ears so he can't hear the last words coming from his own wife and daughter that he left behind to slowly be eaten alive by the living dead. And this is how Dario lost his wife and daughter. Quite devastating, isn't it? The true actions that come from one who is far too petrified to save his own loved ones. Dario was one of many victims of Raccoon City who hardly got any screen time in the games and went through some tragic events before meeting his demise. Let me know in the comments who you'd like to see next, because as of now, that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if so, please leave a like, share with others, and subscribe if you haven't. And don't forget to click on the little bell icon next to the subscribe button to notify you of every new video that gets uploaded to the channel. Also, follow me on Twitter, Facebook, and Tumblr to find out which videos are up next and whatever random posts I make. But anyways, I'll see you all in the next video, and remember to have an awesome day. Series. The Lickers are some of the most deadliest creatures introduced in the series. They can extend their tongue at a very long range, similar to a chameleon. Their tongue is just as deadly as their claws. They can also climb on walls, carry their own weight with their tongue, and the only way to escape these horrendous creatures is by sneaking away from them without making any sounds. This never occurs to anyone, as the only option everyone seems to get is to either run away from them or use the strongest weapons they have against them. But hope to God that you don't miss. Now, of all characters in the series, Leon has had to deal with the most Lickers. But in the manhwa of Resident Evil 2, there was one specific Licker that became the most agile, most deadliest Licker of them all. In its introduction, we see that a police helicopter gets taken down by a Licker and it crashes on the rooftop of the police station. My guess is that this was the helicopter that is seen crashed on the rooftop of the building, even though the second scenario of Resident Evil 2 shows us what really happened.
Hey! Get over here! Hurry! I can't set her down. I'll drop you a rope ladder. Grab onto it. Come on. Just a little more. Get off me! Stay back! Don't come any closer! Stay back!
But in this version, it was a Licker that took down the helicopter and had it collide on the rooftop of the police station. 2 officers were nearly killed by the helicopter that crashed. They dodged death, but they did not escape it. The Licker reveals itself hanging on the crashed helicopter unharmed. Once the 2 officers see the creature, they prepare to pull out their weapons, and as soon as they do, the Licker jumps down in front of them. But before they can pull the trigger, that Licker has already jumped behind them. As soon as the officers turn around, one of them gets the Licker's tongue pierced through their jaw, suffocating the police officer and being carried in the air like a fish caught on a fish hook. It then proceeds to smash the officer's head into the concrete floor, leaving a mess of what remains of the officer that died in front of the other one, who is now too scared to hold his gun. And he then tries to make a run for it, but the Licker easily disposes of him by using its tongue to slash the police officer's head clean off. This happened the moment the rest of the police officers were in the building trying to come up with a plan as they waited for their police chief to arrive and tell them what to do. We'll skip what happened here since I've already explained it in another video. And let's move on to the moment Leon arrives at Raccoon City. The first thing he sees is a corpse lying in the middle of the road, just like in the intro to the game. But the moment zombies begin approaching him, Leon doesn't get to start shooting any of them as a Licker drops in, easily disposing the zombies that were in front of him. As you remember, when Leon first arrives in Raccoon City, he's only equipped with his handgun and a combat knife. And going up against a Licker with just a knife and a handgun is never a good idea. But when that's all you have left with you, then you gotta make every second count. Leon instantly begins shooting at the liquor, but it easily avoids every gunshot aimed at him. Leon runs out of ammo and quickly begins reloading his handgun, but due to the liquor's rapid movements, Leon has lost sight of it. He saw it run behind the police car next to him, but as soon as he turned to that direction, the liquor was gone. Leon is shocked to see that the creature is not hiding by the police vehicle, and it doesn't look like it ran away. So where could it be? Well, it turns out that it was right above him, hanging on a light pole next to him. The liquor springs forward towards Leon and swings its claws, but barely misses him since Leon managed to dodge the attack on time. But what's even more impressive is that Leon countered the attack the moment he dodged its claws by shooting the liquor in the chest. After they both move away from each other, the liquor prepares for its next attack, and Leon begins shooting it before it gets any closer. But as soon as he shoots, the liquor tosses zombie body parts that were lying next to it directly towards Leon. Luckily, he doesn't get hit, but it appears that Leon did not miss, as the liquor seems to be giving up. Leon approaches it and prepares to put an end to it. And as he aims his weapon, the liquor jumps out of the way and back onto the light pole above Leon. It still has enough strength to continue the fight, and as for Leon, he still has plenty of ammo left, but he's lost sight of the liquor once again. He then remembers that the liquor tried a surprise attack by hanging on a light pole above him, and as he turns around to look above him, the liquor quickly drops down, now behind him, and it tries the same attack it did on the police officer, where it pierced its tongue through the officer's jaw. Leon spins out of the way, performing a spin kick right on the liquor's face. That's 2 times he's countered the liquor, both times it tried the same surprise attack. He then follows up by grabbing it and tossing it aside to get a good distance and begins shooting it to kill it once and for all. But it continues to dodge every bullet directed at it. The liquor then springs towards Leon and he counters yet again by tossing it aside with his foot. Leon is on a roll here. He has managed to survive this long against the liquor with only a handgun. Now this is where both Leon and the liquor's fight comes to an end. The liquor latched onto the side of a van and prepares to launch itself at Leon once again. Leon quickly gets up and prepares his final attack as well. This time, he prepares to use his combat knife for his last stand. They both charge at each other like a samurai standoff, and we see that Leon did get injured. But luckily it's not a fatal wound. Not unless he doesn't disinfect it afterwards. But as for the liquor, Leon's attack was more effective. The liquor cannot fight any longer, or at least, it will not fight any longer. And it then decides to retreat and fight another time. Leon tries to chase it down, but in this version of Resident Evil 2, this is where he meets Claire Redfield. And this is where their fight ends. This is one of the most impressive things I've seen a character do in the series. What I like about it is that Leon could have easily been killed by the liquor since he ended up fighting it with just a handgun and a combat knife. But he does an excellent job avoiding every attack by this deadly liquor. And even though we've seen characters like Leon perform unrealistic moves in later installments, starting with Resident Evil 4, this fight still ended up feeling more realistic than ever. Almost like how the Matador avoids being hit by the bull in real life. Leon may have gotten lucky, but it's also not over as they do get a rematch later on. But that will be saved for another video. In their previous encounter, it's safe to say that Leon won that round. It was a very intense fight, but Leon handled the situation better than expected. But it ain't over yet. Let's skip ahead to the moment Leon and Claire meet Police Chief Irons. Just like in the game's storyline, the mayor's daughter is dead, and they're led to believe that zombies took her life. In the game, it's only Claire that ends up meeting Brian Irons at this location for the first time. However, in the manhwa of Resident Evil 2, both Leon and Claire actually stick together throughout most of their time at the police station, and when they both meet him, he asks them who are they? And Leon lets him know that he just became a police officer for the Raccoon City Police Department. Leon then asks who's the woman on the desk, and he replies that it's the mayor's daughter and that he was supposed to look after her, but he failed to protect her. And soon, she'll become a zombie. And he tells them that his efforts were useless, and because of it, she'll be a zombie like the rest of them, but before she turns, he'll have to cut her head off to ensure that she doesn't attack anyone. And that is the best method to take care of her, or to break her neck. But Leon doesn't take his word right away, as he can tell that even though Brian's sorrow expression seems believable, his eyes seem cold rather than sad. He then looks around and notices that not everything he's saying seems to add up. Why isn't she wearing any shoes? Why is her blood still fresh? Brian Irons then tells them not to worry about him and that he just wants to be left alone. Leon then turns around, but before leaving, he asks Brian, "Chief, your right hand, can you raise it?" The police chief acts as if he didn't quite hear him, and he knows that he's been caught. Leon quickly pulls out his handgun, aiming it at Brian Irons, and he tells him that he knows he's the one who killed her, and he better not move or he'll put a bullet through his head. Brian replies by turning things around and saying, "What do you think you're doing? I am the police chief." As you can see, Leon has already found the custom handgun parts and added them to his handgun, and he's ready to use it against the police chief, seeing as he's very sure that the mayor's daughter was murdered by the police chief himself. Leon explains to Claire the signs that led to Brian Irons committing murder and blaming it on the zombie outbreak. He mentions that she's not wearing shoes, her blood is fresh, yet there are no signs of any recent zombie attacks in that room. Her fatal injury doesn't show signs of a zombie attack. Her blood is still flowing and there is no blood on the ground either. But most importantly, they just heard that her cry came from inside the room they're in. He may not want to believe it, but the chief's guilty. Brian Irons laughs at his accuser and asks out loud, "What's your name, kid?" Leon replies, "Leon S. Kennedy." Kennedy? Ah, I remember your father. It seems you will be meeting the same fate as him. Like father, like son. Leon replies, "What did you say? You know my father?" They are then surrounded by a group of Umbrella soldiers, and Brian tells them that they might want to lower their weapons. His men can act pretty fast. Leon tells him that he's lucky for now, and then one of the Umbrella soldiers hits Leon from behind, putting him on the ground.
Damn!
Claire asks them why are they doing this, and another Umbrella soldier hits her on the back as well. An Umbrella soldier informs Brian that those hunting began to pick up nearby, so Brian tells him to take Leon away and lock him in the room where he will be easily disposed of. And as for Claire, the police chief has better plans for her. And as they handcuffed Leon, he tells the police chief to leave her out of this. She's innocent. He tells her to rest assured she is a beauty, and he will make sure to treat her very well. He wants her, and he'll make sure she remains young. As they take Claire away, they hit Leon on the back of the head, knocking him out. They take him to the waiting room in the second floor and drop him there without keeping an eye on him. They chose not to personally kill him, as an even greater danger lurks nearby. Leon gets on his knees, and when he looks in front of him, the liquor from before is staring dead into his eyes. But like every liquor, they cannot see their victims, only hear them. So Leon tries not to shake or make any sudden movements, as this could be the end for him. He looks down, and then looks back at the liquor, and it screams as it noticed its prey in front of him. The liquor attacks Leon, and he quickly dodges his attack, and since he's handcuffed, he headbutts the liquor in the face, knocking it towards the door behind it, and he hit the liquor with enough force to break through the door it crashed on. The liquor prepares to strike again, but Leon rushes towards it and knees it in the face before jumping off the second floor. He is now in the main hall of the police station, and luckily he did not injure himself after leaping off the second floor. However, he is now in front of another person, and this person happens to be Ada Wong. And as soon as he notices her, she aims her gun at his direction and says, "Eat this." She pulls the trigger, and that is where we end this video. Once again, Leon managed to put up a great fight against the liquor. It may have been a short fight, but there wasn't much he could have done against the liquor considering the fact that he was both handcuffed and unarmed. It was quite unfortunate that Leon had to deal with Umbrella soldiers, that same liquor, and now Ada Wong. One thing to note about the manhwa version of Resident Evil 2 is that Brian Irons is known as a police commissioner, not the police chief. I'm not sure why this was changed. I don't really know what the difference is between a police chief and a police commissioner, aside from the fact that a police chief is a sworn police officer and a police commissioner is not necessarily a police officer but rather a civilian who heads a police department. This is just some side info in case you can tell that it says police commissioner instead of police chief. But I'm sure you're more surprised to hear about Leon's father being mentioned. What did Brian Irons know about him? And what did he mean by saying that Leon would be meeting the same fate as his father? I guess we'll have to take a look at that situation another time, as well as see what happened after Ada pulled the trigger. In their previous encounter, Leon had to deal with the deadliest liquor without any weapons and handcuffed, so the situation got even worse for him. But surprisingly, he dodged death yet again and took an even bigger risk by headbutting the liquor and jumping off the second floor into the main hall of the police station. But to his surprise, Ada appeared to be right in front of him, and the last thing Leon sees is Ada aiming her gun towards his direction and pulling the trigger. What appeared to be Leon's final breath ended up being the aid he needed, as it turned out that the liquor had also jumped down and it was about to rip through Leon's back, but Ada shot it in the face before it accomplished what it started in the streets of Raccoon City. The bullet ended up tearing through the liquor's tongue, leaving it without its long-distance weapon. Ada then proceeds to get rid of the handcuffs on Leon, and now together they can put an end to this deadly liquor. The liquor seems to be in excruciating pain, and it looks as if they can now simply put it down for good. But then, the remains of its tongue begins mutating. Multiple tongues begin growing in its place, and to make them worse, there are razor-sharp claws in every tongue. One slash from its tongue, and it could be the end for Leon or Ada. The liquor starts swinging each tongue with enough force to break through the floor. It then manages to knock Ada's handgun off her hand, which leaves both Leon and Ada at a disadvantage as they both are not equipped with a gun. If Ada tries to run over to pick up her weapon, then the liquor might instantly jump at that direction and kill her. So Leon decides to use the only weapon he has left, his combat knife. Luckily, the Umbrella soldiers didn't bother taking his knife when they took his custom handgun. But even with the knife, it is far too risky to get close enough to use the knife against the liquor. Even if it only had one tongue, last time it was a close call. But now the risk has multiplied and Leon's gonna need to make this one count, because chances are there won't be a second try. Not with all these tongues. Leon tells Ada to stay back, and without a second thought, Leon rushes towards the liquor, attempts to dodge every deadly tongue that's lashed at him. And as Leon closes in, he can only see a burst of blood flowing in his direction. It could be the blood from the liquor that was pouring after Ada shot the tongue off, or it could be Leon's own blood as each tongue rips through his body with ease. But Leon doesn't have time to think about that. This is his only shot, but it won't be his last, as he tells himself, "This is difficult, but not for me." Leon reaches the liquor and performs his final strike. And as you can see, he managed to impale his combat knife at the back of the liquor's head. Out of all areas he could have aimed for, he went for the hardest part to target, but he succeeded in defeating the deadliest liquor. For a rookie cop, Leon has proven to be far superior than any police officer in the Raccoon City Police Department. We've seen it easily dispose of 2 officers at the same time, and even after mutating and becoming much more dangerous than before, Leon took it down with just a combat knife. Leon may have gotten close enough to kill it, but he also received minor cuts from its vicious tongues. "Finally, I've taken care of this demon," says Leon. Ada asks him if he's okay, and he tells her he'll live, as long as he disinfects every wound. That was an accurate hit, she says. But they need to escape now. And just as she says this, another liquor appears to be watching them. But that's not all. A group of liquors appeared to be watching them from the second floor, almost as if they were spectating the fight. Things are now worse than ever as Leon only has his combat knife, and Ada is only carrying a handgun. She is right. Escape is their only option. Every liquor then jumps down, surrounding them, giving them no chance of escape. They then rush at their direction, and they leech onto the dead liquor and begin devouring it. If it wasn't for their thirst for the blood of the dead mutated liquor, then surely they would have been ripped to pieces. Maybe they did not notice them considering the fact that they didn't make any gunshot noises. Maybe Leon's combat knife took care of the job without getting them noticed, since the Lickers cannot see but only hear. Whatever the reason may be, they now have a chance to escape what could have been a horrific end. Suddenly, the strangest thing happens, and the Lickers begin mutating as well, becoming even stronger than before. This could be the result of the evolved Lickers you see later in the game. The odd thing is that you never really see how the Lickers evolved into the darker, deadlier ones. But since it wasn't explained or shown in the game of Resident Evil 2, then once again, the manhwa redeems itself by showing us that it all happened because a group of Lickers ate the remains of the tongue-mutated Licker that continually went after Leon. Seeing as the Lickers were distracted, Leon and Ada snuck out of the main hall and into the lobby of the first floor. And this is where we end this video. Both Leon and Ada sure got lucky with that last encounter. It's not every day that you get surrounded by Lickers and manage to walk out of there without a scratch from any of them. But it's not over yet. This whole time, Leon had to deal with that one deadly Licker that was after him. The Lickers are extremely dangerous, but there are even deadlier creatures that lurk nearby, and more mysteries to unfold. But as for now, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed the video, hit the like button to give this video a chance to grow. I'd like to thank all my Patreon supporters for their impeccable generosity. Your support means a lot to me, and you are part of the reason why I try to make the best content that I can. And if you like this content, check out the rest of my channel. You'll find more entertainment from separate franchises I like to cover, such as Mortal Kombat, Dragon Ball Z, Celebrity Deathmatch, Men in Black, The Mask, Batman comics, The Terminator, TMNT, Dino Crisis, Resident Evil, and more. If you're a Patreon supporter, check out my exclusive videos such as the Gantz content. And if you'd like to show you
find a pet-friendly Italian restaurant with outdoor seating nearby and text it to Luca.
After Mikhail's attempt to kill the Nemesis had failed, it gave Jill and Carlos a chance to escape from the Nemesis, as he had been blown off the train with little to no damage. He continues to hunt down Jill, but in the manhwa of Resident Evil 3, this is the moment when he comes face to face with William Birkin in his G-infected form. Both brutes know their strength and what they're capable of, so without a second thought, they approach one another and prepare for an intense battle. The Nemesis strikes first. Birkin dodges it, but not the second strike. This blow angers Birkin, and he follows up with a powerful strike with the enormous claws from his right arm. This does little to nothing to the Nemesis, and he retaliates back with a much more powerful punch that even Birkin did not see coming. Birkin continues to strike his opponent's face with his deadly claws, pushing the Nemesis back, just as he too was pushed back with a punch to his abdomen. But instead of fighting back with another powerful attack, the Nemesis decided to use his second deadliest weapon, his rocket launcher. He quickly aims, shoots a rocket directly at Birkin, landing the hit, which sends Birkin far back, crashing onto the remains of the train. The Nemesis does not give Birkin a chance to recover, and he follows up by beating his opponent with his own fists, each hit becoming even stronger than the previous one. Birkin appears to be in danger of losing this fight, and the Nemesis is prepared to end this fight once and for all. He reaches out to his opponent, but suddenly, he begins having flashbacks of his previous life before he became the Nemesis. Here we see that he was once a professional boxer with a wife and child that he loved, and as he continues to beat his opponent with his fists, he remembers doing the same in his career as a boxer, a professional boxer, claiming multiple victories, which made him the perfect test subject for Umbrella's new Tyrant project. But as he grabs onto Birkin's mutated shoulder eye, his flashbacks continue to flash before his eyes, distracting him from his present fight against Birkin. But he now remembers the moment when Umbrella framed him and put him behind bars. just to perform a deadly experiment which would be the start of a tragic ongoing nightmare. He begins losing control as he gains more memories of his past life, giving Birkin a chance to recover and fight back. Birkin starts to mutate into his second form, giving him not just the chance to recover, but gain even more strength and speed than before. Birkin is now ready for the second round, and as soon as the Nemesis strikes, Birkin is able to catch his opponent's fist and counter with a much more deadlier attack than before. His right arm has gained additional muscle mass, and that single strike pierces through the torso of the Nemesis. But it's not over, as Birkin begins to crush his opponent's insides in hopes of ending the fight and claiming victory against the Nemesis himself. The Nemesis continues to have flashbacks, which continue to interfere with his fight, but now he has triggered a part of his memory which was an even worse experience than his transformation into the Nemesis, seeing what happened to his wife and child. We now see that before Umbrella dropped the parasite into his body, he was given a chance to see his loved ones one last time, before they took matters into their own hands. An executive of Umbrella is shown to enjoy torturing him before placing the parasite into his body, but then the Umbrella executive orders his men to bring in the test subject's wife. They tie her up, and the executive gets a syringe and injects the wife of the Nemesis with a virus that instantly begins to turn her into a zombie. But to make matters worse, they begin shooting her multiple times in front of him. Now they bring in another victim, his son, and without any remorse, the Umbrella executive proceeds to inject the boy with the same virus. Witnessing the death of his wife and son, the Nemesis gets a hold of himself and continues to fight Birkin with everything he's got, even after receiving a crushing move from William Birkin. Nothing tops off the pain of witnessing his own wife and child die by the hands of Umbrella. That bald executive killed his family in front of him, and nothing, not even Birkin, was going to stand in his way of his revenge. So he continues to hit Birkin with everything he's got, and he manages to strike Birkin with an even stronger punch. Even after Birkin managed to mutate into his second form, he still hasn't claimed victory. The Nemesis continues to pulverize his opponent, and as he strikes William Birkin with multiple hits, the tentacles from inside the body of the Nemesis begin rising, giving him additional strength, and in the end, he managed to bury William Birkin into the ground with one punch after another, winning the fight. The Nemesis cries out with a victorious yell before continuing his hunt for Jill Valentine. Once the Nemesis is gone, the ground begins to shake, and Birkin rises from beneath the ground, exposing his giant right arm, with the possibility of already mutating into his third form. The Nemesis won this fight, but it's not over yet, and we'll be taking a look at the rematch. As you can see, this fight was intense. Both brutes went all out, and even Birkin needed to mutate into his second form to put up a fight. You never would have believed it if you hadn't seen it, but it's a good thing that the manhwa of Resident Evil 3 gave us the chance to see what a fight between these two would have been like. After Birkin's fight with the Nemesis ended, the Nemesis decided to continue his search for Jill Valentine and Carlos Oliveira. He managed to find them and infect Jill, and fortunately for her, Carlos did an outstanding job protecting her and even managed to find a cure for the infection she received from the Nemesis. He was even capable of further damaging the Nemesis while Jill was unconscious. But now that the Nemesis has received further injuries, the parasite in his DNA continues to mutate his body in order to enhance his abilities. He cannot heal or regenerate from any injuries, which explains why he had to stitch his own eye, but he will be capable of sustaining the same amount of damage inflicted on him. And as the Nemesis continues to destroy areas of the clock tower, this gives away his location to Birkin. And now that Birkin has found his arch rival, the Nemesis, he can finally get the rematch he's been dying for. Birkin steps down in front of Nemesis, revealing that he's mutated and become much stronger than before, but the Nemesis shows no fear towards his opponent and prepares to crush Birkin with everything he's got. Birkin and Nemesis are face to face, waiting for the first one to strike. The ground begins to shake, crows abandon the trees, even centipedes crawl out of the dirt, and the ground crumbles as both brutes leap towards each other. But it wasn't the intensity and strength of Birkin and the Nemesis that caused the ground to shake. It was in fact the Gravedigger, and the tremendous creature's presence and interruption causes no effect to either one of them, and they begin with the rematch. Both Birkin and Nemesis land a powerful strike on each other. Nemesis got punctured right above this stitched eye, and he laid a powerful punch on Birkin's torso. The Gravedigger attacks the closest prey, which is Birkin, and it swallows him whole after he was pushed back by his opponent's strike. But the Nemesis isn't through with his opponent as the fight has just begun, so he attacks the Gravedigger by crushing its inner teeth and leaps inside the Gravedigger's mouth. Right away he finds Birkin and continues their fight, and as they proceed with their fight inside the Gravedigger, a helicopter owned by Umbrella flies nearby, and it appears to be the senior executive of Umbrella himself. Even the bald executive is on board, as their reason for being there is to simply spectate the fight between Birkin and the Nemesis. We then see that tentacles are ripping through the Gravedigger's body from the inside, and both the Nemesis and Birkin tear themselves out of the Gravedigger's body. But all this still wasn't enough to bring it down, and it proceeds to interrupt their fight. Only this time, the Nemesis has had enough, and as soon as the Gravedigger closes in on him, he lands a powerful hit on the towering creature and proceeds to land countless heavy blows on the Gravedigger. Even Birkin jumps in at the opportunity to remove this immeasurable indignation, but this does not stop them from killing each other, as every strike performed is meant to inflict damage on anything surrounding them. This creates an immense whirlwind which causes the helicopter to nearly crash, but Birkin and Nemesis continue to thrust heavy attacks onto one another. Birkin grabs Nemesis by his head and slams him into the ground, then continues to strike the Nemesis while he's down, all while the Gravedigger is being completely demolished by the forces of two deadly brutes that are trying everything to kill each other. Every attack that misses easily lands on the Gravedigger, and nothing is able to stop them from brutally beating each other down. The bald executive is surprised to see just how much destruction they've caused, and still continue to collide with one another. They then proceed to strike with fiercer attacks. Birkin swings his oversized arms, slicing anything in its way, and Nemesis uses his tentacle whips to slash through its surroundings. This completely annihilates the Gravedigger, cutting it into pieces, and finally getting this tremendous creature out of their way. After the blood and smoke clears, it is revealed that the Nemesis managed to tear Birkin's enormous arms off, and Birkin managed to slice off almost every tentacle whip surrounding the Nemesis. But they still refuse to give up. The bald executive is overjoyed to see both brutes obliterate each other, awaiting to see them tear each other down to shreds. The senior executive is pleased with the results, but they possess too much power, and this could be a problem if they cannot be controlled. As both Birkin and the Nemesis continue to fight, the bald executive is given orders by his superior to try and command the Nemesis to execute his opponent immediately. The Nemesis receives this command, and in the split of a second, he tightly grabs onto Birkin's wrists, gains enough strength to thrust kick Birkin while completely tearing his arms off, leaving him extremely defenseless. Birkin is left gushing with blood, and yet the Nemesis continues to pulverize him with one punch after another. But when it's time to land the final hit, he not only strikes Birkin with a powerful punch, but he also unleashes additional tentacles from his arm which tear Birkin into pieces. The senior executive immediately orders the pilot to shoot down the Nemesis, as he believes that even though they are capable of giving him orders, he will surely defy them once he finds out that they're the ones responsible for what's become of him. They land many shots on him, and he's about to flee the area, but a much better action occurs to him, and he decides to face the chopper, jump towards it, and use his arm tentacles to grab onto it and bring it down. This successfully works, and the chopper crashes onto the floor, killing the pilot and the woman sitting next to the senior executive. He, along with the bald executive, managed to survive the crash, but not for long, as the Nemesis approaches the helicopter, tears through the locked door, and faces the bald executive, who is utterly frightened and unable to command the Nemesis to spare him. But even if he tried to give him that order, there is no way that he could possibly spare this man's life, as he was the one who took his family away from him and turned him into another test subject for Umbrella. He killed his wife and child in front of him. He laughed and took pleasure of injecting them with the T-virus just to have them quickly turn into a zombie and instantly get shot with multiple rounds. He grabs the bald executive and slowly proceeds to bite his head clean off, finally avenging the death of his wife and child. Surprisingly, the senior executive showed no signs of emotion towards what just happened. After everything he's seen here, he isn't terrified at all. he does not even move from his seat, even when the Nemesis is now facing him. It is unsure whether he does not fear death or he was hoping for those results. But suddenly, it appears that Birkin isn't down and he actually managed to mutate yet again. He attacks Nemesis from behind and tosses him aside. This time, the senior executive stands up and faces Birkin in his fourth mutation. After all the chaos and destruction caused by these two unpredictable brutes, they've taken so much punishment, and yet they refuse to give up. The Nemesis was on the brink of killing William Birkin, but the interference caused by the chopper gave Birkin the opportunity to mutate yet again, and become even stronger than his recent transformation. Nemesis was about to kill the Umbrella executive, and Birkin surprised Nemesis with a ruthless attack from behind. Now, Birkin is facing the Umbrella executive, and for a moment, it appears that he is still showing his loyalty towards his superior. But he has no intentions of staying loyal with the Umbrella executive, as it was their betrayal that led to him having to inject the G-Virus into his own body. Birkin reached for the executive's head, but the Nemesis recovers and grabs Birkin's arm, interrupting what should have took place. But now, they can continue with the final rematch. No more pacing, no helicopter to interrupt the fight. Just a simple slugfest between these brutal tyrannies that will never accept defeat. The Umbrella executive watches the fight, but he does not observe for too long, as every clash creates a clamorous tremor that will bring the attention of other dangerous adversaries. As he flees the area, it is revealed that his assistant survived a helicopter crash and still provided her assistance to get the CEO out of this extremely dangerous area. As they drive away, his assistant tells him, "Boss, the Nemesis has begun to reply to his memories, believing that the chip in his brain has gone out of control. What do we do next?" The CEO replies, "Take me to the warehouse in Raccoon City." Are there only 2 soldiers left in the UBCS? As it turns out, before the Umbrella organization sent out the UBCS, they had already mastered its data and information and then hid the signal. As long as they're connected to the satellites, everything is immediately apparent. He sends a message to the remaining UBCS members, and we go back to Birkin and the Nemesis. The Umbrella CEO was wise to flee the area, as every zombie and creature that Jill and Carlos had been facing off against did in fact make an appearance in the dead zone, including additional gravediggers. They make their way towards William Birkin and the Nemesis, and both brutes missed their opportunities to kill the CEO. Now that they are surrounded by these carnivorous creatures, their struggle to kill each other continues to be interrupted, almost as if their fates must take a different path. Yet their persistency to kill one another drains any possibilities of ending this fight in a draw, and with all the strength in them, they pulverize every zombie and creature near them, even when they had the numbers to overcome anyone or anything that was caught in the middle of this terrifying and overpopulated zone. Nothing could get in the way of their brutal wrath. Both the Nemesis and Birkin clear a path, and they continue with their brawl. Nemesis strikes first, and Birkin blocks his oncoming attack. But when blocking it, Birkin was still pushed back by his resistant power, even if Birkin has raised his strength by transforming yet again. And like before, his mutation gave him 2 enormous arms to give him an advantage against Nemesis. Birkin retaliates by pulverizing Nemesis with multiple powerful strikes, and with his new mutational strength, Nemesis cannot keep up and defend himself against these deadly blows, and he continues taking massive hits without getting the chance to fight back or even block any of his oncoming attacks. And as you can see by now, Nemesis is beginning to lose the fight. For a moment, he tries another fierce punch directly at Birkin's ribs, which Birkin catches before it lands, and he immediately fires back with several vigorous strikes that leave Nemesis with 0 chances of countering back, each strike becoming fiercer than ever. Nemesis is thrown far back, crashing through a broken building, and with all the punishment he's received, he cannot find any more strength within him to pick himself up and give it one final shot against this overpowering brute that stands before him. Birkin and Nemesis have fought for what seemed like the most intense battle that ever took place, turning Raccoon City from a zombie outbreak to a trembling battle zone. Their fight was so fierce that every creature seen in Resident Evil 3 made their appearance in hopes of finding more survivors, but ending up becoming casualties of Nemesis and Birkin's ferocious battle. Before their fight took place, Birkin was betrayed by Umbrella and they attempted to steal the G-Virus from him, but after injecting it into himself, he became more unstoppable than the T-00s, which proved to be even deadlier than the previous tyrants. And one thing William Birkin made sure he'd do with the virus was that the bacteria inside the virus could produce the next generation of super soldiers with his close relatives. This added an increase in his mutational abilities, which was powerful enough to defeat any tyrant that was created by Umbrella, including the Nemesis. The Nemesis has always had to push himself to his maximum limits even before he became the Nemesis, but Birkin's G-Virus seems to have no limits. He has been broken and torn to pieces, but he continues to put himself together and become even stronger every time he's put down. But now, it's time to finish this intense battle once and for all. Birkin prepares his final crushing move, thrusts his razor-sharp claws directly at his opponent's face, which is shockingly blocked right before landing on the Nemesis, and it is unveiled to be Mr. X. But what's even more surprising is that he is not alone, and 4 other TOOs happen to make an appearance at this battle zone to put an end to Birkin before he manages to escape. And now, with the aid of 5 TOOs, Nemesis has one last chance to take Birkin down for good. It's now or never. All 5 tyrants team up against Birkin, landing hits and giving him no chance to fight back by pushing forward and striking all at the same time. Nemesis tries to get back up on his feet and regain some of his strength before it's too late, and by now, Birkin is keeping up with the 5 tyrants that are working together to bring him down. They try surrounding him, but with Birkin having 4 arms, he continues to hold his own and pulverize them without having to split them up and take one down at a time. At one point, he grabs 4 of them as the 5th Mr. X dashes towards him, and he smashes all their heads together, causing the same critical damage to each one. Birkin has dealt with the impossible and tossed them all aside like they were pocket change. Fortunately, this was enough of a distraction for Nemesis to strike Birkin with a deadly blow from behind. The force of this powerful attack buried Birkin's head through the ground, and it gave the TOOs a chance to recover. And together, including Nemesis, they grab a hold of Birkin, proceed to pull each limb with as much strength needed to tear his limbs off. Nemesis grabs onto Birkin's head, charges his final attack, and lands a devastating uppercut that tears Birkin's head off. At the same time, the TOOs manage to rip his limbs off as well. Together with the combined strength of 5 TOO tyrants and the Nemesis, William Birkin was vanquished. As Birkin's limbs were hurled aside, Nemesis knew that he had to make sure that Birkin would no longer mutate yet again, becoming an even bigger threat to him. So he immediately begins knocking out each surrounding tyrant so that they don't prevent him from disposing of Birkin's core. It doesn't take more than a single punch from a pissed off Nemesis to knock each one of them out. Only one Mr. X was able to resist the attack, and seeing as his opponent is extremely dangerous, Mr. X promptly begins mutating into his stronger form in order to put up a fight against his new enemy. Nemesis moves towards Birkin's remaining core and reaches out to crush it and prevent another rematch. But the evolved Mr. X dashes towards him and begins the fight, delivering many quick and fierce attacks to his opponent. The Nemesis is pushed back, further away from Birkin's core, even crashing through another building. Mr. X appears to have victory by his side, and one can only imagine if the remaining TOOs were as resistant as this one, Nemesis wouldn't stand a chance against 5 TOOs in their final forms. But without them, he still stands a chance, even after everything he's had to deal with, which led to this new challenger. And that's what he is, a new challenger, just another opponent in the ring. Both brutes charge towards each other. Nemesis strikes first with a powerful left hook, and Mr. X catches the oncoming attack, and instead of striking back, he decides to use his new strength and push the Nemesis back, and prove he's much more powerful than his opponent. However, this new strength is still not strong enough to push back the Nemesis, and he is thrown back onto the wall where he recently crashed through after resisting the first hit. Only this time, he does not get back up. And now no one, no tyrant, no Umbrella soldiers, and no STARS members can prevent him from crushing Birkin's core. The Nemesis approaches Birkin's core and crushes it, which should be enough to prevent him from further mutating. The Nemesis has won the fight. There were many interruptions that took place throughout their fights, and it took an insane amount of effort to put one of them down. The Nemesis walks away from the battleground and continues his search for the remaining STARS member, Jill Valentine. William Birkin may have lost the fight, but he was still not dead. As it turns out, an eyeball slipped through the sewage drain, allowing Birkin to escape and mutate without anyone stopping him. This would be the reason why Birkin's final form is this horrific, and it no longer has any arms or legs to maneuver around. Birkin mutated from an eyeball into this enormous monstrosity, at least for the manhwa version. But we finally came to an end. We've determined the winner. And with that said, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed the video, hit the like button to give this video a chance to grow. I'd like to thank all my Patreon supporters for their impeccable generosity. Your support means a lot to me, and you are part of the reason why I try to make the best content that I can. And if you like this content, check out the rest of my channel. You'll find more entertainment from separate franchises I like to cover, such as Mortal Kombat, Dragon Ball Z, Celebrity Deathmatch, Men in Black, The Mask, Batman comics, The Terminator, TMNT, Dino Crisis, Resident Evil, and more. If you're a Patreon supporter, check out my exclusive videos such as the Gantz content. And if you'd like to show your support, go to my Patreon and support the channel, which is only $1. Sacrifice that McChicken for extra quality content, my friend. But anyways, I'll see you all in the next video, and remember to have an awesome day. Alpha team members Chris, Jill, and Barry go back to Raccoon City to explain what occurred. After being ignored by the police chief Brian Irons, Chris Redfield goes off to investigate the Umbrella Lab in Europe. Jill stays behind and ends up being in the middle of the whole Raccoon City zombie outbreak. But as for Barry Burton, we don't find out what happened to him before Raccoon City became Umbrella's next target. Now, we don't get to see what Barry went off to do in the video games, not until Resident Evil Gaiden and Revelations 2 came out, and making a cameo appearance in Resident Evil 5. But luckily in the comic books of Resident Evil, we are shown just what happened next. A week has passed since the Spencer Mansion incident. Barry has been having trouble dealing with the traumatic experience he had at the Spencer Mansion, so bad that he's actually considered seeing a psychiatrist. As he walks into the building, he passes by an old man, and for a second, he thought it was a zombie. An example of why he needs to speak to a psychiatrist. But Barry believes that a quick visit with a shrink should be enough to get rid of those paranoid memories. Barry sees the doctor, but as soon as he walks in his office, the doctor receives an urgent message. While on the phone, the doctor says, "Hot zone leak? Subjects have escaped?" And right away, he cancels their appointment and leaves the office as he is already needed. Barry is left wondering what's going on, but as soon as the doctor leaves the room, Barry hears a loud scream outside the room he's in. He checks to see what happened, and it turns out that the building he's in is full of zombies. The doctor got his throat torn out as soon as Barry ran out of the room. Luckily for Barry, he's always carrying a gun around, and he easily disposes of a zombie. Barry picks up an access key card that the psychiatrist Dr. Langle had. He takes it just in case he needs it. Barry then runs off to the lobby of the building and finds out that the building is in fact infested with zombies. Too many to the point that he can't take them all down with his handgun. But since Barry isn't sure whether they're coming from inside the building, he decides to find a way to seal the entrance doors to the building in hopes of not letting the infection spread all over the city. So Barry heads off to find the basement of the building in order to trip the breaker on the electronic lock to seal the doors shut. As he heads off to use the elevator, Barry runs into an injured civilian. His intestines are ripped wide open, but he's still barely alive. He tells Barry that he needs to kill them all before they get outside, letting us know that they are coming from inside the building and not from outside, as we all know that Raccoon City is inevitably going to become infested with zombies. So that hasn't occurred yet, and Barry lets the man know that he has some experience dealing with these kinds of creeps, and he triggers the electronic locks and manages to trap them inside the building. Now the next step is to get rid of them. The injured man lets Barry know that the building they're in actually has bomb parts scattered around the building, which is very odd, but the reason why is because there's a secret lab downstairs from where they're at, and the bomb would be needed to destroy all the evidence in case of emergency. And he assumes that Barry already knows this, because he's holding the lab key card. This means that Dr. Langle already knew about the secret lab by Umbrella. Barry thanks the man for the info, and then shoots the man, putting him out of his misery. For two reasons. One, he's not sure if that man was mixed up in all that. And two, nobody deserves to become a zombie. Barry then heads off to find the 3 pieces needed to make that bomb. He uses the key card to access the secret lab, and we see that the lab has been attacked, and no one is alive in there. But also, as soon as Barry investigates the lab, he is greeted by a tyrant. Barry quickly turns around and runs into what appears to be a storage closet. The tyrant starts ripping through the door, and it looks as if Barry is about to bite the dust. But to his luck, he finds an emergency hatchet and uses it to cut through the tyrant's arm. He manages to cut the tyrant's arm off and run right past him while the tyrant is injured. He also finds the first piece needed to build the bomb, and now he can quickly leave the lab. But before he manages to do so,
right?
the tyrant grabs
I
Barry
see
by
what
his leg
with Leon
and
after
starts
he
pulling
went
him
with
closer
the
to
Ada.
him. As Barry
Where is
struggles
that?
to resist getting pulled by the tyrant, he finds a science tube filled with a green liquid and tosses it at the tyrant's face in
I watched
hopes of
this.
injuring it.
I want to find
Meta,
what's
is this?
the...
Welcome.
Yeah, part 2, right?
In their previous encounter, the moment Leon and Claire meet Police Chief Irons, just like in the game's storyline,
Okay, part 3. I didn't see part 3. 'Cause I don't
in
know
their
what happened.
previous encounter, Leon had to deal with the deadliest liquor without any weapons and handcuffed, so the situation got even worse for him. But surprisingly, he dodged death yet again and took an even bigger.
Yeah, what happened?
Both Leon and Ada
yeah, this
sure
one.
got lucky with that
So what
last
happened with
encounter.
this?
It's
They don't
not
have
every
any more
day that
comics with
you
this.
get surrounded by liquors and manage to
So
walk,
this is
guys.
the last one,
And for
right?
those of you who haven't, be sure to check out my Patreon. And if
So this one is the last one, right? Can't find comic book after he left. After he left Ada. No, with Ada. With Ada. Yeah, I can't find that shit. Okay, let's watch this.
Hi, comrade.
I want to see this.
Ada! Well, if it isn't the bitch in the red dress.
Looks like we have the upper hand here. You knew each other?
More or less. Maybe it's about time you told me the reason why you're here.
Maybe some other time.
Ada Wong, a beautiful spy with unique skills incredible enough to take down most abominations created by Umbrella. For years, her employment was unknown, and all we knew was that she was a spy for an unnamed competitor of Umbrella. After the events of Raccoon City, we don't see her again until Resident Evil 4, where she appears to be working for Albert Wesker, sent to retrieve a sample of the plaga held by Osmond Sadler, the leader of the Los Iluminados, a religious cult in Spain. So seeing that she was working for Wesker could mean that the unnamed competitor of Umbrella is the organization that was taken over by Albert Wesker. And then in Resident Evil 6, we find out that Ada had also worked for a man known as Derek C. Simmons. This man was the leader of the Family, a century-old secret fraternity that was also involved in bioterrorism. This shows us that Ada isn't specifically loyal to one company. She used John Clemens, a worker for Umbrella at the Spencer Mansion, so she could get secret information on Umbrella's work and hand it over to Umbrella's rival company. Ada gets the job done, no matter how difficult it may be. She has survived countless times and has proven herself to be the best spy in the Resident Evil universe. So how did she acquire those set of skills? Well, it appears that her past is still a mystery, and no one really knows who trained her to be the best corporate spy with unimaginable weapons and fighting skills. It hasn't been revealed in any of the games. However, the manhwa version of Biohazard 2 has shown what her childhood was like. In the manhwa, we see that as a child, Ada lived in a desolate and war-torn Asian nation. She didn't have a family growing up, and the only way to survive was to scavenge for some rations left on the streets next to the corpses of dead soldiers and civilians. Living in poverty is one thing, but having to pick up rations next to corpses, that would have been traumatic to experience one day after another. But for Ada, this had to become a normal thing she needed to do in order to survive. She doesn't have any parents, but after seeing what she has to go through, easily explains whatever happened to them. One day, an aerial counterattack against the insurgency led to Ada losing a loaf of bread that she found. A young boy managed to take it from the backpack of a dead soldier. This leaves Ada Wong very angry for losing her only meal, so she takes the shotgun that belonged to another dead soldier and she goes after the boy across the streets. After chasing him down, she finds him nursing his bedridden mother, showing us that the boy wasn't even risking his own life for himself. He did it for his mother. Ada sees the two, and this is where she does the one thing that defines her, the ultimate choice between doing the right thing or doing whatever it takes to survive. Ada chooses to pull the trigger and survive for herself, a grim decision that cannot be undone. There are a few things one needs to understand about her actions. First, Ada was born in a world full of death and poverty. We may not know if she knew her parents, but seeing that she had to survive on her own means that they must have died a long time ago. And without the direction of an elder, children need guidance, and she had to learn on her own how to survive no matter what. And seeing as she's mostly been around corpses all her life, it wouldn't surprise anyone if she chose to pull the trigger either. We'd never know if the boy and Ada could have survived working together. In a world like this, the more numbers give a better chance to survive. However, the boy had to take care of his mother, meaning that there wouldn't be enough food for three. And seeing the trouble the boy went through to get that loaf of bread means that he wouldn't choose to abandon his mother in order to survive. Ada, on the other hand, is willing to do what it takes to survive. Maybe her parents taught her this before dying, or again, maybe she had to learn about life the hard way, the inhumane way. Shortly after this took place, men and women were being rounded up and transported to a bus in shackles. It appeared that Umbrella wanted to give these men and women an opportunity to become agents. Ada accepted this opportunity and joined Umbrella so she could become the most deadly agent that the world had ever known. So it appears that it's thanks to Umbrella that Ada Wong got a fresh new start in life, where she would no longer need to scavenge for food or be afraid of anyone. They taught her how to fight and use deadly weapons. It's quite ironic that they made her who she is now, and in the events of Resident Evil 2, we see her working against Umbrella instead of working for them. But after seeing what her childhood was like, it wasn't Umbrella that made her who she is now. It's what she did before joining Umbrella that truly defines her. Now remember, stories that come from novels, comics, or mangas are different from the game's events. The stories outside the video games are meant to fill in the gap of the games, and whether you want to count it as canon to the story is up to you. After all, it's only a video game story. And so far, this is the only information about Ada's past. It's impressive. I personally think it fits her character. It explains why she doesn't want to be romantically involved with anyone like Leon. She can't let her emotions get in the way of her primary objective, and most of the time, her main objective.
A lot can change in 5 years, but the price of your internet.
98. September 1998. On the day of the Raccoon City outbreak, a group of soldiers are sent to retrieve a special item at the underground Umbrella Lab. Soldiers led by the most skilled and deadliest of soldiers, codenamed Hunk. Hunk was the team leader of a private unit known as the Umbrella Special Forces, which was under the direct control of the Umbrella executives. Hunk has survived through countless missions while others could not prevail. This would get him the nickname Grim Reaper Hunk. And since he had also trained in Rockford Island and engaged in delivery missions of large-scale BOWs, he was given secret orders by Christina of the French branch to infiltrate the underground Umbrella Lab in Raccoon City and retrieve the G-Virus with the help of his teammates, and acquire a tissue sample from a host infected with the G-Virus. If anyone can get the job done, it would have to be him. They have been given a powerful heavy weapon that should be more than enough to deteriorate anything in its path. And after reaching the Umbrella Lab, Hunk sends the Delta team to infiltrate a section of the lab and search for a tissue sample from one of the test subjects infected with the G-Virus, while he, along with his Alpha Team comrades, take the G-Virus sample from William Birkin.
This way.
It's sheer perfection. My precious G-Virus. No one will ever take you away from me.
There he is.
So you finally come.
Doctor, we're here to collect the G-Virus sample.
Sorry, but I won't just hand over my life's work.
Stop. You might hit the sample. That's it, all right. Okay, let's move out.
Little did they know that William Birkin would be the first human test subject to be injected with the G-Virus. But also, William and Annette weren't the only scientists still alive in the Umbrella Lab. Another scientist was still alive by their side, but he would end up becoming Birkin's first true victim, who would be infected with a G-embryo, which would immediately reject its human host and mutate into its own form. This would give Hunk's Delta team a chance to retrieve the sample they needed. They use a radar to detect where the infected host is located, and once they're near the entrance that leads to the creature, they begin assembling the powerful heavy weapon known as a magnetic force gun given to them by their superiors. Once it's fully set up, they aim the weapon directly towards the entrance where the creature lies and prepare to fire. It charges for a few seconds and fires a tremendous blast that easily blows a hole through the doors, and even the creature is blown to bits. Meanwhile, Hunk, along with the Alpha Team, had to deal with a G-infected Birkin.
Alpha Team, have you retrieved the sample yet?
Affirmative. We'll be at the rendezvous point in 1 minute.
Roger. What was that? Something's wrong. Let's check it out. Over there! Shoot it! Eat this, you freak! I'm stopping it! What is this thing? Hurry! What is this thing? Fire! Fire! Son of a...
Going back to the Delta team, they begin destroying most of the remains of the creature they blew up, and they take the smallest tissue sample in case it tried regrowing with its mutation. While they seal it shut, one of them runs ahead to see what's going on with the Alpha team, as they hadn't received a response from them. They encase it in a tightly sealed steel case and made their way towards the chopper. Inside the case, the eyeball begins mutating, growing more and more to the point of completely covering the inside of the case. They continue making their way towards the chopper and about to reach the incinerator room. But surprisingly, the G sample inside the steel case managed to grow faster than expected, and it breaks through the steel case, instantly killing the soldier holding it captive. They begin firing at the creature while trying to make contact with the rest of the team, but it continues to attack the squad and it kills another soldier. Ready to finish the remaining soldier, it reaches for his head, but something gets in between the two and takes the hit. He is saved by a T-00 tyrant sent to kill every creature unleashed by Birkin's G-embryo. But this T-00 is not alone. More of them appear to their surprise, and together, they prepare to attack the creature all at once. The rest of the Umbrella Special Forces, along with Hunk, who managed to survive Birkin's attack from earlier, regroup with the soldier who was saved by the tyrant, and witness the TOOs that together crushed the creature, leaving it torn to pieces yet again. And like before, an eyeball becomes the only tissue sample they can take with them, but it lands on the hands of one of the soldiers. Now that the creature has been dealt with, a TOO approaches Hunk, looking directly down at him. Hunk has no clue what it intends on doing now, but as expected, it is not an ally to anyone but its superiors, and it strikes Hunk with a fierce punch that sends him crashing on the rest of the soldiers. One of the soldiers asks him if he's okay, and he responds, "Get the magnetic force gun out." They begin setting up the powerful magnetic force gun as quickly as they can, as every TOO begin approaching them. They succeed in putting it together with enough distance to fire a shot directly at them. Each tyrant gets behind one another and stands still, giving them the opportunity to make their move. Hunk is not taking any chances, and he fires away, which should easily destroy every tyrant in its path. However, they happen to line up behind each other, as they were prepared to take on the oncoming attack by countering the magnetic force gun with their combined strength. This tactic appears to work to their advantage, and the blast from the magnetic force gun is repelled back at the powerful weapon, which easily destroys it along with a few soldiers caught in the blast. Only 2 soldiers remain, Hunk and the one holding the tissue sample. They have no other option but to flee from those tyrants. As they do so, they consider the option that they might be following them for the tissue sample they're holding onto. They're lucky that it's not rapidly growing like before, and it could be because it was destroyed to pieces after it had just regenerated from a similar outcome. But they've made it this far, so there's no turning back. They enter the incinerator room, where they notice a huge device that's fully covered up. Hunk's last remaining comrade was badly injured by the explosion of the magnetic force gun, and he tells Hunk that he should leave him alone and escape while he can. They're bound to catch up fast. The magnetic force gun was the closest weapon they had that could kill those TOOs, so all they can do is either hide or find an exit where they can be evacuated. But before they could make a choice, one of the tyrants caught up to them and delivered an even fiercer punch to the soldier holding the G sample, which sends him crashing directly on the large covered device, killing him with the impact. Hunk is now the only soldier left alive, standing in front of this Mr. X, who will not hesitate to finish him off as well. Suddenly, a man enters the incinerator room and commands the tyrant to halt, which he does. No other man could possibly command this tyrant. No one but the Umbrella CEO. He, along with his assistant and the bald executive, observe what just happened, and now Hunk is very confused, as it was the Umbrella CEO who ordered him to retrieve a sample of the G-Virus, which he did. But now, this doesn't make any sense at all. He tells the CEO, "Boss, you ordered me to come here, find the G-Virus and escape this damned city." The CEO replies, "Did you? It was already possible to take the G larvae with G cells in it, but I don't think you heard me clearly. I want William. What is the use of an incomplete G-willing cell? The G-Virus has a deep connection with William Birkin and his bloodline. Every other host will simply be rejected, just as it did with the victim he infected with the G-embryo." After hearing this information, Hunk is at a loss for words, as he just lost every member in his Alpha team and Delta team, all for a mission that seemed nearly impossible to pull off with these circumstances. It was an obstacle, but now, what's next? What do they have planned for him? Even the bald executive backs up after the CEO approaches Hunk. He puts his hand on Hunk's right shoulder and tells him, "Relax. These are good results. You did a fine job here. There's a helicopter waiting for you outside. I suggest you take it now." The bald executive is mildly surprised to see that the 4th survivor did not receive a punishment for misinterpreting the true mission objective. He's never seen anyone get off without any sort of consequences. Perhaps he knows Hunk at a deeper level. He is a trusted soldier by Umbrella, and even after losing all his men in this mission, the Umbrella CEO knows that Hunk is not one to betray him or the company, as he always keeps to himself, which is why they won't bother to sacrifice him over this. He retrieved the G sample that Birkin created, but now the CEO has a new plan in mind. Birkin is going to meet a new adversary that should meet his own limits. At the same time that this was going on, outside Raccoon City, we see that in the White House, the President of the United States discusses their options to wipe out the infection that's spreading throughout Raccoon City. But in their conclusion, the best solution is to use a nuclear bomb which will guarantee to wipe out the infection. But this means it will also eradicate all uninfected survivors, all creatures, plant life, and the entire land with its power and radiation. But it's a necessary action as they cannot allow the T-virus, or especially the G-virus, to infect the world. The meeting is then interrupted by a member of the CIA who lets himself in to report to the president about the recent activity with the G-virus. They know that at this rate, the virus might already begin spreading to other towns nearby, such as Stoneville. This gives the president the more reason to launch a nuclear bomb and wipe out Raccoon City off the face of the earth. But even if this plan is the best solution to avoid the entire planet from extinction, the expressions on the president's face show no remorse, as he was instead looking forward to taking this action. Now that the president has reached a decision, the time is ticking, and those still trapped in this horrifying outbreak have a limited time to find a way out. But as you can see, even the president was not on the people's side, as he too was looking forward to the destruction of Raccoon City. No idea why, as we rarely get a glimpse of the president of the US and what his motives are. But now you know how he felt about that decision, and most importantly, how Hunk managed to survive after what happened when the G-infected Birkin fought back. Always remember that the Manhwa side stories are not to be taken as canon to the video games, but instead as a way to expand the events to try and make sense of how it all went down. So in other words, think of this as a what-if scenario for characters like Hunk. Looking for that raw, unfiltered material that tells it like it is? Don't Watch Mojo has some of the best insanely edited content bringing street cred to the internet. You'll get to know more about the events going down in Los Angeles. You'll get updates on unique bands, performances, movie reviews, and more. Its incredibly edginess will ensure that you will never want to leave this channel. So pay the man a visit and subscribe to his channel. If you're looking for some very entertaining Resident Evil live streams, Big Meaty Claws has you covered. She streams on Twitch every week, so don't miss out or the suspense will kill you. I'll be dropping by her streams after uploading new videos, so you'll surely find me on the live comments giving tips for those sticky situations.
I want to see that,
or just
what was that one that I saw? The one that
Die,
I saw
comrade!
Ada! Well, if it isn't the bitch in the red dress.
Looks like we have the upper hand here.
It was right here.
You knew each other?
More or less. Maybe it's about time you told me the reason why you're here.
Maybe.
Jersey's expensive, and it's a problem. Josh Gottheimer's a problem solver, and he's running for governor to cut property taxes, tax credits for renters, and lower taxes for seniors.
I'm gonna cut your taxes
it's like,
and solve this problem.
watching this is like reading all these comments.
SNL was the biggest show ever.
Remember what happened in Barry's story where he goes in to see a psychiatrist but the building is suddenly flooded with zombies? It turns out that Raccoon City was spared because of Barry's actions. He did in fact save Raccoon City before its inevitable demise. After Barry saved Raccoon City, he reunited with Chris and Jill at the Raccoon City Park to discuss what needs to be done about Umbrella. Chris tells them that Umbrella's headquarters is somewhere in Europe and their jurisdictions end as soon as they leave the US. So this means they're going to be going undercover. If they don't stop Umbrella before they finish working on their different variations of the T-virus, then soon the entire world could be overrun by zombies. Both Barry and Jill are on board with Chris, so their first stop will be in London. The mission is being funded by a top-secret international agency, and they've already got someone in place. We are then shown that the three of them are at the airport ready to begin their next mission. Barry's not too happy about having to fly coach and that they have to get rid of their STARS identification since it's a commercial flight, and they can't bring in any of their weapons with them either. Chris suggests that they try to get some sleep on the plane since they'll never know if they'll ever get another chance. But as they head towards their flight, someone working for Umbrella is watching them from a distance, and he informs his superiors that they're about to board the plane. He lets them know that Umbrella has nothing to worry about, and he's taking care of the situation by adding a fast-acting version of the T-Virus in the first-class water supply. But what's even worse is that the pilots get their drinks first. Chris, Jill, and Barry board the plane and notice that everyone on the first class has already gotten their drinks served. Once they find their seats, Chris mentions that it doesn't look like it's going to be a packed flight, since there aren't that many passengers in the back with them. The plane takes off, and the flight attendant begins reviewing the safety precautions, something that should have been done before the plane took off. But as she's reviewing the safety precautions, the man who got his drink first starts coughing out blood, and he has begun showing symptoms of the T-Virus. The flight attendant freaks out after seeing that more first-class passengers have started turning into zombies, and Chris, Jill, and Barry look over to see what's going on. The flight attendant is running for her life, and a zombie approaches her from behind. Everyone that's not infected begins to panic. Jill tells everyone to stay calm and quickly move to the back of the plane, and no one will get hurt. She looks for anything she can use for a weapon and goes for her metal food tray, and once the zombie gets close enough, she jams it into its head, making it a very creative kill. She tops it off with a food pun. And while she took down the zombie, Barry went through a woman's luggage to find some useful items to kill these zombies with. He finds hairspray, which is flammable, and uses it with his lighter to torch the zombies coming towards him. Chris quickly puts the fire out with a fire extinguisher because the last thing they want is to set the plane on fire, and another zombie approaches them from behind, and Chris smashes its head with the fire extinguisher. Jill seems to be getting the hang of the situation, and it appears that she is no longer afraid of the undead. She even walks up to one, pushing Chris and Barry aside so she can beat the zombie to death without any weapons. While she beats the zombie to death, Barry tells him that there's only a couple zombies left and they might just make it out alive after all. But then Jill realizes that the zombie she just beat down happened to be the pilot. Chris tells Jill and Barry to kill the rest of the zombies and he'll see if he can try and land the plane. He looks at the interior of the cockpit. He fidgets around with the controls to see if he can quickly understand how to fly the plane. But as he does this, a zombie approaches Chris from behind, and right before it gets him, Barry saves Chris by cutting the zombie's head off with an emergency hatchet. He tells Chris that they've gotten rid of every zombie on board, and Jill's keeping the rest of the passengers calm. Now he just needs to land the plane, and that should be it. Chris manages to land the plane safe and sound, and they even reached England. After getting off the plane, the three of them meet Falcon, one of Chris's contacts, and they inform him that Umbrella knew that they were coming on board, and they tried to have them killed before reaching their headquarters. Falcon tells them that he's already spoken with the authorities and they're gonna take care of it. Now their next priority is to find out what Umbrella is doing, and the only thing they know is that their headquarters is supposed to be in one of Europe's monuments. The next scenes appear to be a montage of locations that they investigate in. We see that Chris and Jill went to investigate at the Tower of London. The guards are infected with the T-Virus, letting them know that Umbrella has already left their mark at this location. While Chris and Jill deal with the zombies at the Tower of London, Barry searches at the Westminster Abbey. It turns out that this area has also been infected with the T-Virus, and Barry is handling the situation with his classic killer puns. This time he says, "I dub me Knight of the Zombie Killers." We then see Chris, Barry, and Jill at the Madame Tussauds Wax Museum in the Chamber of Horrors, the Jack the Ripper exhibition. Then at the Grand Hall, taking down numerous amounts of zombies. It seems that everywhere they go, Umbrella is one step ahead of them. Next, they go to investigate at the Eiffel Tower in Paris, and even this location happens to be infested with zombies. They then head over to the Louvre Museum in Paris, and as you'd expect, it's also flooded with zombies. The Netherlands is their next location. They go to Amsterdam and check out the De Goeyer windmill, and as expected, it's already been infected with the T-Virus. The Oktoberfest celebration is next in line, located in Munich, Germany. More zombies are found, and Chris, Jill, and Barry go off on a zombie killing spree. And as they kill the zombies surrounding them, Chris mentions that even though they still haven't found Umbrella headquarters, at least they're running out of countries to visit. Jill agrees, and after getting rid of all the zombies at this location, they finally approach their last target location, the Quick Castle in Fusen, Germany. Since the castle happens to be huge, they split up to cover more ground. Chris takes the stairs. Jill and Barry each go through a different door. Jill investigates the room she's in and finds an old photo of two scientists that look identical to each other. The back of the picture says, "Me and Abe, 28th birthday, happy times." Meanwhile, Chris goes through a room with many suits of armor lined up next to each other. He investigates one of the helmets as it appears to look like it doesn't fit the suit it's on. After switching it with another helmet, a click is heard, and the light reflecting off the helmet reveals the words Kane T-Virus on the knight armor. We then take a look at Barry where he's investigating a big organ, and just like the Spencer Mansion, having a piano that reveals a secret lock after playing a certain song, this happens to be a very similar puzzle to that one. And just like Jill and Rebecca, Barry plays the organ and it then reveals a secret drawer. It contains a diary note. It reads, November 3, I don't know what to do. Kane injected himself and is exhibiting some strange symptoms. November 15, Kane is worse than ever. I fear that he may be dying. November 21, Kane has disappeared. This will be my last entry. I must focus on finding an antidote. And as the three of them continue their investigations at their locations, the three of them are suddenly attacked. Jill is met with infected rats. One of the knights displayed on the wall approaches Chris from behind, and a zombie that's been cut down to its bones appears next to Barry. The zombie looks like it's been decaying for years, almost like a graveyard zombie. They easily dispose of them, but with what they've seen, they are now sure that this is a location they've been looking for. This might just be the location of Umbrella headquarters. Chris and Barry regroup. Together they search for Jill and find many dead rats along their way, showing us that Jill took care of the infected rats that attacked her. Barry finds boxes full of grenades. There are still a few infected rats along the way, so Chris takes care of those rodents. But then we see that Jill has run into Abe, and she's fighting off what appears to be a tyrant. Abe tries to talk to the creature, telling it that she's not their enemy. He calls the creature Kane, letting us know that his twin brother became more than just a zombie. He became something else. Jill continues to unload as many clips as she can against this creature, and finally it stops rushing at them. Perfect timing as they couldn't continue falling back. Abe uses the computer behind him and he says that there's only one thing left to do. As he says this, the creature repeats the words, "One thing left." Abe then says that this is the only way, and he activates the self-destruct sequence, which is set to go off in 10 minutes. Jill knows that the creature isn't dead yet, so she reloads her weapon, and as soon as she turns around, Abe is no longer behind her. He left, and he actually got away from both the creature and Jill. A few minutes go by, and Barry and Chris finally locate Jill and the creature. Luckily, the creature is still not moving, and Jill informs them that they have to leave the castle. It's set to self-destruct within 5 minutes, and she'll explain the rest if they can get out alive. The creature then starts to mutate into its next form, similar to William Birkin when he injected himself with the G-Virus. Chris tells Barry that their bullets won't be enough to kill the creature, but the grenades should do the trick. So Barry pulls out a grenade and tosses it at Kane, and luckily, it grabs the grenade with its tongue. The grenade goes off and instantly kills the creature. Only a few minutes remain, and they quickly exit the castle before being caught in the explosion. They manage to get out on time and land on the trees nearby. As they rest for a bit, Chris mentions that maybe this was finally the last of Umbrella. But Jill disagrees, knowing that there is no way that this could be the end of Umbrella. They've been one step ahead of them the entire time, so chances are that this was just another secret lab of Umbrellas. Someone then approaches them, and it turns out to be Claire Redfield and Leon S. Kennedy. This surprises Chris as she happens to be his sister, and out of all places in the world, how could she end up being there with them? Claire informs Chris that she was worried about him and went to Raccoon City to find him. And there she found his diary and read that he was going to Europe, so she met Falcon and he told her where she could find him. She then introduces him to her friend Leon, making this their first time meeting. They then discuss what they were doing there and what's been going on. And this is where the story ends. This is one of my favorite Resident Evil comic book stories. It was actually split into 3 parts throughout the volumes. Honestly, this feels like something I would want to play through. This should have really been its own game. Think about it. Chris, Jill, and Barry are touring around Europe, visiting some of the most famous places to go to. And they're taking down zombies in all of those locations.
I mean, we had
this would
Code
work
Veronica.
well for a Resident Evil game. Just give it the mercenary mode treatment, and you might just have a golden game here. And if that doesn't seem appealing, then giving us a game where it's like Resident Evil Outbreak, but with major improvements, and with this story, then that could work as well. I mean, we have seen plenty of Raccoon City. I'd like to see these famous European locations be the next in line for the series. What do you think? But with that said, that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if so, please leave a like, share with others, and if you want to see more videos like these, subscribe to this channel. You'll find more than just Resident Evil content like Dragon Ball, Gantz, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, and more. And don't forget to follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Tumblr to find out when the next video comes out and whatever random posts I make. Anyways, I'll see you all in the next video, and remember to have an awesome day.
What is this werewolf? What the fuck?
We've seen a lot of weird things come from Umbrella. We've seen a lot of bizarre things come from the Resident Evil franchise. But one of the most bizarre and out of place things to ever get in this franchise is a werewolf. Yeah, apparently there existed werewolves in the Resident Evil franchise, but only in the comic book version of the series. Now, before we take a look at the Resident Evil comic book that introduces us to werewolves in the series,
we got him in the Resident
first I
Evil
gotta
7.
explain that one thing to note about the comic book stories, along with the mangas and manhwas of Resident Evil, is that they aren't 100% connected with the video game storyline. But the reason why is because back then, video game storylines weren't exactly the best part of the game. Most storylines were only added to give the game something outside the box, a motive that could give the player a separate reason to like a game aside from its gameplay. Like the Mortal Kombat games, the story wasn't meant to mesmerize us. It was the gameplay that was supposed to catch our attention. So if a game got a comic book adaptation, then most likely the comic book would add more appealing objects that would expand the likenesses to the game's story, even if it doesn't make sense in the storyline presented in the video games. But nowadays, every good game needs to have a mesmerizing story, because now we expect better from a game. We want more than just a simple game of Pong. We want to know why the Pong ball is a tiny little square with two floating white lines. But anyways, that's why video game storylines don't add up to what we see in the comic books, mangas, and manhwas of Resident Evil. They are legitimately entertaining, but they are kind of their own thing. So you could either think of it as canon to the story or not at all. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. But now, with all that out of the way, let's begin with the wolf hunt. So right from the start, we are told that this story takes place before the events of Resident Evil 1. Here we see that one of the Raccoon City College students was murdered recently, and it happened around the school, so a curfew was set early for the safety of the students. 3 students are discussing what happened. Their names are Mike, Raquel, and Michelle. Michelle is from New York, so she explains to them that this isn't anything new to her, and that this kind of stuff just happens. She's not on board with the idea of a curfew because she's a college student, and she didn't even have a curfew when she was in high school. So she decides to stay a little late at the school library. When she finally starts heading home, it has gotten dark, and the walkway that leads to her place doesn't have any lights to give her better visibility. And soon, she encounters the werewolf. It quickly attacks her, slashing her torso, leaving her screaming on the floor, and it then proceeds to tear her apart. The next day, we see that Albert Wesker is putting an investigation on this case. He explains to Barry and Jill that the latest victim was Michelle Allen. She died due to massive blood loss as a result of a dozen deep slashes. One of them completely severed her left arm. They still don't know what killed Michelle, but his plan is to get Jill working as an undercover student at the college and Barry would be her backup. She would stay in contact with him through a receiver she'll have in her inner ear, including a necklace that would transmit everything she hears. Later that day, she attends the same class as Mike and Raquel, who are mourning the loss of their classmate. Jill sees this and speaks to them after class to find out what they know about the latest victim. Jill gets a little insight on Michelle, but it all comes down to the location where she was attacked, near the library. So then later that night, Jill walks around the library to see if she can catch the killer with Barry as her backup. The werewolf appears without her knowing that it is close by, but as soon as she is near the werewolf, her transmitter starts bugging out, and she loses contact with Barry. At this very moment, the werewolf approaches Jill, attacking her, but Jill manages to avoid the werewolf's claws, and she starts heading towards the cafeteria. As soon as she gets a good distance, she turns around and aims her gun while screaming, "Freeze!" Of course, the werewolf doesn't stop and instead lunges at Jill, so she quickly fires 3 shots at the werewolf. This is enough to take it down, and it even quickly starts turning back into a human. Barry arrives after the werewolf completely turned into a human, so he doesn't understand what just happened. Jill explains to him that she could have sworn that it was a wolf that attacked her, but with her surroundings being too dark, she might have just been seeing things. But as she turns around, Barry notices that she has 3 large cuts on the back of her shirt, but none of them ended up cutting through her skin. They then proceed to call the cops, and that's how the story ends. A little too quick if you ask me. So aside from the only conclusion you might have being that this was an unnecessary storyline, my main question is, why was this made? It didn't make sense to why there would be a werewolf in the first place. There wasn't an explanation to why we see a werewolf in Raccoon City. We didn't even find out who the werewolf was all along. This brings me back to the reason why we got comic book adaptations of video games. This one doesn't explain a gap in the story. It adds a gap, but it didn't finish what it started. It leaves me to believe that someone just wanted Capcom to make a Resident Evil game where they deal with werewolves. However, werewolves are very different from zombies, and it doesn't leave a good mark in the franchise. The only good thing we can say is that this story was easily forgotten. It was too small to begin with, luckily. That's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if so, please leave a like, share with others, and subscribe if you haven't. And don't forget to click on the little bell icon next to the subscribe button to notify you of every new video that gets uploaded to the channel. Also, follow me on Twitter, Facebook, and Tumblr to find out which videos are up next and what random posts I make. Anyways, I'll see you all in the next video, and remember to have an awesome day.
Did I watch this?
Chris Redfield, Alpha Team. We're here to rescue you. Richard, what the hell happened to you? Chris, this place. Get your team out of here. Demons everywhere.
Don't talk. He seems to have been bitten by a poisonous snake, but the size of the bite mark is huge.
It's not just any ordinary snake. Take my word for it.
He needs serum. I left it in another room.
I'll go get it.
Please hurry.
Hold on. I'll be back.
In the beginning of this comic, we see that Richard Eichen, the communications expert from the Bravo team, is still alive and roaming through the Spencer mansion in hopes of reaching help from the Alpha team, or at least find a member of his own team. But with zombies at every corner, he can only keep running and continue to reach out for help. While on a mission to investigate a series of disappearances in a remote mountain community, a STARS team runs into trouble. Frantic minutes after the helicopter carrying inexperienced Bravo team crash landed onto the grounds of an isolated mansion, Richard Eichen is running for his life, leaving the screams and unearthly howling behind. Eichen looks around the seemingly deserted room. He fights back the waves of nausea and uncertain fright as he senses the presence of something very unfriendly. Completely frightened of his situation, Richard says, "What happened? What were those things? Gotta get through. Somebody's gotta come get us." No one said anything about it. It happened so fast. Can't think. Take a breath, Rich. Try to keep it together. Headquarters, come in. This is Icon. Come in. Stars, where are you? Come in. We're in trouble here. But unfortunately, there is no response. And to make matters worse, zombies begin approaching him from every direction. Richard says, "Damn it, Wesker, answer me. We need backup. Dewey's gone, ripped apart by something horrible. Becky was ahead of me. She's gotta be out here. Wesker? Why don't you answer me? Wesker! I know they're there. I can feel them." Suddenly, the communications cord gets torn up, and we then see that back at the STARS headquarters, Wesker is receiving a call, but it's not from Richard Icon. It's from a mysterious man that works for Umbrella. He tells Wesker, "Hello, Albert. I hear that you sent a team out to the mansion to investigate strange sightings. Couldn't handle public pressure, eh? You know what the stakes are in this game. I trust that you have figured a way to keep our little project a secret." Wesker replies, "Just sit tight, Holden. I've taken care of the problem. Let's just say that Bravo team had a small but extremely lethal transportation failure." Holden then tells him, "Fair enough, Wesker. I feel that I should remind you that the company doesn't deal with loose ends. I'll expect to hear from you." Barry then enters Wesker's office and mentions that he saw his light on and he thought he'd stop by to see what he heard. Wesker tells Barry that they lost contact with Bravo team 20 minutes ago and now they have to assemble their team to go after them. Barry asks him why did he send Bravo team when he knew that they weren't ready, and Wesker tells him that they insisted in taking the assignment. He then kicks open a door where we see that this is where the Alpha team members sleep. Wesker informs them of the situation with Bravo team and that they must prepare to leave and meet him and Barry in the flight room in 15 minutes. We then go back to Richard Icon and see that he is still running from the undead, but at the same time he is trying to fix the frayed wires to try and reach help, but he just can't get a moment for himself to fully focus on fixing it, so he tries to find a way out so he's not constantly being followed. But then he bumps into a statue with a button underneath it which triggers poison gas to fill the room. This would be the armor room where you find the Suncrest or jewelry box, depending on which version of Resident Evil 1 you're playing. Richard panics as he can't understand why there would be a poison gas trigger in that specific room, but also it looks like someone else is near him. But with all the gas filling the room, there's no telling who could be on the other side. He asks if Becky is there and if there's a way out, but there's no response and he can't stay in that area any longer. So he continues running through the mansion in hopes of finding help, or at least a spot where there are no zombies nearby. Going back to Wesker, we see that he is giving the team some last-minute details before the rescue attempt. Wesker tells them, "We'll be heading out to Bravo team's last reported location. Alpha team will scour the immediate area in a search and rescue formation. We're also going to lay to rest all reports about monsters that the locals have been spreading. Got it?" The team agrees and they prepare to take off. But before they do, Wesker mentions one more thing. He tells them that he doesn't think this is going to be easy, so he wants them to be fully prepared for anything that happens. He even informs Chris to bring rockets for the rocket launcher just in case, because with all the reports they've heard, there's a chance that they may be up against something they've never seen before. He even tells them to make sure that they bring enough firepower to handle the situation. Ironic, as both Chris and Jill end up reaching the Spencer mansion with little to no weapons or ammo on them. Jill asks Wesker if he really thinks that there's something out there in the woods that they can't handle, and he tells her that judgment errors are something that they don't have the luxury of in their kind of work, and she'll soon find out as well. But most importantly, Bravo team may have been green, but they were good. And not hearing from them makes him feel like they should be prepared for the worst. As the team prepares to leave, Richard has reached the attic, where there are no zombies that could stop him from fixing the frayed wires. He says out loud, "Searching for missing hikers. Right. No hikers here. Flippin' nerve gas. What next? Need to reach headquarters. Let them know. Horrible things. Just losing my marbles. Just gotta twist these wires. This radio's gotta work. Could be my last chance. Huh? Suddenly, he is no longer alone in the attic, as the giant snake known as Jan appears behind him, making this the moment that Richard Eichen ended up getting poisoned by its venomous bite across his chest. Sadly for Richard, there was nothing else he could have done to defend himself. He only had a combat knife to fight back, but even though you can actually take out the giant snake with a combat knife in the rebirth mode of Resident Evil DS, there was no way that anyone could have actually defeated this giant snake with the combat knife alone. By now, the Alpha team has approached Bravo team's last known coordinates, and from the distance, you can see that the Cerberus are nearby, waiting for their next meals to drop by. The Alpha team prepares to get off the chopper, and this is where this story ends, and it is continued in the game. Now we know what Richard's last-minute efforts were before the Alpha team reached the Spencer mansion. It's sad to say, but Richard Eichen was doomed to fail. From the moment he reached the Spencer mansion to the moment where he actually gets cured from the poisonous snake bite, he would still be locked on death's eyes. In the original Resident Evil, whether you reached him on time to give him the serum for the snake venom, he would still die, as it would be too late for the serum to work. But in the remake, you can actually save him from dying due to the snake venom. But the moment you reach the Neptune, you run into Richard Eichen, and he would be eaten alive by the Neptune.
Richard! Chris! Chris, stop! No! Richard.
This free comic book story came out as a prologue to Resident Evil 1 so that players would have a better understanding of what happened before the Alpha team was sent to the Arklay Mountains. It was made 2 years before any of the Resident Evil comic books came out. This one came out in 1996. But one thing it got wrong was that the first page description says that the STARS stands for Special Tactics and Rescue Squad, but it should be Special Tactics and Rescue Service, not Squad. The movie of Resident Evil Apocalypse got this wrong as well. And yes, in case you're wondering, I prefer to call that movie Apocalypse instead of Apocalypse. But aside from that, this comic was intense. It mainly focused on Richard Eichen, which was a good thing since we didn't really get to see how the rest of the Bravo team dealt with the situation. Before the Alpha team left the department, you can see that Joseph Frost was holding on to an Uzi. I think it's interesting to see this, as no automatic weapons were used in the first Resident Evil game. But I guess if Frost would have made it to the Spencer mansion, then maybe the Uzi would have been available. Also, when you look at the coffee mug that the mysterious man known as Holden has, you can see that the umbrella logo is an actual umbrella. Not sure if this was the early umbrella logo, but it's interesting to see that it's not the iconic umbrella logo that we all know of. But speaking of Holden, there isn't much known about him, as he was only seen in this comic and the S.D. Perry novels. Maybe someday he'll turn up again. But seeing as he has never made an appearance in any of the games, could mean that we might never get to hear from him again. Hopefully that isn't true. That's it for the video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if so, be sure to leave a like, share with others, and subscribe if you haven't. And if you'd like to see some extra content, or you'd like to see your name at the end of the videos, then feel free to support the channel by donating a single $1 to my Patreon. There are also additional perks for donating more than $1. The link is on the description, along with the link to my Facebook page, Tumblr, DeviantArt, and Twitter. But anyways, I'll see you all in the next video, and remember to have an awesome day.
Just found this unbelievable sequin dress on eBay from a seller who's probably a Vegas showgirl. Then I was craving something sporty, found these in a sick cherry red, authenticated and everything. Thanks, Ken. Yeah, eBay. It's the place for new, pre-loved, vintage, and rare fashion.
Nice comics. But I don't know how much they are now, these comics. How Ben Barlucci discovered Umbrella secrets. I want to see that, actually.
Lucy, the reporter. He began investigating the bizarre murders that took place in the Arklay Mountains during the summer of 1998. He was not from Raccoon City, but seeing as no one would want to look into the investigation, he took it upon himself to try and get the scoop regarding the bizarre murders of Raccoon City. It is unknown whether Ben knew Kurt the journalist, but he was familiar with Alyssa Ashcroft. In the comics, we are shown that he was hiding in the air ventilation system, spying on William Birkin and Ada Wong, arguing about what's been going on and revealing that Umbrella was behind the outbreak. This gave him enough evidence to not only take down the police chief Brian Irons, but Umbrella as well. He managed to sneak out of the Umbrella facility without being seen and headed straight towards Carlos's bar for a drink before heading out. The bartender poured him a drink, and Ben let him know that there's a strange virus that's turning people into zombies, and he'd better leave town before it's too late. But the bartender replied, "Whatever you say, pal." And not a minute goes by when two zombies break through the glass behind the bartender. Ben shouts, "See? They're everywhere!" And as the bartender unloads his weapon on the two zombies, Ben exits the bar without seeing if the bartender managed to protect himself against them. And seeing as zombies are already starting to appear in the streets, he visits the Kendo gun shop before leaving town. He knows that he must get himself a weapon or he'll be dead soon. As he enters the Kendo gun shop, we see that Robert Kendo is with a customer. The man tells him that he needs another round of shotgun shells. He's not sure what he just saw outside, but he's not taking any chances. Robert Kendo tells him that he knew something strange was going on. He sold more weapons and ammo that day compared to what he sold the rest of the year combined. As the man leaves, he tells Robert Kendo that as soon as he's fixed the zoo's electrical grid, he's heading straight home and locking himself in. Ben approaches Robert Kendo, ready to get himself a weapon as well, and this is the last time we see him until the moment that Leon reaches him in the holding cell.
Let me guess. You must be Ben, right? Get up, now!
What do you want? I'm trying to sleep here.
Is this the guy?
Ben, you told the city officials that you knew something about what's been going on, didn't you? What did you tell them?
And who the heck are you?
I'm trying to find my boyfriend. His name's John. He was working for a branch office of Umbrella, based in Chicago, but he suddenly disappeared 6 months ago. I heard a rumor that he's here in the city.
I don't know anything. And even if I did, why would I want to tell you?
Okay, I say we leave him in there. Does anyone know where they put the key to this cell?
I have it right here, officer. But I'm not about to leave this cell. Those zombies aren't the only things crawling around out there.
What was that?
Like I said, I'm not leaving this cell. Get out of here before you lead it right to me.
Hey, I'm not going anywhere. I'm the only cop left alive in this building.
What?
Look, if you want to live, then you're gonna have to leave with me.
But do you even know how to get out of the city? There's a kennel in the back of the building. Inside the kennel is a manhole. Go through and it'll lead you to the sewer entrance, but it won't be easy.
All right, I'm going.
After managing to steal the keys to his cell from a police officer, he lets Leon know that he has the keys to his cell, but he's not taking any chances to try and escape, as he knows just how bad things have gotten. The streets are infested with zombies, and a large creature is roaming through the police station. And even though he knows a way out, being through the manhole that leads through the sewers, it is far too dangerous to take his chances. During his investigation, he stayed at the Apple Inn working on the case for months, and after Brian Irons found out about his investigation, he immediately ordered for his arrest and was found entering the South Raccoon Street station and possibly attempted to get away from them, as his briefcase and rail pass happened to be discovered in different areas. Surprisingly, Leon and Ada aren't the only two to interact with Ben in the holding cell. It turns out that the surviving characters from Resident Evil Outbreak also managed to find him in the scenario known as Desperate Times in Outbreak File 2. If you provide him with any of the film items you find, you will unlock him as a playable character, but only after buying him, of course. He will also give you the Sapphire Crest in exchange for the paperwork proving that Brian Irons was guilty, making sense as to how he managed to keep the evidence files if it was confiscated, including the weapon or weapons that he must have gotten from the Kendo gun shop, leaving him completely defenseless when William Birkin broke into his cell. In both scenarios of Resident Evil 2, Ben is killed by William Birkin, either by being mortally wounded or by being infected with a G embryo just like Brian Irons.
At Sierra, Jack discovered great pickleball gear at incredible prices.
That's yours.
Which led to another discovery. His dad does care.
Got it, mine.
About pickleball.
Come on!
Discover top brands at unexpectedly low prices. Sierra, let's get moving.
But before he dies, he gives Leon the file containing evidence of the police chief working with Umbrella. In Resident Evil The Umbrella Chronicles, both Leon and Ada don't reach Ben on time. Instead, they find his corpse in the jail cell with writing on the wall written in blood.
Oh God.
That scream we just heard, it must have been him.
That's Ben. There's something on the wall.
With no hope of survival, I write this. He must be talking about the police department's involvement with the pharmaceutical giant Umbrella.
Look at this. The station and the lower-level lab at Umbrella are connected by a sewer. If we can get access to that sewer, we can get out of here.
It's a shame that both Robert Kendo and Ben Bertolucci were not given the chance to interact with Leon, Claire, or Ada. Even if the gameplay of Umbrella Chronicles is an arcade shooter, they could have given us additional cutscenes based on interactions with both Robert Kendo and Ben the Reporter, perhaps allowing for a chance to reach them if done under a certain time or after collecting certain items along the way. But at least we'll be able to get a new look at both characters in the Resident Evil 2 remake.
Ben! Can you still hear me? Come on, answer!
Damn! I don't believe this. I almost got the story.
Ben.
Bitter irony. The chief of police, a co-conspirator. Get that scum. Make him pay.
Hang in there, Ben.
That's it for the video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if so, be sure to leave a like, share with others, and subscribe if you haven't. And if you'd like to see some extra content, or you'd like to see your name at the end of the videos, then feel free to support the channel by donating a single $1 to my Patreon. There are also additional perks for donating more than $1. The link is on the description, along with the link to my Facebook page, Tumblr, DeviantArt, and Twitter. But anyways, I'll see you all in the next video, and remember to have an awesome day.
Yeah, Patrick Berry. Yeah, I want to see this one. I never seen this one. Who the fuck is Patrick? I never seen this one. This is maybe interesting comic.
This way.
During the events of Resident Evil 2, William Birkin had been betrayed by Umbrella, and they sent in the USS Alpha team led by Hunk to take the G-Virus from him. Birkin ended up being gunned down, and they took the virus from him. All but one sample remained in the hands of William Birkin. With that sample alone, he injected it into his own body and took the Alpha team down before they could get away with the case containing the T and G virus samples. From this moment in the game, you as either Leon or Claire has to escape the police station before William Birkin finds them. But what you didn't know was that Birkin didn't instantly go after them. He actually escaped from the sewers and headed off into the streets of Raccoon City to infect more hosts. This is where we meet a zookeeper by the name of Patrick Brady. Brady was working a morning shift at the Raccoon City Zoo when suddenly he hears loud, strange noises coming from the zoo animals. As he heads over to check what's going on, he finds two of his employee friends completely devoured by what is most likely one of the zoo creatures. One would assume it was a lion or a tiger that did this, but it's even worse. It's the G-Virus infected William Birkin, and his current targets are the zoo tigers. The tigers attacking Birkin couldn't put up a fight at all, and luckily they all tried fighting against Birkin instead of going after Brady, as he happens to be right next to them. Brady fires his weapon at Birkin, but as expected, it isn't doing much damage at all, and it looks as he's about to be the next victim. But as William Birkin approaches, his daughter Sherry screams out loud, and this makes Birkin stop, turn around, and go after her. I'm not sure if this means that Sherry was actually outside. At this point in time, she should have been somewhere between the Raccoon City Police Department or the underground area that connects to the Umbrella Lab. Brady mentions that he also heard the scream and doesn't know who it was, so she couldn't have been too far. But he's glad it happened, otherwise he'd surely be dead by now. So he runs off to call for backup. As Brady heads over to the headquarters of the zoo to call for help, the animals that Birkin attacked are starting to reanimate, and they instantly get up and chase after Brady. Luckily, he manages to reach HQ before they tear him apart. He locks the door behind him, and before he can even start contacting help, someone is already reaching out for assistance. The person on the other side is looking for Claire. Brady responds, but during their conversation, it isn't explained whether it's Leon on the other side, but since Leon did get a walkie-talkie to communicate with Claire, then chances are that it's actually Leon who's speaking with Brady. Brady is informed that the G-Virus has begun spreading all over the zoo, and that the person that's communicating with him is too occupied to help. So it's up to Brady to handle things on his own and find a way to destroy all the zoo creatures before they infect others. Brady quickly remembers that the zoo park is riddled with generators and underground conduits that contain the animals, and it's been threatening to overload. So if he disables a safety override, he might just be able to blow up the entire park, taking the zoo creatures down with it. The generators are at the utility shed, so Brady prepares himself to go back out and see if he can reach the utility shed without getting killed. But first, he arms himself with as many weapons and ammunition to kill anything in his path. Now that he's ready, he kicks the door open and heads for the utility shed, which happens to be across the zoo. So it's going to be tougher than it sounds. The first creature that approaches him is a large infected snake, which he easily disposes of with a shotgun blast to the head. Now the next in line is a rampaging gorilla, and for this creature, Brady uses a weapon that appears to look a lot like the Spark Shot that you find in Resident Evil 2. The Spark Shot was developed by Umbrella to deal with BOWs, which are bioorganic weapons. So it almost sounds like Umbrella was expecting for the zoo security to have powerful weapons worthy of taking down the creatures they created in the first place. But aside from that, the Spark Shot manages to take out the infected gorilla, and the next animals that attack Brady happen to be infected prairie dogs. This is the first and only time we ever see infected prairie dogs in the Resident Evil universe. Can you imagine having to deal with these kind of creatures? They might seem simple to kill, but if they can come out of the ground in groups and attack you, that would be a lot tougher to handle than you'd expect. Brady takes down the surrounding prairie dogs and manages to reach the utility shed, as planned. He disables a safety override and triggers the chain reaction and runs for his life before getting caught in the explosion. When the power surge reaches the main generator buried deep under the zoo, a thunderous explosion rips apart the entire area and Brady barely manages to avoid it. Several hours pass by. Brady gets up and sees that the zoo has been completely destroyed along with the infected zoo creatures. The zoo headquarters isn't completely destroyed, so Brady goes back inside to take shelter in. And as he walks in, it appears that the radio is still working, most likely because there was a battery backup. And the person he was communicating with reaches out to Brady again. The person on the radio doesn't say who he is again, but he does mention that he along with Claire have destroyed Umbrella headquarters. Brady lets him know that he also managed to destroy the zoo along with all the infected zoo creatures. Leon, who is most likely the one communicating with Brady, thanks him for his help and informs him that as long as he did get rid of all the zoo critters, the town should be safe. This is where they end their conversation. Brady says that he never wants to go through something like this ever again, but it's not like every day you get to save a city. Brady then proceeds to get some sleep after all he went through, clearly deserving to get some rest after saving the city. But as he rests, he looks forward to leaving Raccoon City the next day and make a fresh start. Or at least, that's the last thought that went through his mind, because it turns out that a prairie dog survived the explosion by taking shelter inside the zoo headquarters, and it then proceeds to infect Brady while he sleeps. This is where Brady's story ends. Brady was one hell of a fighter against the zombie outbreak. It's a damn shame that he ended up dying without even knowing it because he was attacked while he was sleeping. This was one of many characters that fought hard to survive from the Raccoon City outbreak, and in the end, death found its way to the zookeeper, Patrick Brady. Now this was yet another example that the prairie dogs are more dangerous than you'd expect, because if it didn't take shelter inside the zoo HQ, then chances are that it survived by digging underground to avoid the explosion. It surprises me that till today we've never seen any infected prairie dogs in any of the Resident Evil games, even for Resident Evil Outbreak File 2, which included the Raccoon City Zoo as one of the locations in the game. You do fight off against infected zoo animals, but none of them happen to be infected prairie dogs. Now, one question I have towards this story is that Raccoon City was already under attack by the zombies in the streets before William Birkin decided to attack the zoo. So the zookeeper and everyone else in that area should have known about the outbreak before Birkin decided to attack the zoo. Raccoon City must have been one huge ass city for areas like the zoo to not be notified by the strange attacks going on. The virus started spreading the previous night, and the time the zookeeper dealt with Birkin, well, that was the next day at 7:45 a.m. The virus spread quicker than expected, but since the city police chief was working for Umbrella, then there's a chance that he ended up doing one hell of a great job keeping everyone unaware that the city was being attacked by zombies and the bioorganic weapons. One last thing to know about this Resident Evil comic book story is that aside from the infected prairie dogs, we also got to see infected tigers, baboons, pandas, bears, and gorillas, all of which were never present in any of the Resident Evil video games. The only game that would have included zombie gorillas was Resident Evil 2, formerly known as Resident Evil 1.5, but that version was scrapped and they also got rid of the zombie gorillas, but so far for the rest of the infected zoo animals that I mentioned, they haven't been included. But I'm sure that with the franchise growing throughout the years, we'll surely get a version of them in the future. But anyways, that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if so, please leave a like, share with others, and subscribe if you haven't. And don't forget to click on the little bell icon next to the subscribe button to notify you of every new video that gets uploaded to the channel. Also, follow me on Twitter, Facebook, and Tumblr to find out which videos are up next and whatever random posts I make. But anyways, I'll see you all in the next video, and remember to have an awesome day.
With the easy-to-wear Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor, tracking your glucose can be more affordable and personal. Now, more people pay $0 for the Freestyle Libre systems than other CGMs. This is progress. Try the #1 CGM in the US for free today.
Alright. Alright. I watched them all. I think I watched them all now. I don't even watch this. What is this? This is some kind of story about Resident Evil.
One of the things we've never gotten to experience for a Resident Evil game is taking on zombies on an island. I know you could say that Resident Evil Code Veronica took place on an island, which was Rockfort Island, but the environment was more like facilities, caves, umbrella labs, a mansion, and not at all going outside on the jungle side of the island. Now that brings me to Danger Island, another zombie-infested island. In this story, we take a look at a couple known as Leslie and Stan. They're on vacation to an island called Isla Bonale, located at the Eastern Caribbean. As they're about to land, Stan mentions that this place is so exclusive, they only let 10 couples on the island at a time. They spend their first night having a romantic dinner and dancing. Then the next morning, they prepare to go snorkeling together. They arrive at the beach, meet Ace, who's in charge of the snorkeling equipment. They gather their supplies and head off to begin their next adventure. When they meet Ace, Stan asks if there are any sharks nearby. He lets them know that there aren't any sharks nearby, only eels, which are also quite dangerous. Leslie teases Stan for being a big tough army guy who's afraid of sharks, but who wouldn't be? They then use one of the kayaks to get a little distance from the island and begin snorkeling. But as soon as they dive in, a plane crashes right on the island. The plane was not meant to arrive on the island. It wasn't a part of another couple's vacation trip. The plane was dispatched by Umbrella HQ to a top-secret location. But the plane and its deadly payload had instead unexpectedly crashed on this island. We don't know what happened in the plane, what caused it to crash on the island, but knowing Umbrella's experiments, they must have gotten out of control and killed everyone on board. Here's the worst part. The subjects carried inside the status tubes turned out to be the savage creatures known as the Lickers. And now that the status tubes have been broken, they quickly scattered throughout the island, infecting other creatures. What makes these creatures far worse than others is that they infect their prey with the G virus and not the T virus. So the host would become much more deadlier than the T virus. 2 hours go by, and Stan and Leslie are just about to finish snorkeling. Stan suddenly gets cut by some coral, and his blood attracts the attention of an eel.
Damn.
Stan and Leslie reach the shore. They walk up to Ace and ask him if he's packing up. Ace turns around and suddenly attacks Leslie, pushing her to the ground, and then bites her on the left wrist. Stan quickly gets a spear and impales Ace with it on his back and tosses him right into the ocean water. The corpse of Ace becomes the next target for the eel that followed Stan and Leslie. It then proceeds to eat the undead Ace. Stan and Leslie run over to Sea Management to inform them of what just happened, but the building appears to be surrounded by infected cheetahs. Stan and Leslie slowly back away as they hadn't been noticed yet. They get lucky enough to back away without being seen by the infected cheetahs, and now they run back to take the kayaks and leave the island before it's too late. But as soon as they reach the shore, a giant mutated eel is seen crushing the kayaks. Their only means of escaping this deadly island. They run back into the jungle to get away from it before it sees them as well, but it turns out that the eel could smell the original prey, and it goes after them. While Stan and Leslie try to find another means of escaping, Leslie notices a blue herb, and she recognizes it from her hospital training. She uses the blue herb to heal herself from the zombie bite. Then, as she prepares to use it, the plants near them turn out to be giant Venus flytraps, and they manage to grab Stan and pull him towards them. Stan tells Leslie to run off to the top of the cliff behind them. He tries to cut the plant vines that are pulling him closer to the Venus flytrap, and he manages to escape from them. He begins climbing up the cliff, but now there's another creature heading towards him. It's the G-virus infected eel, and it's getting closer to Stan. As Stan continues climbing up, a large rock gets dislodged by Stan's foot, and it falls on the creature. Stan and Leslie reach the top, and it looks like the eel is no longer after them. They notice a tall building with a satellite dish not too far off from their location. Chances are that it's the communications building and they'll be able to send out a distress signal and actually escape the island. They need to reach the building before it's too late, but what appears to be ahead of them is the plane that crashed on the island, so you know what lurks in their path. And what's even worse is that they don't have anything to protect themselves with. Stan suggests that they rest first before heading off. As they discuss their situation, a hissing noise can be heard near them. It's coming from inside a cave, and it turns out to be large infected reptiles. Stan and Leslie quickly jump off the cliff onto a tree and then proceed to run towards the building. Leslie runs ahead of Stan in complete panic because everywhere they turn, they're greeted with a large creature that's trying to kill them. But now that they're crossing by the plane that crash landed, lickers can be seen above them on the trees. Stan tries to talk Leslie into calming down because they're almost at the building, but then a licker reveals itself to be right on top of them. It slowly begins crawling down the tree, so Stan and Leslie try to make a run for it, but they are then quickly surrounded by more lickers. It looks like the end for this innocent couple, but then the ground begins to shake, and the G-virus infected eel appears from the ground and startles all the lickers, making them flee the area. This gives Stan and Leslie the opportunity to escape, but the eel manages to get Stan. He tries to hold it back while she gets inside the building and calls for help. The eel slashes Stan on his torso, and it prepares to finish him off. Stan notices a twisted wing strut and uses it to impale the creature as soon as it lunges forward at him like a bear. This works, but it only impales it on its left arm, so it's not enough to kill it, but enough to push it back and give him the chance to either run away or finish the job. The wounded beast staggers away from Stan, clutching at its injured shoulder. Stan notices that the beast has stumbled onto an unstable piece of wreckage, and he summons his remaining strength to jump on the other end. This throws the creature back, making it fall onto a forest of broken metal. And finally, the creature is dead. From Stan's location, you can hear that Leslie has begun reaching out for help. It isn't long until she gets a response, and she gives them their location and explains to them what's going on. Stan manages to walk into the communications room, and Leslie notices that he has deep wounds in his abdomen. She lays him down and tells him that everything will be alright. They're going to make it off the island together. Stan tries to tell her that if he doesn't make it, he wants her to know that he loves her. But she quickly interrupts him, telling him not to say that because they will be making it out alive together. She's contacted help, and they're on their way. And suddenly, without any delays, it appears that a chopper has already landed on the island, and they're already at the entrance to the communications building. A man walks in, and you can see that there are a couple choppers that are also arriving, and even more soldiers behind him wearing biohazard suits. But if you look at the symbol on the suits, it appears to be the umbrella symbol. The man walks in the room alone and introduces himself. He is William Birkin, and he tells them, "You are the last two survivors on this island. We've just done an aerial search, and the others have not fared as well against my lovelies. I'm quite impressed. Too bad no one will ever hear your tale." He then proceeds to close the door behind him, and 2 gunshots can be heard. This is where the story ends. It's yet another shocking end, quite sad to be honest. These 2 survivors made it really far without any weapons, but in the end, it wasn't the creatures they were running away from them that killed them. It was the people they called for help. The thing I liked about this story was that it took place outside on an island where any creature can be lurking. But also, we ended up seeing characters use a blue herb plant, like the one seen in the original Resident Evil trilogy. It's cool to see healing items from a game be utilized in a story where they show us just how they use them. As a kid, you think they just eat the plant. As a teenager, you think they grind it up and apply the herb on the wounds. But as an adult, you start to think they smoke the herb. All of these can make sense, but we're not 100% sure. But here, we got a nurse who shows us what they do to heal themselves with the blue plant herb, which is neat. But aside from that, I've always thought that an island would be the most terrifying place to be at during an outbreak. Danger lurks on every side of the island, and if it isn't zombies that get you, then you have to worry about infected animals, insects, plants, pretty much everything in your surroundings. So I'm surprised that Capcom hasn't came up with a game where it revolves on trying to survive an outbreak on an island without any buildings in it. Maybe if you can build your own sanctuary, that could be a little more interesting. Certain areas of the island could contain useful items to help you build a tougher, more secure home, but what lies ahead could kill you from getting these items. Something like this would be entertaining to play for a Resident Evil game, in my opinion. But anyways, that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if so, please leave a like, share with others, and subscribe if you haven't. And don't forget to click on the little bell icon next to the subscribe button to notify you of every new video that gets uploaded to the channel. Also, follow me on Twitter, Facebook, and Tumblr to find out which videos are up next and whatever random posts I make. But anyways, I'll see you all in the next video, and remember to have an awesome day.
Did I watch everything?
A lot can change in 5 years, but the price of your internet plan won't.
I think I watched everything.
With Verizon, get a 5-year
I don't know what
price
is
guarantee.
this X-Men? Who the fuck is X-Men? I never heard of him. Goldman is coming in Resident Evil 9. I don't know. Who the fuck is X-Men?
I don't get many visitors around here. I hear the city's in quite a state right about now. Well, there is an old road through these woods that leads to the neighboring town. It's easy to get lost, I'm afraid. Let me show you the way. Let's hope no one gets hurt. It's not like there's a decent hospital around here after all.
Hospital?
In 1993, deep within the Arklay Mountains, there was once a hospital built by a pharmaceutical company that was linked to Umbrella. The hospital was located near a river with a small suspension bridge that connects with the forested mountain path. What was once a beautiful location soon became the very first tragic and long-forgotten bizarre case that revolved around the T-Virus. And soon after the hospital was left abandoned, it would become the location of a serial killer known as the Axeman. But in order to know who the Axeman was, first we must dive deeper into the lore of the Arklay Hospital and why it was left abandoned for years. When the hospital was open, the administrator of the hospital was a man called Albert Lester, but most people would call him Al Lester. Al Lester had a wife named Dorothy, whom he loved very much, devoting much of his time for her. But one day, she contracted terminal cancer, and with no other options left, he injected her with a mutagen based upon the T-Virus. It successfully fended off the cancer, but it also caused her to develop the disease. Al Lester was left devastated to know that his wife still died after all of his efforts, and even left without answers as to what truly killed his wife Dorothy Lester. Aside from Dorothy, there was another patient that was admitted to the hospital before it closed. His name was Doug Frost, and just like Dorothy, he too was a cancer patient. They used the Umbrella-created experimental drug known as TJCCC-203, which successfully destroyed the cancerous cells. But unfortunately, it also had a side effect that led to his death a few days later. Not long after, a police investigation regarding the drug shipments was launched, and even though they were found to be accepting illegal imports, Umbrella's involvement with the Raccoon City Police Department prevented any charges from being filed on them. It was even left unreported by the media. However, an investigative journalist known as Kurt picked up the rumors of the bizarre experimentations, the dealings with foreign businesses, and the suspicious deaths of the hospital patients. But seeing as no one was reporting on any of these incidents, he began to investigate on his own. He was determined to uncover the truth as more hospital patients were frequently dying, and seeing as Umbrella did a successful job to cover up all tracks on what was really happening, including the fact that the RPD would not cooperate, he took matters into his own hands and visited the hospital in hopes of getting a hold of samples of the medication being used on the patients. But his timing became a fatal mistake, as Dorothy Lester had just passed away and reanimated into a zombie due to the T-Virus infection, and she instantly attacked Kurt, killing him, and once again, keeping the citizens of Raccoon City unaware of what really went on in the Arkley hospital. However, when Kurt decided to go on his own into the hospital, his colleague Alyssa, a young and ambitious rookie at the time, was seeking to make a name for herself, so she followed Kurt and ended up witnessing his death. Terrified by what she saw, Alyssa fled the area and managed to escape without any consequences. Even though she managed to escape, however, she was too frightened after witnessing her colleague die in front of her, and she repressed the traumatic memory, forgetting the hospital and even Kurt's death. By now, the hospital was officially closed, but Kurt's death was still covered up. Years went by. Plants and roots began to surround the abandoned hospital. Al Lester decided to pay the abandoned hospital a visit and noticed that it was completely covered in plants and vines, but also a large decorative plant grew around the hospital due to the viral infection. The cadaver of his wife was never buried, but instead it remained within the plants, covering her body with its roots. Al Lester was shocked to see what had happened to the body of his wife, and seeing as the plant was consuming Dorothy's body, this made him believe that she was still alive within the plant itself. After believing this, Al Lester decided to take on the persona of the psychotic murderer known to everyone as the Axeman. His motivations would soon grow more into believing that his wife was in fact still alive, as the plant would grow more and more after feeding it animals, and later taking things even further and murdering campers nearby to feed them to the enormous plant.
But he was feeding people to plants.
By then, his physiology had started to mutate as well. The left side of his stomach would show signs of the infection taking over him, but now he could no longer feel hunger. He would never feel cold or heat, but most of all, he could no longer feel pain, even when being shot point blank with a powerful weapon such as a shotgun. Al Lester was originally meant to appear in the first Resident Evil Outbreak game, but the creators couldn't include everything they wanted to, such as additional scenarios, which meant that they had to create Resident Evil Outbreak File 2. That way they can add the scenarios and everything else that couldn't fit into the first Outbreak game. The flashback scenario was meant to be in the first game, and they even had a different design for Al Lester and his Axeman alter ego. In his first design, he wore a bag similar to a potato bag over his head, and he wasn't shirtless. He wore a long white coat, which could have been his lab coat. However, this could also be the appearance he took on as the Axeman when he was young. Now, in case you have a copy of Outbreak File 2, you can actually play as Al Lester. There are 4 versions of him that can be unlockable, making him the only NPC character with the most alternate costumes in the game. This includes his Axeman alter ego, which means that he's the only boss character that can be playable in the game. However, he does not come with his deadly axe, but this could have been because of balancing issues. You can unlock his first set that includes Al Lester in the outfit he wears in the beginning of the scenario along with his hospital director's outfit by completing the flashback scenario on any difficulty, but you'll also have to purchase it by spending 4,000 points. The second set that includes the Axeman in both the original version and shirtless versions can be unlocked by completing the flashback scenario on the very hard difficulty mode, but that set will cost you 8,000 points. And aside from Al Lester, you can even play as his wife Dorothy after unlocking her. She's a Cindy type character, and in order to get her, you must complete the flashback scenario with a good ending with any character, and purchase her for 5,000 points. Kurt the journalist can also be purchased after completing the flashback scenario as Alyssa. There are 2 versions of him, and he will also cost you 3,000 points. So if you found these characters to be intriguing and you have Resident Evil Outbreak File 2, it's going to take some time, a lot of grinding for points, but it should be worth it. Either that or get yourself an Action Replay or Game Shark to unlock everything in the Outbreak games so you don't have to spend hours trying to get an NPC character.
The fuck?
So there you are, my dear.
The fuck?
My dear, dear Dorothy.
He's weird. weird as hell.
I'll never leave your side again.
He's like plant me.
That hospital's experiments were more than just human rights violations. They were crimes against nature itself. Kurt, your sacrifice won't be in vain. I'll escape this damn town alive and spread the truth about what happened.
That's it for the video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if so, be sure to leave a like, share with others, and subscribe if you haven't. And if you'd like to see some extra content, or you'd like to see your name at the end of the videos, then feel free to support the channel by donating a single $1 to my Patreon. There are also additional perks for donating more than $1. The link is on the description, along with the link to my Facebook page, Tumblr, DeviantArt, and Twitter. But anyways, I'll see you all in the next video, and remember to have an awesome day.
Alright. 10 more minutes. And 10 more minutes and
the fight against biowarfare
I'm gonna finish
all started in a zombie-infested ghost town. It was September 1998. My first and only day as a police officer.
After the events of Raccoon City, Umbrella continued setting more laboratories in secret locations. One of these locations turned out to be in the middle of the desert, close to a town called Saguaro Wells in Nevada. The population of Saguaro Wells was only 472, and just like the start of the Raccoon City incident, the town of Saguaro Wells started having disappearances of their own. Since the town was small, everybody knew about what went on in their town, so when people started disappearing, they started to take matters into their own hands. As the story begins, we see two townsfolk walking out of a bar, discussing what's been going on and who's been missing lately, when suddenly, man-sized bats appear from the skies and attack them. We then see that there's an Umbrella lab near the town where they're using these giant bats to bring in more test subjects to experiment on. The man in charge of the lab is Dr. Kalos, a mad scientist who's working on transmutation, fusing humans with vampire bats. He mentions that he only needs one more test subject to begin the next stage of transmutation, and he sends the vampire bats to get another victim from Saguaro Wells. Later that evening, everyone in town vented out their anger towards the town sheriff for doing nothing about the disappearances. He wants to try and investigate things the right way, but with all the disappearances going on, anyone can be next. So they propose to take matters into their own hands and hunt down whoever's behind these disappearances. All they know is that people start disappearing at night, so the sheriff tells them to go back home later in the evening, and that should keep them safe for now. But that same evening, a stray cow keeps a boy away from town longer than he anticipated. He reaches the town, but seconds later, the vampire bats arrive and begin devouring the cow in front of the boy. He tries to escape, but a bat latches onto him and bites him in the neck. The townsfolk hear him cry out for help, and they open fire on the vampire bats. They manage to scare them off and save the boy. They take him to the sheriff's office, and it turns out that the boy is the sheriff's son. They take him to the hospital and apply stitches on his neck, but as you all know, the infected bite is all it takes to bring an end to the victim. The next day, the boy's vital signs became very peculiar, and his skin began to rot. And by the next morning, he became a full-fledged zombie. The sheriff lost his son, all thanks to Umbrella. Now that things are getting out of hand, Officer Leon S. Kennedy has been sent to investigate the town disappearances. The assailants have been described as bat-like creatures of human proportions. To Leon, this could only mean one thing: Umbrella is behind it. While on his way to town, he arranges for backup since he's sure he'll be needing it. and he meets the town sheriff to get all the information he needs. As he speaks with the sheriff, we see that at the Umbrella Lab, Dr. Callos is upset with one of the doctors called Dr. Vedley. He's in charge of sending the vampire bats to Saguaro Wells and continue bringing more test subjects. But since they did not succeed in bringing the boy as the next subject, he's furious with the delays of his next step towards transmutation. He only needs one more test subject to begin the next step of transmutations, so he threatens Dr. Vedley to send the bats back to town and bring in one more test subject, and if he doesn't, then he'll be the next meal for the vampire bats. That night, they release the bats and send them back to town. Luckily, Leon is on the case, and everyone in town is staying inside their homes to avoid getting captured. Leon awaits in an open area in the Saguaro Desert, ready to take them on. The vampire bats arrive, and Leon unloads as many bullets as he can before they get close enough to reach him. The bats take more hits than ordinary foes, but Leon manages to use his tactics to gain the upper hand. More and more bats keep appearing, and soon Leon appears to be having trouble dealing with them. And in the end, they manage to knock him out and carry him out to become the next test subject that Dr. Callos needs. As they approach the cave that contains the secret Umbrella Lab, Leon wakes up in time to try and escape the fate that lies ahead. He reaches into his backpack to pull out a sharp blade, and since he's being carried out by one of the giant vampire bats, he has to time his next attack perfectly, otherwise they'll be scraping him off the rocks. Leon slices the bat's leg off and just barely manages to grab onto the ledge of the cliff, right under the entrance to the cave. The rest of the vampire bats arrive, with one of them limping, missing its leg, and screaming in pain. So Dr. Callos orders Dr. Vedley to kill it, so he puts it out of its misery with one shot on the head. This angers the rest of the bats, seeing one of them get killed by their own creators. But before they can attack their creators, Dr. Callos presses a button on the computer which sends out an eerie noise that only harms the vampire bats, keeping them in line. And shortly after, Dr. Callos presses another button on the computer set to kill Dr. Vedley for failing to bring in the last test subject. The vampire bats instantly attack Dr. Vedley and begin eating him alive. Leon notices that it's the machine which is controlling them, and it looks like a sonar device, so he prepares for his next plan of attack. Meanwhile, Dr. Callos threatens the other workers to get back to work or else they will share the same fate as Dr. Vedley. He then puts another of his workers known as Dr. Bondra to replace Dr. Vedley and send the vampire bats out to a much bigger town called Elko. But the time for caution has passed, and he wants more test subjects that same night so he can begin the next step of transmutation by the next day. The bats proceed to exit the lab and bring more victims into the lair. Leon takes cover and sees them exiting the lab. He mentions that the squadron of bats spreading the G-Virus will be next to impossible to stop, and it's gotta end now. I'm not sure if Leon thinks that the vampire bats are infected with the G-Virus since Dr. Callos doesn't mention what virus he used to create the man-sized vampire bats. But it's possible that Leon thinks they have the G-Virus because he's always dealing with hosts infected with the G-Virus. Hours go by, and Leon awaits the arrival of the vampire bats as he has another plan ready to take into action as soon as they arrive. Finally, they begin showing up. Dr. Callos begins the transmutation process, but now is the time for Leon to put his plan into action. He informs his backup that he's going in and to give him about half an hour and then they can release the birds. He jumps down into the lab while throwing grenades and firing in all directions. Leon then makes his way to the back of the computer that controls the bats. Dr. Callos sends security forces to take him out. They begin firing at Leon, but they are instantly ordered to stop shooting, otherwise they'll damage the controls. So they rush towards Leon and bring him down together. As they bring him towards Dr. Callos, Leon asks the doctor, "So that machine does control them, huh?" Dr. Callos agrees, but lets him know that it's too bad he'll be taking that knowledge to the grave. Leon then quickly kicks the computer, hitting the return to base button. They throw him to the floor and call in the vampire bats to rip him apart. As the bats fly down at his direction, Leon proceeds to detonate a bomb he installed in the computer before the security team took him down. The bomb goes off, taking down some of the vampire bats, but with the explosion, this gives Leon the opportunity to flee the area before the bats see him. Leon mentions that it was a gamble trying to overload the machine and making the sonar shriek turn on their mentors. And as you can see, the bats all begin attacking everyone in the lab, tearing them all to pieces, including Dr. Callos. Leon exits the cave, his backup team arrives, and he escapes into the helicopter. As they flee the area, you can see that they even brought in the airstrike and they prepare to blow out the mountain, taking down the entire lab along with the experiments and the transmutation research. Leon is congratulated by his pilot friends, and he then receives a message from his superiors. He is informed to proceed immediately to Sector 36A. They got reports of massive G-virus mutations all over the area. And this is where we reach the end of this story. Since this story took place after the Raccoon City incident, we know that Sector 36A isn't Raccoon City, so we're left with a mystery location to another G-virus spreading chaos. It could be the location of Leon's next adventure in the video game series, or yet another location that is only seen in the comics. We'll have to wait and see.
Bottom line is, you have the experience we're looking for. So if you want this to end peacefully, you really have only one choice. Work for us. And just like that, I found myself in the service of the US government.
And that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it, and if so, please leave a like, share with others, and if you want to see more videos like these, subscribe to this channel. You'll find more than just Resident Evil content like Dragon Ball, Gantz, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, and more. And don't forget to follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Tumblr to find out when the next video comes out and whatever random posts I make. Anyways, I'll see you all in the next video, and remember to have an awesome day.
I love Rise Mushroom Coffee, and not just because I look good drinking it.
Hello there.
The all-day energy I get is good too, and it's easy on the stomach. But mostly, it's because I look good drinking it.
Oh, hey, I found this Cash App card on the street.
Is that my card?
Watch me rack up $300 worth of hibachi shrimp on it. Hit me.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
It's Japanese for thank you.
With Cash App, you can lock your card if it's ever lost or stolen. Because if it's weird for real, it's weird for real.
Resident Evil started off as a horror genre game series. Then it became an action-adventure game. Then back to its horror elements, but with the first-person view. And horror elements with the third-person gameplay. But one thing Capcom has not done yet with the franchise is a fighting game revolving around the Resident Evil universe. This may sound like something that couldn't work, but in my opinion, I think it would be quite entertaining to try out. Every great fighting game has the right amount of focus on characters, gameplay, stages, background music, unique features that separate fighting games from others, and if possible, a great story in there. This tends to be an issue with most fighting games, and it would definitely be difficult to come up with a good story for a Resident Evil fighting game. But a story that includes mostly everything and everyone from the Resident Evil series just doesn't sound like a good idea. Sure, you could just do what everyone else has done and say that someone has made a portal and for some reason wanted to include every catastrophe and character that happened in that series. So if a good story mode can't be made as it just wouldn't make any sense to include everything at once, then the next best thing would be to make the arcade mode be extremely epic. Like with the Mortal Kombat tower ladders, we should have something similar, but each tower could be based on a different Resident Evil title. For example, one tower could be about facing off against characters from Resident Evil 2, and a different tower could have you face off against characters from Resident Evil Revelations. So let's start with the characters. A good fighting game will give you around 30 to 40 playable characters. We could have about 20 good guys and 20 bad guys, split it evenly. But the way I'd see this working out is if the game takes in everything that people liked and hated about the game series. And when I say including the bad things, I mean include characters like the steroided version of Death itself, when his comrade Jeff sacrificed himself to save Carlos, by pushing him into the manhole while he acts as bait for the undead citizens of Raccoon City. But soon after he found an abandoned laboratory within the sewers, the G-infected William Birkin appeared in front of him and was about to make Jeff's sacrifice be in vain. But suddenly, the mighty brute known as Mr. X broke through the wall behind Carlos, clashing with Birkin, ready to face off against anything that stands in its way. Right away, Mr. X follows up with a powerful punch, including Birkin, but Mr. X lands the first hit. Birkin crashes on the lab equipment, and seeing as both brutes are distracted, Carlos uses this opportunity to flee the area before the winner decides to get rid of him as well. Mr. X seems to have the upper hand as he continues to pummel William Birkin. He even uses one of his signature moves on Birkin's shoulder eye, vastly hurting it. But this time, Birkin's had enough, and as Mr. X prepares for a follow-up attack, Birkin strikes much faster and lays a heavy attack on his opponent, breaking through the concrete wall behind him. You can see that Mr. X was severely injured by that single strike, leaving him temporarily inactive. Birkin then lands another devastating attack on Mr. X, which leaves the same impact on him. Birkin continues to strike his opponent multiple times with the same amount of force, breaking through the floors and still proceeding to do so until his opponent is no longer moving. And unfortunately for Mr. X, he is defeated by William Birkin. Birkin stands over the body of his opponent, showing that he wasn't holding back, and considering the fact that Mr. X can pack one hell of a punch, Birkin did not even have to mutate any further in order to gain the upper hand. His first transformation was more than enough to deal with Mr. X. We then go back to Carlos, and he was fortunate enough to escape from the ruthless brutes. He proceeded through the underground Umbrella facility, making it a long distance away from the G-infected Birkin. He's fatigued and shocked that he actually got away from two dangerous situations, but he's still not far away from danger, as it appears that a large group of zombies from the streets of Raccoon City managed to make their way into the underground Umbrella facility. Unable to take a break, Carlos prepares to get rid of every single one of them, but just before he does so, it appears that two of the zombies are a mother and her child. Not only that, but this was the family that Dario Russo abandoned when he was frightened by the living dead that followed them. He managed to escape, but only because he let his wife and daughter be devoured alive while he got away. It's startling to see the wife still holding her daughter's hand even after reanimating into a zombie. Carlos is saddened by the sight of what's become of the townspeople who never deserved such a gruesome and tragic end. But he must pull himself together and do what must be done. He aims his weapon and pulls down on the trigger until every one of them is dead, up until he notices one particular zombie that he hadn't noticed yet, the reanimated corpse of the former UBCS mercenary and his best friend, Jeff. Carlos cannot believe who stands in front of him, as not long ago he was fighting side by side with his friend. Jeff staggers towards Carlos, reaching out to him, and it appears as if the zombified Jeff recognizes Carlos, or he's reaching out for the crucifix that he gave him. But Carlos has to get a grip on himself. Jeff was once his friend and comrade, but he has to acknowledge that Jeff is no more, and he must complete his mission. So he takes aim and fires once again. Moments later, in a separate location, Nikolai is seen still on his own and proceeding to provide classified information to an unknown assailant. Nikolai closes his laptop, but then it appears that someone was watching him from behind, and it is revealed to be Carlos. He managed to escape the Umbrella facility and get back to the surface, but seeing as Nikolai isn't fighting anyone, he wants some answers. Nikolai simply tells him that he was given orders to take the outside area. Nikolai is by himself communicating with someone from the outside, and even appearing as if he hasn't been anywhere near death or destruction. Carlos does not believe him. He believes that Nikolai must be taking bribes from someone, instead of completing his mission. And for the moment, both comrades are prepared for what comes next. But suddenly, the mercenaries are interrupted by a Cerberus that bursts out of a fire behind Nikolai. But surprisingly, Nikolai dodges the Cerberus with ease, even after it attacked him from behind. But now the Cerberus is heading for Carlos, and without a chance to react fast, he dropped his weapon to hold back the Cerberus. The Cerberus dropped Carlos on the floor, and if he can't manage to get the zombified dog off of him, he'll likely catch on fire before it can begin to devour him. Nikolai quickly pulls out his handgun, takes aim, and watches as Carlos struggles to push the Cerberus away from him. But finally, he decides to shoot down the Cerberus. Its blood spills on Carlos's face, and with a single shot to its head, the Cerberus is down for good. Carlos is surprised to see that Nikolai not only dodged the Cerberus, but he also saved his life. Seconds ago, it looked like Nikolai was counting on the zombie dog to take him out. He's relieved to see that he wasn't betrayed, but now is not the time to question his actions. He must go on with the mission and proceed to clear the streets from getting worse. Nikolai has demonstrated to be a remarkable mercenary. It's no wonder why he has no injuries, even with all the nightmarish creatures that lurk nearby. Carlos is tough, but Nikolai appears to be in a whole new rank. He's going to need to be much more careful next time they meet. But here's where we leave off for now. There is still much more that lies ahead. Next time, Carlos will be meeting a new friend and a new and much
The things you're into are always changing. The music you listen to, how you spend your time with friends, and even the shows you're binging. But what you pay for internet should stay the same. Switch to Fios Home Internet today and get a 5-year price guarantee on any internet plan. Plans start at just $35 a month with no unexpected price hikes or hidden fees. Only on Verizon.
Previously, Carlos Oliveira made his way out of the sewers where he encountered William Birkin in his G-infected form, who then ended up fighting against a T-00 tyrant that interfered between them. After Carlos escaped the sewers, he found Nikolai alone speaking with an unknown assailant, meaning he could be planning to work against his own comrades. Nothing was confessed at the moment, as they were interrupted by a burning Cerberus that leaped towards Nikolai, but he was quick enough to dodge it, resulting in the Cerberus landing on Carlos. To his surprise, Nikolai saved him from certain death, and after this burning situation occurred, they split up to continue their mission. Carlos reached the Grill 13 restaurant where he met with Jill Valentine for the first time, but they were then immediately confronted by the Nemesis, and together they combined their firepower to temporarily knock him out and give them a chance to get enough distance from him. However, Jill was not pleased with having to work with a mercenary employed by Umbrella, so she continued her journey without Carlos by her side. And just as Carlos was about to exit the restaurant as well, the Nemesis grabbed him by his right leg, holding a tight grip on him. Carlos tries kicking its head as hard as he can, but it then proceeds to throw him across the building. He just managed to defeat the Nemesis with some of the most daring tactics anyone could ever pull off, but it appears as if those attempts were meaningless. He gave it everything he could on their recent fight, but it's not over, as the Nemesis refuses to be defeated. The impact from crashing on the wall not only left Carlos bleeding heavily, but the wall and the ceiling start collapsing from all the destruction they've caused. Nemesis prepares to end his target with one deadly blow. He charges his fist, but a piece of equipment from the ceiling falls in the way, taking the full power hit from the Nemesis. Unfortunately, his attack was strong enough to pierce right through it, and he still managed to hit Carlos at full force. He spills more blood as he realizes that his final moments are near. This tyrant will not stop until its targets are neutralized, and his firepower is not strong enough to put it down once again. There doesn't seem to be a way out of this situation anymore, and the Nemesis is already preparing for another powerful hit, only this time there won't be another interference. He charges one final attack, but stops, right before reaching his target. "What just happened?" he says out loud. The Nemesis stays in place with his arm extended, its fist still clenched. The only thing that begins moving are the tentacles on its back. Something stopped it in place, but what could it be? Perhaps he's regenerating its injuries such as its missing jaw, and the process halts it from moving any further, or someone had commanded the Nemesis to stop. The parasitic tentacles from its back start moving chaotically, and more begin sprouting in the opening of its missing jaw. This has to be why it stopped moving, but whatever the reason may be, there's no time to imitate its frozen state. He must escape while he has the chance. But before he does so, he notices that it has a case strapped to its back, and he takes it with him as it could contain a useful item along the way. Carlos makes his way to the cable car where his comrades said they'd be waiting by to regroup.
I hope you guys
He
still
enters the
enjoying
train
the
and sees that
stream.
only Nikolai and Mikhail
I'm
have
building
made it.
the William Birkin
Even Jill
lab.
is at this location, and to his surprise, she appears worried over Mikhail's injuries. This is unexpected to him, seeing as she has a built-up hatred for Umbrella and anyone working for them. He's not 100% sure if she's trying to help, or if she's only worried because he could become a liability or a threat. "I'm surprised to see you here," he tells her. "Here, this case was strapped to that thing that attacked us earlier. You should hold on to it. Might come in handy seeing as you won't be working with us. It's really impossible to expect that we'll be meeting again.
It's good to
anytime
know
soon."
these comics, you know.
Jill takes the case with her and
I never
Carlson
read them,
says,
but
"I got
they
back
have
up,
some
you know.
different stories,
That monster attacked me after you left." Before she replies, Nikolai approaches them and says, "This city is becoming a wasteland every second going by. We must evacuate as soon as possible, and this cable car isn't doing us any favors if it won't move. Let's get the necessary items to get this thing moving. If we can do that, we'll head to the clock tower area, which is the designated landing zone for the extraction chopper. Once we get there and give the signal, the chopper will fly in and pull us out." Carlos replies, "With that much ground to cover, is it possible to make it on foot?" And Nikolai replies, "That's one problem, but the main issue we have is that the landing zone is cut off from here by the fire. We have no choice but to operate this cable car and navigate right through it. Fortunately, we can use it as a moving shield and help us get right through the worst areas." Carlos replies, "Works for me. Good plan, sir." Nikolai exits after saying, "Okay people, let's get moving." Before Carlos heads out, he tosses another useful item to Jill, a side pack for a little extra inventory space. She catches it and Carlos tells her it's a multi-purpose side pack for military use. She smirks a bit and tells him that her name is Jill Valentine, and thanks. He responds, "Goodbye, Jill," then exits the cable car.
I really should have stretched. The great hunt begins.
Class is back in session.
I sense that beast.
Let's end this.
They all head out separately and search for the items needed to get the cable car up and running. Carlos heads over to investigate near the restaurant where they fought Nemesis. And just as he passes by a manhole, he hears a voice coming from beneath the manhole. So he opens it up with a fire hook that was placed nearby. He descends down a ladder into the darkness where the voice was heard. And as he takes his first step, someone begins running towards him. Unsure of whether danger is approaching at a fast rate, he aims his weapon in case something tries to get the drop on him, and it appears to be Sherry Birkin. She bumps into him and then tries to continue running away, but Carlos grabs her and tells her it's okay, he's not a zombie. But her expression indicates that something worse is chasing her. And as Carlos realizes this, a giant infected alligator shows up behind Sherry and attempts to swallow her whole. Carlos pulls her away from the alligator as it lunges forward with its mouth widely open. A collision is heard. Sherry closed her eyes the moment Carlos moved her out of the way. The infected alligator had attacked its nearest prey, but with a swift and unanticipating move from Carlos, he managed to keep the creature from snapping its mouth shut with all of his strength. This may not be the same giant alligator that was after Leon or Claire, but it has the same eager appetite for human flesh. Find out next time how this scenario unveils. That's it for the video. If you enjoyed the video, hit the like button to give this video a chance to grow. I'd like to thank all my Patreon supporters for their impeccable generosity. Your support means a lot to me, and you are part of the reason why I try to make the best content that I can. And if you like this content, check out the rest of my channel. You'll find more entertainment from separate franchises I like to cover, such as Mortal Kombat, Dragon Ball Z, Celebrity Deathmatch, Men in Black, The Mask, Batman comics, The Terminator, TMNT, Dino Crisis, Resident Evil, and more. If you're a Patreon supporter, check out my exclusive videos such as the Gantz content. And if you'd like to show your support, Brian Irons, we see that a young woman's lifeless body is lying on his desk. He informs us that it's the mayor's daughter and he was supposed to look after her, but he failed.
Is anyone here? Hello? Hello?
In this story, we take a look at a married couple that happen to get lost on their way to their honeymoon. The young man's name is Terry and his wife's name is Deb. As they try finding their way through a map, Terry begins getting impatient since his wife Deb seems to be having problems with the map. She asks him to chill out as this wasn't even her choice for their honeymoon. She wanted to go to the Bahamas and Terry insisted in seeing the country instead. But soon they see a sign that reads, "Welcome to Raccoon City." As they enter Raccoon City, Deb mentions that it's not even on the map that she has. But Terry doesn't plan on changing routes, as he feels that they need to take a break and get something to eat. They soon arrive at a cafe known as Emmy's Cafe. The newlywed couple walks in, and Deb mentions that she hopes they have a bar as she could really use a drink. The cafe appears to be empty, and the only customer turns out to be a police officer by the name of Tim. He's seen having a discussion with the waitress, who mentions that she's glad that he dropped by because it's been a really quiet night, but he ends up leaving as soon as Terry and Deb find a seat. The waitress takes their orders and then goes into the kitchen to let the cook know what their orders were. When she sees the cook, she notices that he doesn't look right and asks him if something's wrong because he looks terrible. But as soon as the cook sees her, he instantly attacks her, as it turns out that he became infected with the T-virus and has just become a zombie. Terry and Deb don't hear any unusual sounds coming from the kitchen, and Terry lets Deb know that he's sorry about how he's been acting. He's just been really stressed out about the wedding. Deb tells him that it's alright, and she's also glad that it's over because she was really worried about remembering their vows. We then see that the zombie cook has bitten the waitress in the neck, but she manages to push him off her. She grabs onto the chip pan that is deep frying french fries, and before tossing it at Bob the cook, she says, "Maybe this hot grease will cool you down." And she throws it on the cook's head, severely burning his head. However, this isn't enough to stop the undead cook, and he continues to attack the injured waitress. She screams, but Terry and Deb still don't hear what's going on in the kitchen, and they're too mesmerized with each other. Terry says, "Oh, I wasn't worried about the vows. Come on, there aren't that many. For richer, for poorer." She replies, "In sickness and in health." He replies, "Until death do us part." But then, the undead cook crashes their wedding vows and attacks Deb, biting her on the neck. She screams out for help and Terry tells him to get off her, but he's given no other option but to fight back, so he grabs onto his fork and stabs the undead cook in the back. This does not injure the undead cook, but it does pull him off of Deb, and it then decides to attack Terry as well. A new customer walks in the cafe, and it turns out to be Claire Redfield. As soon as she walks in, she notices Terry on the floor with the undead cook ripping through his neck. And this is where this story ends. If you're wondering what happens next, well, if you remember what happened in Claire's intro from Resident Evil 2, you'll see that this was the exact cafe that Claire walked into the moment she arrived at Raccoon City. This story may have been one of the shortest Resident Evil stories told in the comic books, but the beauty about this short story is that it clearly lets us know when this situation occurred in the Resident Evil timeline. And because of this story, we now know exactly what happened in this cafe, and who these poor victims were. When this short story began, you're left wondering if Raccoon City hasn't yet been attacked, or if they're about to drive into a living nightmare, which would have been quite the experience for this couple. But unfortunately, they didn't last 5 minutes in this cafe. Maybe if Claire arrived a minute sooner, some of these victims could have survived, and the newlywed couple could have gotten back into their car and left Raccoon City before it was too late. And that's it for the video. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if so, please leave a like, share with others, and subscribe for newer videos. And if you'd like to see some extra content, or you'd like to see your name at the end of the videos, then feel free to support the channel by donating a single dollar to my Patreon. There are also additional perks for donating more than $1. The link is on the description, along with the link to my Facebook page, Tumblr, DeviantArt, and Twitter. But anyways...
Alright, I watched all the fucking comics. I know everything about Resident Evil now. Oh my god. Actually, I didn't watch this one, Origin of the Nemesis. But I know Origin of Nemesis. That's not interesting to me. I was looking for these characters. This is movie, comic book movie. Like, what the fuck? They have whole movie. Anyway, I'm gonna stop working now, and I'll continue tomorrow.
To deal with the outbreak. In the Canon series, Carlos is with the Delta platoon, which includes Mikhail Victor and Nikolai Zinovich.
Yeah, I wanna watch.
But in the manhole of Resident Evil 3: The Last Escape, their team plans to decide for herself, and he proceeds to eliminate her as well. He charges towards her, using Brad's corpse as a weapon against her. He swings the cadaver at Jill with enough force to break the bones. Jill manages to dodge his oncoming attacks, and by his third swing, she counters with a shot directly into his throat, which does nothing to slow him down. He counters back with a headbutt to her torso. She is hurt, but she can still continue. As she prepares her next move, a couple zombies begin closing in from behind. This could worsen her situation, or it could be the distraction she needs to escape from the Nemesis. Once the two zombies are close enough, Jill dodges the oncoming zombies and attempts to make her way into the police station. But the Nemesis easily gets rid of both zombies by tossing Brad's body directly at them. He then jumps incredibly high towards Jill in an attempt to crush her. She dodges this attack, but she had to move away from the entrance. Luckily, she gets a hold of the flag by her side, rips it from its place and wraps it onto the Nemesis' face, forcing him to drop his guard while he removes it. Jill uses this opportunity to further blind the Nemesis by shooting him in the face multiple times at point blank. She follows up by leaping onto his back, switching to her combat knife and ramming it through his right eye. He strikes Jill, getting her off his back, but with the damage he's received, he is forced to retreat, and the Nemesis has been defeated for now. Like in the video game, after he is defeated, the Nemesis will drop a case containing something useful. She grabs it and walks into the police station and makes her way to the reception counter. She logs into the computer to receive the password for the locked drawer that's in the evidence room. Jill picks up the blue gem needed to open the gate to Raccoon City Hall, and she uses the password on the keypad, obtaining the STARS emblem key, which is the room she must go into in order to use a communication system and reach out for help. As she reaches for the key, something begins dripping from the ceiling, which could signify that danger is near. Jill quickly aims her handgun above her, but it turns out to be the emergency sprinklers. The dimness of the lighting in the evidence room leaves a few corners looking very dark, enough for something or someone to hide in the shadows. So she keeps her guard up only until she can be assured that the room is safe. But her suspicions were correct, as a BOW hunter does in fact lurk nearby, and it aims to kill its prey with a silent attack. As Jill turns to its direction, the hunter attacks, biting onto Jill's handgun with enough force to break it. She is now left with only her combat knife to defend herself with, but in a tight environment such as this, it will only increase the chances of being caught by this creature. What's worse is that she dropped the STARS key after it attacked her, so she must fight the creature in order to retrieve the STARS key. Jill recollects fighting creatures such as this one back at the Spencer mansion, but this hunter appears to have undergone further mutation, giving it a disturbingly huge tumor growing in its upper body. It prepares to attack her, and Jill manages to dodge the first two strikes, but it moves fast enough to grab her from behind before she can try and fight back. The hunter uses enough strength in it to ensure that she cannot break free, and it prepares to devour its prey, starting with the neck. With mere heartbeats away, Jill uses her combat knife to pierce through its enormous tumors, hoping it's enough to bring it down. Unfortunately, it works to force the hunter to release its grip on her. She then flips the hunter now in front of her, but on the process of doing so, the pussing blood coming from its tumor spills on Jill's right shoulder, burning at her flesh. The tumors on the hunter must be acidic, which would explain why it's harming her solely by contact to her skin. To make matters worse, the acidic blood dripped on the STARS key, causing it to melt. With the STARS key no longer useful, Jill makes a run for it while she still can, but the hunter immediately begins going after her. With its blood still spilling everywhere the hunter goes, Jill notices that when the acidic blood spilt on a file, it quickly burnt through it. But when it spilled onto a blue herb plant, it had no effects on the plant whatsoever. There's no turning back to retrieve the plant, so she continues moving forward, exiting the evidence room and avoiding to get caught by the hunter once again. She makes her way through the halls of the police station, but despite the fact that she was not injured by the hunter's claws or teeth, the acidic blood that spilt on her shoulder continues to burn and worsen her condition. The STARS room isn't too far away, but there could always be another hunter or other dangerous creatures blocking her path. She has already lost her handgun, and the combat knife can only take her so far. However, she has a good fortune to find another blue herb on her way. The blue herb works effectively to heal the burn and infection caused by the hunter, but without the STARS key, she will need to try something else in order to reach the communication systems inside the STARS room. She reaches the location without any more interferences along the way, and takes out a bullet, then uses her combat knife to remove the tip of the bullet, and begins pouring the gunpowder onto the door handle. She then takes a few steps back, aims her combat knife at the door, and throws it as hard as she can. The blade of the knife hits the metallic door, causing a few sparks, and the sparks touch the gunpowder, which cause an explosion, blowing the door wide open. She makes her way into the room and begins reaching out for immediate assistance. In the meantime, it is revealed that many zombies are making their way to the police station.
According to this Cash App card I found, I'm Nurse Mallory Jones, and I'm about to buy this sweet dirt bike.
Avoid fraudulent charges with transaction alerts on the Cash App card. Because if it's weird for real, it's weird for real.
Most likely due to the loud explosion caused by the sparked gunpowder. Jill successfully managed to reach out for help, and the guy on the other end lets her know that they've already sent in their newest but best recruit. This ended up being the moment that the newest member of the Raccoon City Police Department was on his way to the doomed city that would inevitably change his life. Previously, Carlos managed to escape from the clutches of death itself when his comrade Jeff sacrificed himself to save Carlos by pushing him into the manhole while he acts as bait for the undead citizens of Raccoon City. But soon after he found an abandoned laboratory within the sewers, the G-infected William Birkin appeared in front of him and was about to make Jeff's sacrifice be in vain. But suddenly, the mighty brute known as Mr. X broke through the wall behind Carlos, clashing with Birkin, ready to face off against anything that stands in its way. Right away, Mr. X follows up with a powerful punch, including Birkin, but Mr. X lands the first hit. Birkin crashes on lab equipment, and seeing as both brutes are distracted, Carlos uses this opportunity to flee the area before the winner decides to get rid of him as well. Mr. X seems to have the upper hand as he continues to pummel William Birkin. He even uses one of his signature moves on Birkin's shoulder eye, vastly hurting it. But this time, Birkin's had enough, and as Mr. X prepares for a follow-up attack, Birkin strikes much faster and lays a heavy attack on his opponent, breaking through the concrete wall behind him. You can see that Mr. X was severely injured by that single strike, leaving him temporarily inactive. Birkin then lands another devastating attack on Mr. X, which leaves the same impact on him. Birkin continues to strike his opponent multiple times with the same amount of force, breaking through the floors and still proceeding to do so until his opponent is no longer moving. And unfortunately for Mr. X, he is defeated by William Birkin. Birkin stands over the body of his opponent, showing that he wasn't holding back, and considering the fact that Mr. X can pack one hell of a punch, Birkin did not even have to mutate any further in order to gain the upper hand. His first transformation was more than enough to deal with Mr. X. We then go back to Carlos, and he was fortunate enough to escape from the ruthless brutes. He proceeded through the underground umbrella facility, making it a long distance away from the G-infected Birkin. He's fatigued and shocked that he actually got away from two dangerous situations, but he's still not far away from danger, as it appears that a large group of zombies from the streets of Raccoon City managed to make their way into the underground umbrella facility. Unable to take a break, Carlos prepares to get rid of every single one of them, but just before he does so, it appears that two of the zombies are a mother and her child. Not only that, but this was the family that Dario Russo abandoned when he was frightened by the living dead that followed them. He managed to escape, but only because he let his wife and daughter be devoured alive while he got away. It's startling to see the wife still holding her daughter's hand even after reanimating into a zombie. Carlos is saddened by the sight of what's become of the townspeople who never deserved such a gruesome and tragic end. But he must pull himself together and do what must be done. He aims his weapon and pulls down on the trigger until every one of them is dead, up until he notices one particular zombie that he hadn't noticed yet, the reanimated corpse of the former UBCS mercenary and his best friend, Jeff. Carlos cannot believe who stands in front of him, as not long ago he was fighting side by side with his friend. Jeff staggers towards Carlos, reaching out to him, and it appears as if the zombified Jeff recognizes Carlos, or he's reaching out for the crucifix that he gave him. But Carlos has to get a grip on himself. Jeff was once his friend and comrade, but he has to acknowledge that Jeff is no more, and he must complete his mission. So he takes aim and fires once again. Moments later, in a separate location, Nikolai is seen still on his own and proceeding to provide classified information to an unknown assailant. Nikolai closes his laptop, but then it appears that someone was watching him from behind, and it is revealed to be Carlos. He managed to escape the Umbrella facility and get back to the surface, but seeing as Nikolai isn't fighting anyone, he wants some answers. Nikolai simply tells him that he was given orders to take the outside area. Nikolai is by himself communicating with someone from the outside, and even appearing as if he hasn't been anywhere near death or destruction. Carlos does not believe him. He believes that Nikolai must be taking bribes from someone, instead of completing his mission. And for the moment, both comrades are prepared for what comes next.
Sleep, and I'm going to sleep.
But suddenly, the mercenaries are interrupted by a Cerberus that bursts out of a fire behind Nikolai. But surprisingly, Nikolai dodges the Cerberus with ease, even after it attacked him from behind. But now the Cerberus is heading for Carlos, and without a chance to react fast, he dropped his weapon to hold back the Cerberus. The Cerberus dropped Carlos on the floor, and if he can't manage to get the zombified dog off of him, he'll likely catch on fire before it can begin to devour him. Nikolai quickly pulls out his handgun, takes aim, and watches as Carlos struggles to push the Cerberus away from him. But finally, he decides to shoot down the Cerberus. Its blood spills on Carlos's face, and with a single shot to its head, the Cerberus is down for good. Carlos is surprised to see that Nikolai not only dodged the Cerberus, but he also saved his life. Seconds ago, it looked like Nikolai was counting on the zombie dog to take him out. He's relieved to see that he wasn't betrayed, but now is not the time to question his act to cover up Umbrella's work. And this man was the mercenary known as Nikolai. This was the moment when he closed his laptop and Carlos ran into him. Jill continues trying to reach out for help, but there is no response. She knows that there are people working to cover their tracks, and it seems as if there is nowhere to turn for help. Worst of all is that the sound of death is coming for her again. Perhaps it's the smell of gunpowder which attracts them closer to her. She tried communicating with someone, but the line was cut off, so she must leave the room and find a new weapon before the undead manage to reach her. She makes her way through the corridor and into the west stairway, heading towards the dark room in the first floor. Luckily, it's not far at all, and all she must do is go down the stairway as it's just around the corner. But as she reaches the first floor stairway, zombies begin breaking through the doors, quickly making their way towards Jill. She swiftly enters the dark room and, for a brief moment, she thought the nemesis was right in front of her. With danger lurking around every corner, she finds a message left behind mentioning survivors in the city, and that she must help them escape. But to her surprise, a group of zombies that followed her managed to break down the door to the dark room, completely blocking her only escape. The only way to survive in this scenario is to fight. However, Jill is only equipped with her combat knife and nothing more. So her only true option is to find a useful weapon inside the storage box. Jill quickly opens the storage box, and now she finally has possession of some powerful weapons to take care of this lethal situation. She chooses the pump shotgun, loads her weapon with enough shells as they're about to reach her, and garnishes the walls with the putrid remains of these zombies. Seeing as the dark room is small and crowded, the pump shotgun was the perfect weapon to keep the undead at a distance. She disposes of them one after another, but like in the game, if you shoot a zombie that's at a very close range with a shotgun, it will blast the zombie in half without killing them. This happened with one of the zombies that went after her, and as she continued her killing spree, that particular zombie crawled towards her feet and bit down on her leg. Fortunately, her boot was thick enough to save her from its bite, and she kicks the zombie's head with enough force to decapitate it. She disposed of them all, and now that she finally got a hold of some good weapons, and there are no survivors in the police station, she sets off to continue her perilous struggle to escape Raccoon City and hopefully find survivors in the process. She exits the police station, and by now the streets along her way appear to be less crowded than before, and it went from a dead town to a ghost town within minutes. She makes her way into a restaurant known as Grill 13, and once inside, she hears something nearby. Jill is now ready to take on any other creature who tries to get the drop on her. She steps into the lobby, and on the other side, it was revealed to be the mercenary known as Carlos. Carlos lowers his weapon once he saw that it wasn't a zombie, but Jill does not lower her weapon right away. And Carlos tells her, "Miss, I am not used to pointing guns at people." To him, she's a survivor. But to Jill, he wears Umbrella's logo on his uniform, and he too could be another adversary. Someone sent by Umbrella to continue covering their tracks. But before any decisions could be made, someone enters the Grill 13 restaurant, and the Nemesis has reached Jill's location, and he makes his way towards the lobby. Jill has no other choice but to fight together with the Umbrella Soldier if they have any hopes of taking it down. Carlos isn't sure what she's talking about until he sees the Nemesis, and without a moment's hesitation, they fire as many rounds as needed to bring it down. The close range and heavy firepower force him back against the wall next to a set of flammable gas tanks, and once Jill notices the gas tanks, she fires directly at them, causing an explosion that should be powerful enough to knock out the Nemesis. Most of the ceiling collapsed on top of him as well, but none of this was capable of bringing him down, as he already begins rising up even with all the heavy debris that fell on him. Carlos grabs a handful of bullets from his assault rifle and charges towards the Nemesis with a new plan of attack while he's getting up. He shoves the bullets directly into this brute's mouth and leaps onto his back and gets him in a headlock. He keeps one hand on its mouth, ensuring that it does not spit them out, even if there's a chance that his hand can get blown off if the Nemesis bites down on them with enough force. But to him, surviving against this horrifying brute is more important at the moment. The Nemesis tries to shake him off, but Carlos gets a tight grip on his enemy, refusing to let go and hoping that Jill shoots it down while it's occupied. The Nemesis fires back by unleashing additional parasitic tentacles from its back to strike Carlos as many times until he can no longer hold on. Jill is astonished to see the endless efforts of this Umbrella Soldier. She aims her shotgun to assist him in bringing down the Nemesis, but she hesitates as she is not sure what to do. The Nemesis is trying to shake him off, and she could accidentally shoot Carlos in the process. The parasitic tentacles grab onto Carlos and begin clutching with as much force needed to break his bones, forcing him to let go. Carlos can only hold on for a bit longer, and Jill needs to take action before it's too late. She needs to shoot the Nemesis directly in its mouth to set off every round that's being forced in him. She could shoot it while Carlos keeps his hand in place, blasting his hand off in the process. But the moment Carlos removed his hand from its mouth, Jill had only 0.1 seconds to execute her next move. And in that 0.1 second, she pulled the trigger, getting a direct shot in its mouth, setting off every round, which completely destroyed its jaw. This attack was enough to bring him down for now. Carlos removes the large tentacles that were holding a tight grip on him, and Jill helps remove them from him as well. Carlos is relieved that together they managed to defeat the Nemesis, and he puts his hand out for Jill to help him up, but he did not get the courtesy response he deserved. She turns away from him and tells him, "I know you work for Umbrella, and don't think that I'll be thanking you for helping me." He asks, "What's the problem? I'm only here to help." And Jill replies, "Help? You're here to help? Turning people into zombies is helping me? You're all just puppets of Umbrella organizations, and I will destroy Umbrella for what they've done." Carlos is speechless. All the previous questions and the words of Jill are almost certain that the Umbrella organization has a shameful relationship with the matter. But at the moment, his heart is contradictory. On one hand, he hopes to find out the true murderer of the great catastrophe occurring in Raccoon City. On the other hand, he is afraid that the fact is that the Umbrella group he belongs to is what caused this catastrophe in the first place. He tries to explain that he's just a soldier, he's not involved with any biochemical weapons, and if Umbrella is responsible for the outbreak, he had nothing to do with it. But she does not believe him, and she leaves the restaurant by herself. Ironically, the moment she exited the restaurant, something grabbed onto his right leg, and within seconds, he awakens and grabs onto Carlos's leg, preventing him from running away while he can. And now Carlos must fight against it once again, but only this time, he is on his own. And without Jill's help, he's gonna need more than a handful of bullets if he expects to survive another round against the Nemesis. Jill headed straight for the newspaper building. Before she can escape, she has to check things out, stop the spread of this catastrophe, and get justice for those who died in the city. There must be some evidence that leads to Umbrella's doing. She moves a stepladder near the wall containing the lever and controls too high to reach so she can open the locked gate right next to her. Jill gets the gate open, heads towards it while it does so, but is met with a backdraft of flames that blew towards her like a fierce fiery beast. It terrified Jill, but she shook it off and told herself it was just an illusion again. She jumps over the fire as it was low enough to avoid and heads upstairs while repeating to herself, "It's all just an illusion." She makes it to the newspaper office and sees a man standing in front of her. Meanwhile, Nemesis holds a tight grip on him. Carlos tries kicking its head as hard as he can, but it then proceeds to throw him across the building. He just managed to defeat the Nemesis with some of the most daring tactics anyone could ever pull off, but it appears as if those attempts were meaningless. He gave it everything he could on their recent fight, but it's not over, as the Nemesis refuses to be defeated. The impact from crashing on the wall not only left Carlos bleeding heavily, but the wall and the ceiling start collapsing from all the destruction they've caused. Nemesis prepares to end his target with one deadly blow. He charges his fist, but a piece of equipment from the ceiling falls in the way, taking the full power hit from the Nemesis. Unfortunately, his attack was strong enough to pierce right through it, and he still managed to hit Carlos at full force. He spills more blood as he realizes that his final moments are near. This tyrant will not stop until its targets are neutralized, and his firepower is not strong enough to put it down once again. There doesn't seem to be a way out of this situation anymore, and the Nemesis is already preparing for another powerful hit, only this time there won't be another interference. He charges one final attack, but stops, right before reaching his target. "What just happened?" he says out loud. The Nemesis stays in place with his arm extended, its fist still clenched. The only thing that begins moving are the tentacles on its back. Something stopped it in place, but what could it be? Perhaps he's regenerating its injuries such as its missing jaw, and the process halts it from moving any further, or someone had commanded the Nemesis to stop. The parasitic tentacles from its back start moving chaotically, and more begin sprouting in the opening of its missing jaw. This has to be why it stopped moving, but whatever the reason may be, there's no time to imitate its frozen state. He must escape while he has the chance, but before he does so, he notices that it has a case strapped to its back, and he takes it with him as it could contain a useful item along the way. It's all just an illusion. She makes it to the newspaper office and sees a man standing in front of her. She sees none other than Chris Redfield, her former star's comrade. But how could he? Jill has gone through the gate with a new outfit. Find out next time how this and worse is chasing her. And as Carlos realizes this, a giant infected alligator shows up behind Sherry and attempts to swallow her whole. Carlos pulls her away from the alligator as it lunges forward with its mouth widely open. A collision is heard. Sherry closed her eyes the moment Carlos moved her out of the way. The infected alligator had attacked its nearest prey, but with a swift and unanticipated move from Carlos, he managed to keep the creature from snapping its mouth shut with all of his strength. This may not be the same giant alligator that was after Leon or Claire, but it has the same eager appetite for human flesh. Find out next time how this scenario unveils. Hello, stranger. Welcome to the store piano.
Alright. Enough of Resident Evil. I finished this a little bit this lab. I don't know what lights I'm gonna put here. I'm still thinking. I want to put red, but maybe I'm not gonna put anything. I'm gonna just delete this. It'll be like this. But these, I don't like them, you know. Not here. Let's delete them for now. Let's delete them for now. Takes a lot of textures and yeah. Now we can. Now it's much better. Now. Now it's much better. Now I can now. What can I do here? Maybe I can put one only, not two. Because I need to make it like in Resident Evil over here. It should be the thing for. Alright. For now, I'm gonna just leave it like this. Let me see something. Yeah, come on. This one here. Okay. Alright. Well, maybe I should. This is okay, but small, please. Should be 7, maybe 8, just in case. Yeah, 8. Zero 48, right? Yeah, much better. Let me see. Does it look better? I don't know. Maybe a little bit higher. 0 point, let's see, 9. Yeah, 9. 950 then. 5. Yeah, like this. Nice. A little bit to be up. And this is good. Now this is gonna be here, new lab. I was thinking to make door here, but because this door is already here, so I don't need. Yeah, the key is over there for this door. So that's why I didn't want to make it. I didn't want to make over here door. But I'll make door here when I finish this lab. This is gonna go somewhere. Yeah, there's a lot of decoration. I wanna make. I need props here for like in Resident Evil in the corner they have for vaccines. I need that prop to decorate a little bit more, you know. And this table needs to be decorated exactly like in Resident Evil 2. And that's it for now. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll see you again. And we're gonna continue making this game. Room by room. And okay, this door is good. This door is good. Everything looks nice so far. Definitely I would make this green or something. Oh my god, I can't respawn on these fucking ramps. It's easier here. Alright. I'm sleepy now, I need to go to sleep. But anyway, this is really good, really nice. Very nice. I have to decorate a little bit more. There's gonna be some documents. I put this paper, so you're gonna pick up this. Gonna be something. There's gonna be 2 more labs, 2 different more labs. I'm gonna extend this. The thing is, I see something here. I don't know where is it, but I see it. Am I gonna see it again? they're not gonna move. This one, it will. I mean, they will actually. Do you see again? Yes, you see it. Oh, that's just that's just a reflection like these. It's a reflection. Unless I put wall. What's called? Perhaps 3-floor piece. Well, I can do that tomorrow. I'll fix that. It's fine. No. Can respawn on that ramp for some reason. I could respawn, but not every time. That's why I'm respawning on the side. No. Alright. I'm gonna save it for now. And I'll see what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna just decorate a little bit more here. Decorate a little bit more here. These empty shelves. I'm gonna decorate them. Decorate these empty shelves. And finish the story here. Finish the story and yeah, this key you need to pick it up. And then we can what's going on? Everything's good here. Okay, good. Good. Everything's good. Oh, that's red from here. Maybe this red is somehow... No, it's definitely some other. Maybe this one. Yeah. No, that respawn there. Alright. I need to save it. Alright, everything is good. I'm gonna continue tomorrow. I hope you guys enjoy the stream and have a great day. I'll see you again. Until next time, we're gonna continue making the horror game, and we're gonna definitely finish this. I just want to finish this part, and then I can move to another one.